You know how we do it here? We narrate, we analyze, we often judge, and we always pretend that we know better and would do better. Hopefully. Steve is opening a bar, and his silent partner is no other but Aiden Shaw? Miranda and Carrie both get an invitation, and Miranda wants to go. And because she needs some company, she's trying to convince Carrie that she should go also. There's no way she's gonna actually bump into Aiden. And the fact that he sent her the invitation, I mean, that has to mean something, right? Carrie, though, she's not falling for it. This is clearly a parade to their failed relationships. This is all to show how good they are doing without the two of them. And she doesn't even understand why the fuck are they even friends? Charlotte is looking at the situation a bit more positive. I mean, if Aiden actually invited Carrie to the grand opening, it means that he probably forgave her. He is probably ready for the two of them to be friends. Carrie is not so convinced though, and she does not want to find out if it's true or not true. Does Aiden actually want to be friends or not at a party? Can you imagine the embarrassment if he actually doesn't want her there? I don't know, Mary, what do you think about this? If you were Carrie, would you go to an opening of a bar that your ex is doing, ex that you hurt? When Carrie is alone, though, she starts thinking, look, when things don't really end, right? When things are left unresolved, they keep coming back into your life until you resolve them, right? And maybe that's what's happening with Aiden. There are still things there that they need to kind of resolve, maybe need a closure. I mean, even the chair that he left in her apartment, she never could really get rid of it. It's almost like there's still something there that the two of them need to address. For those of you who've been watching a couple of my videos, you probably came across also the video on closure, or maybe I just talked about it. I don't know if it was a specific video. The majority of time when someone needs closure, I am suspicious about how much do you actually need closure with that person and how much do you just want to see if it really ended, if things are really done. I see it more as I need a closure, but what I'm actually seeking is to understand if there is still something there, if we can still continue. If you consciously and with certainty decided that you are not good for one another, I would imagine that you don't really need a closure, right? You don't need to talk with this person again. You don't need to understand better because you already understood that whatever it is, whatever is behind, at the end of the day, you didn't manage to actually resolve it. And it's just better that you are separated, right? But when you need a closure, it's usually because you're not really convinced that it actually ended. And when it comes to Carrie and Aiden, well, she's kind of worried if she will forever be haunted by what she did to Aiden, how she treated him.
I'm just afraid the way I treated him is going to haunt me the rest of my life.
She decides to take matters in her control. She's going to do a little pre-pop at the bar before the grand opening. She's gonna go there. She even bought a plant as a gift for Aiden, and she's gonna thank him for inviting her. Also suggesting that they could be friends, like she would never have the courage to do it. What's Aiden thinking? How come he invited me to this party? She doesn't want to get embarrassed at the big opening, so, a little precaution, I guess. Aiden, though, is not there. And though Carrie does not know it, she's lucky he's not there. You see,
Aiden didn't exactly invite you. I did.
Oh, you did?
Honestly, I feel like a bitch, but then luckily this is just a TV show. This was such a funny moment. It reminded me of the time when she slept with a guy and then he was like, I lose interest every time I sleep with a woman.
What about you? What's your problem?
I believe in therapy. This moment is called the breakthrough.
And Steve did not invite Carrie because he wanted Carrie to be there. He invited Carrie because he wanted to make sure Miranda would come. Carrie is not the main character here. And that hurts. I'm not gonna lie. I felt the embarrassment for Carrie. I could feel it through the screen. Like, oh, ay. And Carrie also feels like a dum-dum. Aiden was not extending an olive branch to Carrie. Aiden does not actually want for the two of them to come back together? Oh yeah, Biz, Carrie is 100% trying to get back together with Aiden. That's how I see the whole situation. Like I said, closure my ass. But if you're not convinced yet, you'll be soon. I don't even know why I say that. All of you already watched the series, so... Oh no, you didn't. There are some people who haven't watched it. She hears Aiden in the back calling for Steve, and she's like, bitch, I need to go. She runs out, and Steve is kind of yelling after her, no, Carrie, wait, blah, blah, blah. Here's the thing though. Carrie might still have feelings for Aiden. And this time when she's at home looking at that chair, she takes away all the chunk from it, all the books, everything she piled on that chair, and she sits in it. Not only sits, she kind of leans into the chair. It's like a little piece of him is embracing her. Somehow, Carrie decides that she's gonna go to the grand opening with Miranda and Samantha. They're at the party, and Carrie can feel him. Carrie can feel that Aiden is there. First of all, Aiden is far from the California surf beach type of kumbaya. That sounds wrong. Aiden is the younger big.
Is that Aiden? Does he look better, or have I just been with a woman for too long?
This reminds me of good boy gone bad type of thing, right? Oh, I got hurt by this lady and now I changed my whole life because she was not worth it. So I need to be a different kind of person because this nice guy type of thing does not give me anything. I'm gonna be a bad bitch. No, he's not a bitch. I'm gonna be a bad boy. Why does everything sound weird? Now, I'm gonna treat her like piece of shit. You want a bad boy? I'm gonna give you a bad boy. The only thing I can say is, I told you so. I told you that Aiden is just playing the nice guy. Because when you're just trying to pretend to be something because it will get you something more, the second you get hurt by it, you are changing your tune. You are changing who you are. So how real was that in the first place? I'm not that stupid, okay? I can see things. Now, if I look at it a little bit psychologically, trying to understand it a little bit better, and just so you know, this is all just I'm trying to come up with shit. You could say that Aiden was cheated on, and because of his own insecurities, which we talked about many times when we looked at the relationship between Carrie and Aiden, actually manifested into him trying to be the person who he was cheated with. Is that grammatically correct? Which again shows that Aiden never really understood why should you be authentic and good to the other person. It's not about what I will get, right? Or how I will be treated. It's about using that to find the right person for yourself, to find the person that will treat you the same way. The problem is that he met Carrie. The problem is that he didn't see from the get-go that Carrie was not the right person for him. Carrie was playing a role that she believed Aiden would want with the smoking, right? Instead of him recognizing that Carrie was not the right person, it could play out that he basically just saw this whole nice guy thing to be stupid, to not work. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what you get when you are basing who you are on what will it get you. We went deep into the substance, how that can be tricky. If you haven't seen it, buckle up. And for a moment, they lock their eyes. They smile at each other. And then, that's it. That's it. Aiden just disappears in the crowd again. And Carrie is confused, which I'm confused. How can she be confused? But she's like, what? That's it? He's not running across the room to say hi to me. He does not even get fazed by all of this.
That's all I get?
This, do you remember what you did to him? What exactly are we expecting here? Like, what were the writers trying to do here? Seriously, it's almost like they're trying to portray Carrie as someone who did not actually understand how she hurt Aiden. That on some level, she still thinks that she just made a mistake and Aiden should understand that and he should be focused on the good things that they had, let's say. Like, to me, it's so confusing. Like, what are your theories? Seriously, help me understand this thing. Now Carrie feels that she just wants to go home. She doesn't even know why she came to this party. Carrie, sweetie, I think we all know why you came to this party. You clearly came to see Aiden, to get something from Aiden, to maybe sparkle things between you and Aiden again. Huh? I mean, I don't know about you, but I learned that Carrie does not do things just to be supportive. So there's always some kind of an agenda with her. But then again, maybe it's with all of us. But if we learned anything, we learned that the universe always makes things happen for Carrie. And so do the writers. You see, it's been an hour and she is still at this party. But she wants to sneak out, have a smoke, and eat her cake. She goes out and well. Aiden is outside. Listen to this, people. Are you paying attention? Put that stelex down, okay? Listen to me. Aiden is outside smoking a cigarette. Guess what? He is smoking a freaking cigarette. People, the way this cracked me up.
You're not seriously smoking it, are you?
You want a bad boy? I'm gonna give you a bad boy. This is so funny and so ridiculous. And again, it's a movie, it's a TV show. Then again, how much we are influenced by that, that's another type of discussion. But I guess we're going with this, the hero turned villain type of story thing. Let's play into it, right? Aiden totally changed because of Carrie. Because how much Carrie hurt him. Now, this might play into Carrie's own self-obsession, I guess. She really did a number on him. I mean, she really must have meant something to Aiden. Or it could be seen as seeing him doing better, seeing him thriving without her, makes her feel like, I should get a piece of that. I mean, at the end of the day, Aiden is now looking like the guy she always chased. So, is this destiny? They start flirting ASAP. This was, oh my God, this was interesting. Carrie drops a fork so she cannot eat the cake. So Aiden grabs the cake and tries to feed it to her. And she's like, oh, you have all your fingers are over it. And then he takes a bite. And then Carrie is like, it's my cake and I want to barf. Okay. I'm like, kill me now. I do not know what is with these scenes where everything just feels so made up and fake. Sure. You got cheated by this person and now suddenly you see them again. You are totally changed. Not only that, but you also flirt with them. You're also like, yes, we are into each other once again. It's a little unbelievable, to be honest. But suddenly the cake is not caking anymore. Now the cake is metaphor because somehow Carrie says that she wants the cake.
Now you want the cake?
I never not wanted it.
Oh, for the love of God. So I guess Aiden is now the cake, right? That's the metaphor. Which makes it very, very interesting that Carrie says, I never not wanted the cake, rather than saying, I always wanted the cake. Huh? What does that mean, Missy? So I see it, actually, which is shocking, as being sincere. You see, if she would say, I always wanted the cake, that is clearly a lie, right? Because if that was the case, then why would she cheated on him? Clearly, she wanted something else. By saying not wanted the cake, it's almost like, I wanted you. I was just, focused on something else, right? Something else took over. Almost like someone would invite you out and then you would not go out because you got caught up watching Netflix. Type of thing. So it's not like you didn't want to go out. It's just something else took the focus away from it. And I do not know about you or about Aiden, but that's a clear sign again that she is coming to Aiden because that other priority, that other man that she actually would want is not there right now. Okay? He's not willing to commit the way Carrie apparently wants to commit. What do you think about this? Aiden now gives Carrie to take a bite from the cake, and Carrie is doing everything but biting into the freaking cake. Like, I get that some people find it sexy, but I do not know what is up with these movies and TV shows that keep on showing this as a sexy thing. It ain't that sexy. But maybe I'm traumatized by how you should eat with your mouth closed. But there tongue in, tongue out, licking lips action gets interrupted because Steve came out to pick up Aiden as they have to make a toast. And as Aiden is leaving or going back in, he turns to Carrie and he says, "I'm glad you came." Carrie is in a little bit of a pickle. Should she call or should she not call? She finally builds up the courage and boom, an answering machine. Aiden is not home. When she's with her girls, they're confused. Why is Carrie even calling Aiden?
I think I want him back.
Miranda is like, Carrie, sweetie, do you miss the older version or the new improved version? So at this point, it's been 6 months since they ended, since they broke up. So there could be a couple of things happening here. Why does Carrie feel like she wants Aiden back? The first thing is that she is obviously idealizing, romanticizing their experience, I guess. More idealizing. She's focusing on everything good they had and how perfect they could be, and kind of neglecting that clearly they were not good for one another if she actually went and cheated on him. The fact that she went with Big while being with Aiden, to me personally, means that the relationship wasn't fulfilling. Was it not fulfilling because of Aiden or because of her own desires, fears, and so on? That's another story, obviously. But at the end of the day, it wasn't it. The second thing is that she might be missing Aiden because her love life and her relationships are not really going anywhere. There was this jazz guy. I didn't do a video on it because whatever. It was a guy obsessed with her and she liked it until she understood that he's not obsessed with her because of her. He's obsessed with her because he has a tendency to get obsessed with things. Her and Big are in just friends era. And in a way, she might be thinking how everything was perfect when she was in a relationship with Aiden, or how everything could be perfect, right? Before Big entered the picture. So it's more about her being back in a relationship rather than actually looking at missing Aiden. Or maybe she just wants that second chance. She wants to prove to herself and to others that she actually can be a good partner. She just made a mistake, she learned from it, and she can show now. It could be more about the guilt she's feeling and trying to prove herself that she's not a bad person, rather than actually missing Aiden. There is also the selfish part driving her, which obviously the guilt part, it's also the selfish part. But maybe she wants to be back with Aiden because of how she felt being with Aiden, because how he made her feel good enough and worthy. So that's what she's actually missing. Not Aiden and the relationship, but how the relationship made her feel good enough. And if we play nice and we give Carrie the benefit of the doubt, she maybe really just grew, right? She learned from her mistakes and she finally understands what it means to have a good relationship and a good partnership. We'll see about that. All in all, I've expressed my opinion multiple times and I still feel that way. I think it is very, very challenging for two people to come back together after the betrayal. You really need to be strong. Both of you really need to be committed to it and also understand what were your roles in it. And it's not only about rebuilding the trust, it's rebuilding the trust, but also fixing what actually went wrong. And I personally am too weak for that shit. The times have changed though, and maybe Carrie cannot reach Aiden on his phone, and maybe it's too soon for her typical grand gesture, but also email is in town.
Mail, motherfucker!
Yes, Biz, you're watching this series and you're literally introduced to the first time email came. While the two of us are using emails to get discounts when you're shopping online, Carrie is going to use the email to write to Aiden. But she has a little bit of challenges. What should she write? She writes a full paragraph, but she feels like it's too much, so she deletes it. Then she starts writing, "I miss you. Do you miss me?" And I'm like, Biz, what? How can you even ask that? But luckily, also Carrie understands that that's a little bit too much. So she deletes the second part. And she sends to Aiden, "I miss you." And the waiting game starts. By the way, Mary, how would you feel if your ex who cheated on you wrote to you, I miss you? Like, and let's say you are actually over them. What would you think? I would be like, okay, and? Like, what the fuck is that? On the other hand, you can see it as Carrie just being direct. She's expressing what she feels. She's not trying to deny the past. She acknowledges that, things happen, but at the same time, she's just sharing that with him. I guess it all depends how Aiden feels about it. It's been, quote, 36 hours since she sent him the email and still no response. What the fuck is happening? Is this email thing even working? She has had it. She's gonna take matters into her own hands. That's what Carrie does. She goes after what she wants. She decides to call Aiden. And when he picks up, she's like,
Hello.
Why won't you respond to my email?
girl boss. She is not gonna obsess why Aiden is not responding to her. She's just gonna confront him immediately. Okay? That's our Carrie, both vulnerable and controlling. Look, on one hand, you can say that that's a typical reaction of someone who wants closure. Closure in quotes, whatever that means. Like, really think about when you want closure, what are you actually after? Don't fool yourself. And when the person is not giving it to you, you almost become angry about it. Almost like, I need that. On the other hand, we could say, based on what we know from the internet, okay, from the Professor Google, Carrie might just have a little bit of narcissistic tendencies, right? Even though she's just really sad and misses him and wants him back, if he's not giving that to her, she's gonna push him until she gets what she wants. So when she confronts Aiden like that, the man doesn't even recognize her. He's like, who's this? And Carrie immediately changes her tone. Now she's like, oh, I'm sorry, it's Carrie. Bess, I was just asking if you got my email. Sit your ass down. No, you weren't. What in the gaslighting is this shit? Aiden actually got the email, but Aiden also deleted the email. You see, he has a lot of junk email coming in. So if he doesn't know the address, he just puts it into the trash. By the way, Carrie did not sign the email when she sent it because, she's new to all this technology thing. Hello. Are you okay? The conversation is very awkward. It doesn't get any better from the initial start. Aiden wants to know what Carrie wrote, but she doesn't want to tell him. It doesn't matter. And she actually asked him if he would be okay for the four of them to hang out together. Her, Miranda, him, and Steve. Like the good old times. And Aiden is kind of like, yeah, okay, we can do that. Set it up. Honestly, I was so confused about this exchange because Aiden, through the whole conversation, was giving annoyed. Like, he's over this girl. And then at the end, he agrees to meet up. So there are 3 options of what might be going on here. Option number 1. He doesn't want to reject Carrie because, he's nice. Option number 2. He actually, despite it all, still has some feelings for Carrie. Maybe he himself wants closure. Maybe he, despite not liking her because he's annoyed talking to her, might be like, I want to see where this is going. I want to see what does she actually want. What will come out of this? And option number 3, he is in for revenge. He wants payback, and Carrie is sliding right into it. I mean, Aiden is the new Aiden. Who knows how he treats women, and especially those who hurt him. I'm collecting votes in the comments. Carrie has another problem right now, though. Miranda is not confirming her invite for this group thing. But here's the thing. Miranda does not want to do this group thing. She does not want to go out with Steve. Why would she go out with Steve? Exactly, Mary. Listen and learn. That's a healthy approach to breaking up with someone who things didn't work out. Why would you need to go out with them if you don't want to continue anything with them? She's dating other people, and the last thing she wants is for Steve to get the wrong impression.
Because I don't want him to get the wrong impression. I'm dating other people now?
Yes, and yes, Bess. Especially knowing how Steve invited Carrie so Miranda would show up at his opening. I mean, it's clear that Steve wants to impress Miranda in some way. And it's clear that when you want to impress someone, it's not just because you want to be good friends. And also, Steve already proved how he is not the let's be just friends type, though he's claiming to be. Oh, no. That's just his way to sneak in back there. I don't like Steve. But Carrie is not asking Miranda to go out with Steve. She is just asking for Miranda to be her airbag, and Steve is gonna be Aiden's airbag in case there is a crash. Okay, Miranda's gonna do it, but Steve needs to be aware of that. Steve needs to be aware that they are just airbags for Carrie and Aiden, and there will be no shenanigans of the two of them getting back together or being friends or whatever. She tried that and it ain't working. They finally meet up, and Carrie is on fire. She's on the type of fire people want to put down. She's talking a little much, a little too anxious, a little nervous. That's how the vibe is vibing. You know, to be honest, I kind of sympathize with Carrie right now. Not like a week ago, it happened that I couldn't stop blabbing, because a part of me felt nervous for whatever reason. And I just continued talking. And then I recognized that what I'm saying is stupid. And then I wanted to backtrack with the stupid thing and then the person literally looked at me and she said, "It's okay." Biz. That was awkward. I mean, and I wish it wouldn't happen as often as it does. Sometimes you just don't know how to stop. Steve is laughing at what Carrie is saying. Miranda kind of goes with it. But Aiden recognizes that something is, a bit off. And he puts his hand on Carrie's hand, almost like wanting to reassure her, to calm the bitch down. But Carrie, you know that this is a sign. You know that this meant something. Okay? Aiden and Steve go to the bathroom, and so Miranda and Carrie are left alone. And the first thing Carrie does is turn to Miranda and say, "Okay, now you can go." And Miranda is like, what do you mean I can go now? Can't I even finish my food? And Carrie is like, no. I think we are good. You can go now. Because if you stay, then it's gonna, we're gonna be all together till the end. We're gonna have to do the whole sharing a cab thing. And, me and Aiden won't have any time alone. So, shoot.
Yeah, okay.
And can you take Steve with you?
Carrie is such a good friend. I mean, she would never, ever use you to get what she wants, okay? She's not like that. Miranda clearly does not want to give any impression to Steve. So how will she do this thing? How will she say, "Steve, let's go," for Steve not to think something? Steve is baboon. Hello, what did you bring it to me? She manages though. Carrie and Aiden are left alone, but Miranda also shares later on how Steve tried to kiss her. Steve just wants to be friends, always. We see Carrie and Aiden walking down the street.
I think I want to get back together.
Oh, fuck,
What now? Yes, Biz. Carrie immediately attacks Aiden. That hand touch? Aiden feels uncomfortable. And he actually shares that he was afraid that Carrie might say something like that. He just said yes to go out together because he wants to be nice. But at the end of the day, the whole relationship thing, he doesn't want to do that again. Carrie is confused. She's a bit shooked. What do you mean? You gave me the sign. Aiden is like, "Bitch, what sign?" He's not saying that, but he's like, "What do you mean sign?" And she's like, "You touched my hand. Like that was a sign." And he's like, "Carrie, sweetie, I just wanted to calm you down because you seemed a little bit anxious, okay? You were too excited about what were you actually saying. So I figured you're nervous and you just need someone to give you that, ease, that comfort."
You just seem so nervous telling that bug story.
Oh.
Carrie is embarrassed. The sign wasn't signing. And it also shows or screams about Carrie's mindset. I mean, she went into this clearly wanting to get back together with Aiden. She is grasping to get any indication that they could be back together. She doesn't approach with talking to him. She doesn't even acknowledge that let's maybe have a conversation about what happened, where are you right now, how do I feel, and all of these things. No, she's just looking how she could spot that little sign that will give her the okay to go after Aiden again. It's very immature, it's very delusional, it's very self-centered. It's like she just wants to forget what happened and let's be back together, right? Right. But then things turn into even more, what the fuck is going on here? You see, she feels awkward and she's like, okay, good night. And as she's passing by him, he awkwardly kisses her on half of her lip and kind of puts his arm around her. And now I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Now you might say, oh, he just maybe wanted to say or give a kiss goodbye. But I didn't know that they were in Italy. I didn't know they were Italian or even Serbian, Balkans. Like they do actually kiss to say, bye, ciao, ciao, right? It's a very, I lived in Italy for 5 years and that's common. When you meet someone, you kiss. And when you leave, like when you say goodbye, you also kiss. That's like a part of the culture. Aiden trying to just kiss Carrie to say goodbye, I don't buy it. So clearly he's also kind of struggling with how does he feel about the whole situation. It could also be that a part of him, when he saw how Carrie thought that was a sign, he almost felt bad about it, and then he just wanted to comfort her in a way and kiss her because he's dealing with his own emotions in some way. I don't know. It was very sus. Or maybe it's the evil Aiden and he is just trying to get Carrie to be friends with benefits. Carrie is back at home and she tries to figure out what the hell is happening with Aiden. What is up with these mixed signals? She's trying to reach Miranda via email because that's the new thing now.
Hey, I was just about to call you.
She was iMessaging with a guy she's dating. Wow. They talk on the phone and at one point, ding, Aiden is online. Carrie freaks out. Oh my God, can he see me? And she ducks down.
No, just step away from the computer.
This was such a funny scene, but also who hasn't done that? Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I even do that sometimes today. Okay, if I know my computer is on and I'm just exiting from the shower or something and entering the room, like I feel like I need to hide because God knows who might be reaching through my computer and seeing what they should not see. Yes, I'm an adult. But this fires up our Carrie. That's it. She's just gonna go there. She's just gonna go to Aiden. Miranda is confused. What do you mean you're just gonna go to him?
His word said no, but his kiss said yes.
I know if I go there, he won't be able to reject me. Excuse me, what?
That's the defense invoked by date rapists.
If Carrie talks with Aiden through the computer, he's gonna say no. But if she is there, if he actually sees her, then his true emotions will guide him and he will not be able to reject her. Carrie is a very healthy individual. She's a helpful person. Instead of recognizing that you shouldn't cross boundaries or that someone has difficulties keeping their boundaries, you should help them cross it. Miranda is skeptical, but Carrie is already out the door. She knows that Aiden still feels it. Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. It is clear that Carrie is focusing on him potentially still having feelings for her rather than what he is actually telling her. She fails to realize, though, that is exactly what I might even say abusive people do, toxic people do, when they play on your emotions because they know they can. If you express to them that you actually don't want to do this, but you show that you're struggling with your emotions, they're not going to be like, look, let me respect their wishes, let me respect their boundaries. I mean, I've heard them before. Let's give them time, for example, right? Carrie could say she would give Aiden time in some way. No, these kind of people, and in this case, Carrie, focuses on the weakness. She focuses on his emotions being a weakness that could let her get in, that would let her get closer. Now, here's the thing. You can say that she is selfish, she just wants what she wants, but on the other hand, I see that Carrie truly believes that. Carrie believes that the two of them should be together because how Carrie is seeing the situation and how everything went down is that it was her fault, right? She wasn't thinking straight. She got manipulated or played by Big. And at the end of the day, if she did the right thing, the two of them would still be together. Yes, Aiden has some doubts, but it's because he thinks that she would do something like that to him again. But she knows that she wouldn't. She knows that he can't trust her. So now she just needs to, speed the process up. So despite Carrie thinking and seeing how she's helpful, and she's just helping Aiden to see better, to see how they should be together, it's not. At the end of the day, it's crossing Aiden's boundaries, and it is also using Aiden's emotions and Aiden's own confusion of what he feels towards Carrie to make it even more difficult for him to say no. And however you want to put it and understand it, there's one thing that is clear as fuck. Carrie's actions are red flag. I don't know. Just imagine you having a moment of weakness with your emotions and people or the other person literally just using that to their advantage, using that to convince you to be with them again. Does that really say that that person cares about you? Does that really say that they actually changed and they respect you and they want you as a partner? The fuck it does. You could even say that Carrie is basically focused on her personal redemption, let's say, right? For her to prove herself that she can be good and what she did to Aiden wouldn't haunt her anymore, rather than wanting for the two of them to recover, let's say, and get back together. Carrie is standing in front of Aiden's apartment and she's throwing pebbles at the window. And she also reflects, this would be such a romantic gesture if I was a man, but because I'm a woman, people will think I'm crazy. Now, I was a little bit like, Biz, you did not just try to do that. The writers, I mean. The show in general. Carrie wants to create this idea that her actions are only considered wrong because she is a woman. She goes into this man versus woman type of thing, which, often works. As soon as you put the two against one another, people are like, holding on to it. I myself might do things like that. Not might, probably did things like that. But at the end of the day, it's not about if a man does that or a woman does that. It's about what is actually happening. It's another way of manipulating someone. It's another way of playing on you see, I did also this for you. I care so much for you. No, Biz, you just came unannounced to my door. That's it. If you were so into me, then you would respect me. You would try to maybe talk with me, maybe see how we can easily develop and see if we are okay with one another. You wouldn't just do these things where you would make me feel a certain way so I could say yes again. It's bullshit. And it feels that Carrie often is presented as someone who everything she does would be okay if she was a man, but just because she's a woman, now things are different. If you think about it, also the whole cheating thing, right? It might be that the show is actually provoking this idea of how, when a man cheats, then we are more acceptable to forgive, I guess, or at least movies and TV shows show it how then the man regrets it and he realizes that he really loved his partner and blah, 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 right? And he does a grand gesture and then everything is okay, I guess. But then when Carrie does it, like we're all looking at it and thinking, oh my God, this is so wrong and so on. Someone could actually say, no, she's doing exactly what men would do and men get a pass. So maybe not even intentionally, the show is showing the potential hypocrisy that we have, that we hold when it comes to cheating. And hopefully, by this day and age, we all understand that it's fucked up no matter who does it. It ain't right. Period. I will say, though, it is also a clever way how Carrie, the character of Carrie, might be manipulating us, the audience, the viewers. Because when she says things like, oh, if men would do this, how many of us are looking at it and say, oh yeah, that's true? Best. She good. And just to be clear, my personal opinion, when it comes to grand gestures or surprises or things like that, yes, welcomed. When things are going well, right? Then it's just an extra thing that someone did and it's nice, right? But when it's used to overcome a fight, let's say, or influence the person in some way, then then that's exactly what you are doing. You are using this grand gesture to already position yourself as the good person, as someone who really loves that person. And that's all fine and okay, but it is a bit manipulative. Like, why can't you just have a normal conversation with that person and figure shit out? Why do you need to already create something that will make sure that from the get-go you are seen as, let's say, a good man or a good woman? When you do it, then it's just misleading. Carrie shares with Aiden that she believes that there's still something between the two of them. And Aiden doesn't really agree. Like, yes, it was nice seeing her again and going out together, but he wants to leave it at that.
Can I come up and talk to you for a few minutes?
I don't think that's a good idea.
Because of what might happen?
Carrie is persistent and she's trying all her tricks to get Aiden to let down his guards and let her in. Okay? Because she knows that's the right thing. People, I'm not making this shit up. It's the writers. And I genuinely hope no one ever experienced something like that in real life. And if you did, run, bitch, run. Oh, by the way, someone in the comments actually asked me, how do I feel about Carrie now? And if it wasn't clear so far, me no likey. Carrie in season 3 and now in season 4 is like, who the fuck is this? Now, there is one thing that I want to add here. You can be manipulative and you also can be manipulated, right? Just because Carrie is treating Aiden badly does not mean that Big is not treating Carrie badly. Both things can be true. She's being manipulated by Big and she is manipulating Aiden. I became so hungry. I made this banana bread. Very moist, very delicious. Aiden is struggling and honestly, it looks like he doesn't know how to tell her to piss off. But Carrie pleads her case. She gets it. She understands that Aiden is probably scared. He is scared that she would do that to him again. But this is different now. She is different. She wants to prove to Aiden that she is different. And she goes through her purse and she grabs... Listen to this, Mary. She grabs a pack of cigarettes.
Gone.
Excuse me, what? Excuse me, what in the fuck is going on here? But let's go step by step. Step number 1. What the hell is with this? Trust me because I know I've changed. So you should give me that trust. You might have changed, but that doesn't mean that I need to automatically trust you. Especially if you broke that trust in the past. You need to show me, okay? On a regular basis, consistency, that I can actually trust you again. Carrie being like, trust me, I've changed, this is different, is idiotic. Honestly, it's very stupid. Then, like I said before, if Carrie would actually change, right? If she's really a different person, she wouldn't do what she did. And if we say that, she's focused on actions by Aiden, right? Rather than what he is saying. Well, if Aiden would be focused on Carrie's actions rather than what she's saying, then her actions are showing that she hasn't changed. I mean, especially with the gesture with the cigarettes, it's almost like it's actually in a very smart way showing the whole cycle, right? How they are back at the beginning and how Carrie is again trying to convince Aiden that she's a different person and that all of this is, she changed and she likes him and she's willing to do everything for him the same way she did the first time they met. Basically indicating that nothing actually changed. Carrie is still the same and Carrie is still focused on what she will get from it. Now, I want to say one thing. Despite Carrie pissing us off left and right, I really I started to appreciate her being shown this way. The protagonist being the one who does all of these things. She's actually showing you how it is not okay. How it's not that she changed. How it's not about how much this person loves you and so on. But it's actually all driven from a very selfish point. I wonder if Carrie wasn't the one who was showing this, if we would actually see it as being wrong. Right? I don't know, it's just something that I started noticing lately when I'm analyzing this show. It's almost a clever way to really see how fucked up these things are. She goes on a rant about how she's done with all the bad habits because she misses him. And not only because he looks so good, and he does, he should know that, but also because she lays late at night in her bed and she misses him.
Think about us, and I think about you holding me, and
You broke my heart!
I have to say that it felt a bit weird how the actor decided to shout this confession. It wasn't giving. It was dying. Carrie is shook. She did not expect Aiden to say that. And she feels so hurt by it and so surprised by it that she just turns around and runs away. It didn't work. She couldn't convince Aiden to get back with her. Or did it? Carrie is lying in her bed and she feels bad about everything that happened. But what's that? What does she hear? Pebbles on a window? Aiden is standing in front of her apartment. They're looking at each other and there are no words needed. They just run Carrie towards the door and Aiden into the building. They make sweet, sweet, passionate love. And I guess they are back together. Are they though? The deed is done. And Aiden is getting dressed. Honestly, Aiden seems like he's not a bit reluctant. He's not the happiest what went down. Clearly, it's not what you wanted, okay? You've been manipulated in doing what you did. That's how I see it.
You want to do this to make up for the past? I'm fine now.
And no, that's not what Carrie wanted. Carrie, she loves him. Sure, Carrie, I doubt that. I think you are in love. I mean, the character is in love in how the relationship with Aiden made her feel, rather than who Aiden is. Okay. Carrie wishes that she could be his girlfriend again. And Aiden kisses her on the forehead and says that he needs to think about it. So will the two lost souls come back together and we will finally see a happy ending for Miss Carrie Bradshaw? Of course not. But whose fault is gonna be this time? Carrie or the new Aiden? We still have to get to know who the new version of Aiden actually is. Aiden and Miss Carrie Bradshaw started their relationship again. And they started it with a little bit of push from Carrie's side. Okay, maybe Aiden wasn't so convinced. Maybe Aiden actually wanted to let go. But Carrie knew what is his real desire.
his word said no, but his kiss said yes.
And as they are making love in the morning, the bitch just called in.
Hey kid, what's shaking? I'm back in town. Call me, baby.
Mary, can you imagine? Obviously, I would expect that Aiden would be like, what the F? Maybe roll off Carrie. But I guess it's a shame to waste a release.
We just kept making love.
He could keep going after that.
That would not be me. Maybe it would be me for a moment, but then I'd be like, what? I came into a relationship back with you because you promised me that that was a mistake, but this bitch is calling you to hang out together, baby, because I'm in town. Excuse me, what? Didn't you cut her off or cut him off out of your life the second it destroyed this relationship? I mean, the audacity. Other people are better than me, okay? And they're more diplomatic. Samantha is shook it also. She's like, really? He just continued? Though she's impressed by it, you know? It's that commitment to a good orgasm. And not only did Aiden achieve his finish, Carrie did it also. And according to her,
I had to. And I haven't worked that hard at anything since my SATs.
the worst thing about it all is that after they did it, they didn't even talk about it. They just went to sleep.
And when I woke up, Aiden was on the other side of the bed.
Charlotte is trying to see it a little bit more positive. You know, this is kind of new Aiden, so maybe new Aiden just sleeps differently. But Carrie is not falling for it because they always slept very close to one another. And she always had this special place in his nook, you know? The whole thing just sucks. Even if Aiden was ready to forgive Carrie and start this thing again, what, now every time a phone is gonna ring, what if he's just gonna think that it's big again, waiting for the affair number 2? It's clear she's gonna have to talk about it. Ugh.
No one wants to hear about their lovers' past lovers. What happened was in the past, leave it there.
Samantha is not on board with this whole talking to Aiden about big. Look, I get it. talking about your ex could be uncomfortable for some people. They just don't want to hear about it for whatever reason. And okay, that can be a choice, I guess. Here's the thing though, people. Big is not just an ex. Big is the ex. Big is the ex that made this relationship or what played a part in this relationship falling apart, okay? So as much as Samantha, some might say, can be right, I guess, not in this case. I mean, this is serious, people. I honestly do not understand. First of all, when the phone rang and then Aiden just pretended like there's nothing, the first thing is that it might be his ego. It might be the fact that if he now addresses that he's bothered by Big calling in, it will make him look weak. Not so much make him look weak, but he himself is gonna feel weak. Almost like letting Big interfere in his relationship with Carrie again. That could be a reason, I guess. Though in that case, I don't know how long can it last because we are human. Unless you are a sociopath. By the way, I have no idea if sociopath is the right reference. The second thing could be that he is just a bit avoidant. We did see Aiden also when they were together the first time, that he tends to wait for Carrie to apologize even though he's been hurt and then just continues, right? Or let's say there was a mix. He did it and didn't do it. But we could say that there is a part of him that sometimes just likes to avoid things. So right now, that could also be the thing, right? He is avoiding talking to Carrie about what just happened. Maybe he is struggling and trying to figure out how to accept that Big maybe just called without Carrie knowing, because he does want to believe that Carrie is different and she changed and she regrets what she did. So he doesn't want to address it. He just wants to ignore it and it will pass type of thing. But that's the thing with these things. It never passes. It does not even, Mary, even when you think it's gonna pass, it's not a big deal. Oh, just wait for another little thing, okay? For someone leaving, I don't know what. And boom, that problem comes out again. It's better to address it head on. That's the thing, right? If Aiden would really forgive Carrie for what she did, let's say, or understood that that was a mistake, why would he have a problem to address it? If he was actually open with her, being ready to create this partnership, why would he not want to address it? Like I would. If I was in his position, I would have no problem by saying, look, that made me feel a little bit uncomfortable. Because if we're trying to build this again together, I also need to understand what kind of relationship do you have right now with this same person? And how does that make me feel about it? Huh? When it comes to Carrie, though, I think it makes and it doesn't make sense that she is also kind of ignoring having a conversation with Aiden, at least right now, right? Here's the thing. If you are the one who, I'm thinking, if you're the one who betrayed another person, who cheated, you do want to kind of forget that, right? Just move on like nothing ever happened, because you are almost relying on yourself that you will never do that again. And it's basically you with yourself, right? So for Carrie, if Aiden does not want to address it, why would she want to really address it? Like, I don't want to talk about it. Let's just move on. But the problem is that Aiden, on the other hand, he needs to not only build that trust with Carrie again, it's also build that trust with himself. So while Carrie has just, okay, I need to trust myself that I'm not going to do that. And that's almost an easy thing to do because I did the wrong action, right? Aiden, on the other hand, needs to deal with, I need to trust Carrie that she won't do that to me again. But also, I need to trust myself that I will recognize if she's doing that to me again, if she is hurting me again. That's why this coming back together after betrayal, it's so much more difficult for the person that experienced betrayal, because they almost have, at least from my understanding, then let me know if I'm missing something, like they almost have two layers that they need to work on. Layer which is trust with the other person, and then the trust within themselves, which is much harder when you need to trust that you will recognize if someone is hurting versus Carrie, where she needs to trust herself that she will not hurt again. I think the Carrie version is a little bit more easier. Or am I wrong? What do you think? Now, despite me understanding why Carrie is a little bit more reluctant to actually bring out the topic, there is also this need to understand that Aiden might need this conversation, and you as a partner should support that. You should recognize when your partner is clearly suffering and maybe avoiding a difficult topic, and help him have that conversation. This could also be a very good way of Carrie showing to Aiden that she is really into this relationship for the two of them. If she would say, I want to talk about the situation that happened with Big because I do want you to trust me and understand, or I do want to show you that he does not have an impact in my life, despite this call happening. With her not bringing it up also feeds into him not trusting her, right? Does that make sense? Like, if I'm struggling, you're promising me that you are different, but you are also ignoring the fact that this person contacted you again in front of me. Like, that's not good. I would not take that as a good thing. Maybe I would even expect for you to address it. Why do I need to address it? Another morning and another distance between the two of them. Carrie wakes up and she is not the happiest about it, but she does not want to read into it too much. So she kind of smooches close to Aiden. She tries to get into this nook, but Aiden needs to go to the gym. Carrie, though, suggests that he can stay in a little bit longer, right? He doesn't need to go to the gym. And I'm gonna roll the clip and then we're gonna talk about it.
Do you want me to get all soft again?
I liked you all soft.
I didn't.
Oh, softness is a metaphor. The same way as the bed is a metaphor. Let me break it down. You see, the bed that the two of them are sleeping on is now hugely and a bit disturbingly big. I don't remember Carrie having this big of a bed. So I'm thinking they made it extra big just to get this point across. Clearly being a metaphor. Or I'm reading too much into it, but that's what I do, and that's why you're here, right? Yes, so you don't feel crazy and alone. I get it. Or that's what I like to believe to comfort myself. This whole scene, to me, talks about the emotional closeness or distance, in this case, that Carrie and Aiden are actually experiencing. I mean, clearly, if they can't even address Big calling in, despite this being a big part of them coming back together, it shows that they are not really open and vulnerable with one another. They don't feel comfortable in doing that yet. Them coming together, it's almost like this surface level, oh, we love each other and that was a mistake, right? So let's try this again, rather than actually the two of them coming really together as partners, as being vulnerable with one another. But here's the thing. It seems that Aiden might not want to be emotionally vulnerable with Carrie, which honestly, I think it's a very normal reaction to a betrayal, right? You're probably re-entering the relationship with a little bit of a, maybe some binoculars. You want to be a little bit careful. You still want to rebuild that trust. And to me, this talk about softness actually exposes that. You see, when Aiden says, oh, you want me to be as soft as I used to be, and Carrie says, yes, I liked you soft, it could actually reference to him being vulnerable and open with Carrie, emotionally connected with Carrie, which is something that Carrie appreciated, but Aiden doesn't feel comfortable in doing that anymore. What do you think about this analysis? Was it very clear and I didn't do anything major here? Well, that's also possible. Aiden goes to shower, and when he's finished, there's a knock on the bathroom door. Carrie brought him fresh orange juice. The lady went down across the street or down the street to a Korean restaurant to bring this healthy breakfast, have breakfast to Aiden. She is really getting into that, let me show you how good of a girlfriend I am. But we'll get to that. So they are getting ready in the bathroom, and Carrie actually asks him to help her with her nicotine patch. And this is where I'm like, Carrie, zip it, shut up. So as they are putting this nicotine patch on her, she is fishing for Aiden to acknowledge how good she has become with this habit.
Notice how much better I'm doing this time? No cheating. I think I finally kicked that bad habit. Now I'm practically perfect, don't you think?
Not the time, Carrie. Not the time, not the place. Now, of course, this is writing and script and so on, but I could see how this can also happen in real life. When you're desperate for someone to acknowledge that you are good, when you yourself feel guilty about something that you did to them already, right? Aiden doesn't really seem to give her really that acknowledgement. He's more like, like he is clearly pissed. And when he puts the nicotine patch on her shoulder, he kind of hits it a little bit too harsh.
Ow, ow. Well, that kind of hurt.
That 100% was not okay. Okay, let me just get that out of the way. The way he kind of bumped Carrie. I mean, if you're angry, if you want to talk about something, talk about something. Do not get abusive or aggressive in this case. It ain't it. Carrie also calls him out on it. And Aiden is deflecting. He's like, no, I just wanted to make sure that it's good and tight on there, while clearly being upset. Carrie now wants to talk to him about it. She actually wants to address what happened the other day.
About the other night.
Which, yes, good. Good job, Carrie. Bring it forward. Talk about it. Clearly, things are not going well. But Aiden is more focused on the spoiled milk that was left in the fridge.
What the fuck? This goddamn milk is bad. You just fucking let it sit in there?
Unless it's like green stuff in it, that could literally happen that morning. So to me, it almost felt like Aiden wanted to put down Carrie because she was so happy about the fact that she is, being good with this non-smoking habit. It's like he wants to tell her, no, you are not that good. Maybe you quit smoking, but look at your other bad habits. So this to me just confirms that Aiden is probably pissed at Carrie in some way, but because he himself doesn't really know how to address it, it manifests in this almost like erratic behavior, a bit aggressive. It's total difference for how Aiden kind of was in the past, let's say. While Carrie, on the other side, she is desperate to get that reassurance that Aiden sees that she is being better. Maybe she wants that confirmation for herself, but also for Aiden, right? Look, I am different and you can trust me. But Aiden is not ready to do that. Now, what happens next? It's interesting, but also pretty normal.
Look, it's not you. I'm just a little pissed off because of work. I gotta strip these pieces all weekend. The chemicals are toxic. I can't get anybody to watch Pete.
If he is struggling between giving this relationship a chance and potential, underlying feelings or discomfort about the betrayal, in this moment, he might almost feel like, I'm being an asshole, right? It's not okay that I'm flipping out on her like this. Like, if I don't even know what is bothering me and I don't want to express it, I'm just being rude and this is not okay. And he then redirects that focus on work, right? That's what's creating stress. It almost makes him feel guilty that he is lashing out on Carrie, not realizing that he's doing that because he is struggling with being vulnerable, and it makes him mad that he cannot really address things with her. He doesn't feel confident in addressing things with her, not realizing that that is because he doesn't feel comfortable to be vulnerable with Carrie, and he rather blames it on an external thing, right? Addressing that something bothers you means that you are vulnerable, right? And sometimes we tend to grasp on this, or we tend to hold on this ego thing. This, nothing bothers me. I'm not hurt. So to compensate for that feeling, then you just say, oh, I'm just being an asshole because, it's stress, it's work, and so on. It's more comfortable to blame it on the external things than to actually show that some things are not okay with you or that hurt you. Does that make sense? There is another thing that could be playing a part in how Aiden is dealing with this. You see, Aiden, since we've known him, did come off as someone who is almost portraying or trying to be a good guy, a nice guy, and almost playing a role of that rather to actually understand what that is. I'm not going to go too deep into it. You can watch my other videos on Aiden and Carrie. So in a way, maybe he does not want to express himself because he does also want to withhold an image of being a forgiving and supportive partner. If he would say that he is bothered by Big calling him, that in his mind, potentially, could crumble. Because if I show that I'm bothered by something, then how can I also be forgiving partner and supportive partner? That's something that could very well be happening in situation or when someone is in the situation like Aiden is. You almost are choosing to preserve that I'm a good partner and I forgave you rather than expressing that, look, I'm still hurting and I do not know really how to forgive you.
I'll watch Pete.
Come on, dog walking's not your favorite thing to do, Carrie.
You love Pete, I love Pete. That's just the kind of girlfriend I am.
She will do anything needed for her to be a good girlfriend, for her to prove to Aiden that she is a good girlfriend. She will even take Pete on. Now, here's the thing. In general, this is very welcome in a relationship, right? Support each other if you can. But it does become a little bit like, I don't know how healthy it is that Carrie is in this position where she will do anything to prove to Aiden that she's a good girlfriend, when the thing they should actually acknowledge is the actual betrayal and so on. I can see how Carrie is just trying to now compensate with other small things to really be there for Aiden and prove that she is a good girlfriend. Now, this can also turn into very toxic dynamics where Carrie always takes the position of trying to prove herself, while Aiden, or if this was another guy, could actually use this, would also use this to keep Carrie feeling small. He would never really show the appreciation for Carrie putting in the effort because that would also make Carrie feel more attached to him. He would have a greater control over Carrie wanting to please him, right? And you have guys like that out there. Also women, when they will never compliment you, they will never say anything because it serves them much more to make you feel that you are never good enough, that you always need to prove yourself. And Bess, I'm not pulling these things out of my ass. Best believe I was in a position like that. And it is very, very damaging. I'm not saying that this is what's happening between Aiden and Carrie necessarily, but, pay attention to those things if you find yourself in that position. It ain't good. She also invites him to a nice dinner, her treat. But Aiden actually can't do it this evening because he has a boys' night out. Now, Carrie wants to understand if this is like a boys' night out or if she can also join.
Can girlfriends crash?
You can come, don't come, whatever. Do what you like.
And Carrie takes that as okay, I'm not going to come. You just have your night with the boys. Now, I want to also add here, although I'm adding so many things, I'm sorry this episode was filled with things to talk about. But when it comes to Aiden not being sure what to do in this situation with Carrie, I think this is another way of how he is struggling with being a good boyfriend or a bad boyfriend. The reality might be that Aiden does not want Carrie there. Aiden might need some time for himself, some time away from Carrie, but because he's trying to preserve this good boyfriend image, he also feels bad about needing that. On the other hand, he might be also struggling with this dilemma between I'm mad at you. I don't know how to actually forgive you, but I also want you. Like, I want to be with you. So he's like, oh, he doesn't really know where to decide. Meaning the man needs to journal, okay? Pick up some nice notebook, pick up some pen, and just journal about what are you feeling and how do you want to move forward. Show up for yourself, okay? That's the thing number one. Ring, ring, saved by the bell. It's Miranda, and she is dealing with a little bit of a pickle. She pulled out her neck and she is naked in the bathroom, which is something she didn't tell to Carrie, and she's calling Carrie to help her. Carrie cannot do it because suddenly, which is actually growth, Carrie is responsible and she has this huge meeting she cannot cancel right now. It's too late to cancel it. But Aiden, as a good boyfriend, offers to help. Again, this proves that there is a part of him where he genuinely wants to support Carrie and loves her, right?
I'll go check on Miranda for you.
You would?
Sure.
Now, this is something that I want to hear your thoughts about it. How do you feel about the whole situation of Carrie sending Aiden to help Miranda? I try to understand a little bit on Reddit, actually, reading through what people think about the situation. And there are different opinions, I guess. One of them is that Miranda herself is a little bit the Lulu, calling Carrie to help her when her neck is pulled out. They were like, how can she call Carrie when Carrie is much smaller and could not lift Miranda up? And I'm like, Biz, which episode did you watch? Miranda first made the call and then she fell on the ground. So that's one opinion. The second one was the horror or the audacity of Carrie sending Aiden to help Miranda. And I don't know. I'm not so upset about it. She did not know that Miranda is naked in the bathroom. She did not know that Miranda actually fell on the floor. So her sending Aiden was just a responsible thing, I guess. Like, Aiden knows Miranda. I don't know. I wasn't that mad about it. But let me know in the comments below how you feel. And if you are mad at Carrie about that, let me know also why. I want to understand. Okay? Okay. Oh, for those of you who don't know, Aiden goes to Miranda. And as I mentioned, Miranda actually fell on the bathroom floor. She's butt naked. And Aiden comes in and, he needs to help her while she is naked. He is very gentlemanlike, but Miranda feels mortified. But we'll come to the consequences later. It is guys' night for Aiden. And somehow Carrie decided to pop by and just thank Aiden for being such a great boyfriend and helping her friend Miranda.
You're my hero.
And I'm like, Carrie, what? Yeah, this feels a little bit performative. And I'm going to explain why. Okay. Here's the thing. She knows that Aiden said that it's going to be a boys' night out, right? He was a little bit vague of should she come and not come. But if she accepted the fact that it's a guy's night out, why does she need to go there to thank him for helping Miranda? Carrie has one goal. She needs to prove herself that she is a good girlfriend. So I think in her mind, it's like, I will be seen as the best girlfriend if I literally go down to him and thank him for his help. What Carrie does not know, and what we know, because we are a little bit cuckoo, okay, and we get into things a little bit too much. On one hand, it could look like very, oh my God, so nice. But on the other hand, she's actually disturbing in a way. Aiden's me time, Aiden's private time. If he's hanging with the boys, it feels a little bit disturbing that Carrie needed to dress up, look hot, to come down and say thank you to him. I didn't find that as cute and good, though I can see how it can look like, let's say that Aiden would do that. Maybe people would be like, oh my God, Aiden is such a nice guy. Look, he wanted to stop by to say, okay. But on the other hand, why do you need to go out of your way to meet your person when they're hanging out with other people to say thank you about something, if it's not performative? Or am I wrong? I could be wrong, though I doubt it. But here's the thing, people. Things are about to go sus. There is no guys' night. What Carrie sees when she enters the restaurant is Aiden sitting alone by the bar drinking. And there is a beautiful bartender, a woman who is keeping company to Aiden.
I'm back. Where were we?
I was up to 3 peanuts.
Oh, you think you're such hot stuff, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Now, the attitude is a little bit sus. The attitude these two have is a bit flirtatious. But Carrie doesn't really read into it, okay? She's more interested in where are the guys, right? Wasn't this supposed to be a guys' night out? And Aiden explains to her that the guys actually canceled on him. So he decided to go to the bar, the bar him and Steve have, hang out with his buddy Steve. Steve is not there right now because he went out to pick up burritos. So him and Shaya something, they're looking after the joint for Steve. While being very flirtatious with one another in front of Carrie. Not that that matters. Let me tell you one thing. There is no such thing of, if my man or if my person is not there, I can flirt. But if they are there, then I'm not going to flirt. No. I do not sign under that at all. Because it's clear that you're just doing something to please me rather than respecting the relationship as a whole. Like, Biz, I'm going to tell you, I've heard people say those things, like acting certain way with the guy. And then I would be like, would you do that same thing if your man was there? And it's like, I ask the question of the millennials. It's like they never thought about it. Like, it's insane. So, okay, him flirting with this bartender in general is wrong, but in front of Carrie, that's another layer to it. Now, here's the thing. I believe Aiden. I believe that the guys canceled and he decided to go to the bar, hang out with Steve, and there's this bartender, they hang out together and so on. Like, I believe it. What I would be pissed about or worried about or a little bit sus about if I was Carrie was the fact that I invited you to have dinner together. And even though your guys canceled and you technically didn't have anything to do, that's why you went hang out with Steve, you still didn't call me to check if I'm available and we can hang out together. Like, that to me would be a little bit of a sign that things are not okay. There is something fishy here and we need to address it. From that perspective, I would say that for Carrie, this situation is extremely, extremely challenging. Like, imagine your man who you feel that something is not right is blowing you off, right? Even though he could call you. And then he is being so friendly and flirtatious with another woman in front of you.
You got us a nice guy here.
Oh, shucks, man.
Mm-hmm. So how was Miranda?
And let me tell you, the vibe that Aiden has is when he's talking with Carrie, he has this almost like being a little bit annoyed type of feeling. Like he doesn't seem like extra happy for her to be there or how you would expect Aiden to act. You know, the previous Aiden, the Aiden in love. While when he's talking with this waitress, he's all smiley and, like I said, flirtatious. So it's clear the vibe that this is creating. If I was Carrie, I would lose it. I would not lose it in front of him, probably. But I would most definitely be like, what the fuck? Let's talk about it. Like, I would put him aside and I would be like, what the hell is happening? And here's the thing. Carrie actually does that. She asks the bartender if she can give them some time, right? A minute. And she asks Aiden what is going on. But Aiden, as so far, is just deflecting.
What is going on?
What's up?
You tell me.
Avoidance. And Carrie also plays into it. Carrie has, to me personally, the attitude of, okay, you do your thing. I get it. You're not really ready to talk about it. I'm going to let you hear. I'm not going to read into it. I'm not going to voice my opinions about how I feel about this whole situation. And I'm just going to leave.
It's nice to meet you, Shayna.
Oh, yeah.
I'll see you later.
And I think that is because both of them are not actually comfortable of being vulnerable with one another. The same way Aiden might not want to express his feelings about the betrayal. Also, Carrie might feel the same way. Instead of telling to Aiden that she doesn't feel comfortable about this and if they could talk about it, she rather puts in this image of a good girlfriend, I'm not going to react. And she actually also invites him to come to her because she's not working the next day. But when it's 3 a.m. in the morning and Aiden is still not there, it is clear to Carrie she is really being punished for her mistake. And this is where I say things can get very dangerous when you did something to this other person, but now this other person is using that thing to treat you badly, and you almost feel like you deserved it. Okay? This is a territory that we should not go into. If you decide to be with someone, for example, if Aiden decided to forgive Carrie or to try to forgive Carrie and get together with her and try this relationship again, he shouldn't come into it with a sense of resentment and closeness and not talking about it, but he should be even more open to actually expressing himself to understand how to move forward. Unfortunately, how Aiden is acting, it almost seems like he feels he can act that way because Carrie did something to him, right? Because he is mad at Carrie. And Carrie, on the other hand, because she feels guilt, she almost allows it to happen. She neglects that Aiden is not being a good boyfriend in this case, that he is being a douche because she herself feels like she deserves it. And that can get very dangerous, very toxic, very abusive, real fast. If you're not ready to actually treat each other good despite what happened, don't do it. Don't get into it, okay? If you're not ready to address your feelings, if you're not ready to actually forgive the other person, do not do it, because not only are you hurting yourself, but you're also hurting the other person. Because that's the thing. Aiden is clearly pushing himself to be good with Carrie, even though he's not really ready to. And it's not surprising because the way they started this relationship again is Carrie pushing him into it. He agreed to it because, like we talked about last time, he has some unresolved feelings, but now he's actually struggling with that. He might be even mad at himself that he is back with Carrie, that he allowed himself to get back in this relationship, while still also trying to understand why does he still have feelings for Carrie and if he should give this another try. And because it's clear that he's confused about this situation, he should not get back with Carrie. By the way, how would you act if you were Carrie and you would see your man like that? Don't worry, the comment section is a safe space. Just let us know how you truly feel about it. It is the next day, and Carrie actually stops by Miranda because she wants to check up on her. Now, people, when I saw this scene, I was like, wait a second. Is this the first time that Carrie is stopping by Miranda? Like, did she prioritize going to say thank you to Aiden rather than going and check up on Miranda? Like, that also shows you that what her focus is, how she is a good girlfriend, right? Being performative. She actually also brings some bagels for Miranda. And when she starts talking about how Aiden didn't show up, Miranda loses it. And then that's when I knew that, okay, I read this right.
You are bullshit. You and your bullshit cheer me up bagels. They're just a decoy so you could talk about Aiden. Look, he didn't even bring cream cheese.
You see, Miranda totally rightfully clocks Carrie how this visit of her is total bullshit. Like, did she come to visit because she's actually worried how Miranda is, or did she just come because she wants to talk about her problems with Aiden? And let me tell you, I was mad at Carrie. I was like, Biz, did you really do that? And I loved Miranda for calling her out. Carrie, do not try to position yourself as this great friend when it's clear that you came here just to talk about Aiden. The thing is also that Miranda is kind of pissed that Carrie sent her boyfriend to help Miranda.
Aiden's better in a crisis than I am.
He saw me naked.
And again, this refers to before. I don't know how I feel about this. Now they kind of make up. Carrie promises that she will never send a boyfriend to do her work.
If I still even have a boyfriend.
People, if you have any doubts about Carrie making it about herself as fast as possible, oh, we are not watching the same show. She knows how to bring it back to her. She's also the main character, so. She shares with Miranda what happened at the bar, and she also says that she's actually suspicious that Aiden might be having an affair with this lady, which is very strange for me, that she is saying it this nonchalant. But again, I think it maybe ties into how she feels guilty, and it's almost like tick for tack type of thing. I have no idea if that's the expression, but that's what felt right. Which I don't think it's healthy for a relationship. Now, Miranda is pretty convinced that just because she cheated on Aiden, it does not mean that Aiden is gonna cheat on Carrie.
He's not having an affair. Aiden isn't like that. He's a good guy.
Yeah. He's the good guy and I'm the bad guy, and the bad guy just has to take it, right?
Now, this makes Carrie feel even worse because there's another reminder how Carrie is a bad girlfriend, right? Carrie is the bad person and Aiden is so perfect, so now she just needs to take it, right? She's the bad guy, so she needs to just be quiet and take whatever Aiden does. And I think this was a very good observation from Carrie and very valid point about this expectation that just because you hurt one person, that now it is okay for that person to hurt you, right? I don't really agree that that's fair, especially in the case between Carrie and Aiden. So it's good that Carrie is kind of recognizing that. Like I said before, the actual good thing would be for the two of them to sit down, to talk about it, and figure out how to move forward. But right now, neither of them feels open and trusting enough to be vulnerable with one another. Carrie feels like she just wants to move on like nothing ever happened, while Aiden seems like he doesn't really know what he wants. And they're just stuck in this situation. Now, it is, I guess, the next day, and Carrie is taking care of Pete. She's actually taking him for a walk and she's hanging with Samantha. Pete has a bit of a problem, okay? Pete has, it seems like, diarrhea, and that's too much for Lil Miss Carrie. Well, not so much for her. For Samantha, for sure. Like, she is not gonna stay here and deal with this shit. She's out.
Oh, he must be sick or something.
Honey, I love you, but this is not my scene. I'll call you.
But before she goes, she also challenges Carrie a little bit. She asks her why she's taking care of Pete. She knows that Carrie doesn't like to do that. And when Carrie explains that she's trying to prove that she's a good girlfriend and she's being supportive, Samantha asks her how long is she gonna keep punishing herself for what happened. Carrie, though, has a clear goal.
Until I'm back in the nook.
She's gonna do whatever it takes, and she's gonna accept whatever it takes for the two of them to be good again. Now, because Pete is sick, Carrie takes a cab, and when she arrives at Aiden's place, she is in for a treat. You see, Aiden is sitting outside and he has coffee with the bartender and they're all giggly and fun. It's clear that he's been working, but it's also a little bit sus. Why is she there and kind of bringing him coffee and they have a break together? She gives Pete to him and she walks away. Aiden runs after her and she basically calls him out on what is this shit, right?
She just happened to be there with coffee. I diapered your dog.
Keep your voice down.
And I was a little bit put back. Now, I can understand that Carrie was getting really upset and she was being a little bit irrational. But I also can understand where was she coming from. What I don't understand is Aiden being like, keep your voice down. I did not like that at all. And I think that, again, this poking out his resentment and his annoyance with Carrie. He does not seem to have any tolerance for her. She asks him, what is he doing? And Aiden is like, nothing. We are just on a break. We're just friends. And Carrie says, well, you should just F her so we can both be bad people. And she goes into the cab and kind of...
We're friends.
Well, why don't you just fuck her? Then we can both be bad.
And I think that's not appropriate from Carrie's side. I think, again, this is because they never have a talk about the situation. These outbursts just pop out when it's the least appropriate. When it comes to Aiden, I think that he is using Shea, his friend, on purpose to make Carrie feel like now she is the one who needs to be worried what Aiden would do. Almost like, oh yeah, Big is gonna call you like at your home and you will not even address it. We're not gonna talk about it, though he's also the one who's avoiding it. But I explained how I would see it even more fair if Carrie was the one who brought it up. So maybe Aiden is almost like, okay, I'm also gonna have friends that you're gonna be jealous about. Again, we need to kind of forget that these are both adults, almost 40, but you never know, okay? We have some man-childs and women-childs out there. She is back at home, but Aiden is also there. He knocks on the door and he tells her that nothing happened with Shea.
I thought about it.
Carrie invites him to come in so they can talk about things, but he feels too mad to step into the apartment.
I hate that he calls here.
Carrie is trying to be reassuring that that doesn't mean anything, that she is not gonna betray him again or get with Big again.
You have to know that, right?
She has this attitude of Aiden needs to trust her and Aiden needs to believe her, which I think it's a wrong approach. How she should approach it is, how would you trust me? How would you believe? How can we both work together? Meaning we both are feeling comfortable with moving forward, not her just always pleasing and so on. And then go from there, rather than just her asking him to trust her. And this is where Aiden finally expresses what would help him. What would help him be more comfortable and trusting her more in this relationship.
I don't want you to see him ever again.
Can't do that.
Without a skipped beat, Carrie says, I can't do that. What? Oh, okay. I'm gonna calm down. I'm gonna take a deep breath. What do you mean? What do you mean I can't do that? This was ridiculous. Now, I can understand that maybe the writers and the show wanted to show how, this independent type stand for yourself woman moment where despite her wanting to be with Aiden, it doesn't mean that he's going to dictate her life and he's going to control who she can hang out and hang not with. I can understand that that's what they wanted to do, but bitch, it ain't it. It ain't it in this freaking situation. No, I don't see it. If you see it, let me know in the comments below. But what do you mean? You have a problem cutting out the person who literally destroyed the relationship with the person you're trying to have that relationship again. Like, she knows everything she went through with Big. And Big was the reason why she cheated on with Aiden. Big is the reason why Aiden feels so distrustful of her. And yet she cannot cut this man out. Oh, for the love of God. It is ridiculous. There is, I should trust you. And there is, show me I can trust you. If the person is literally interfering of the well-being of our relationship, then I do not understand how you cannot cut this person out. Big is clearly liability, or how you say, he is damaging to this relationship, the relationship that you want to try again because you missed him for so long, because you realize that he's actually the right person for you and that you want to give this a try because there's still something between the two of you. And yet, you cannot cut big off the person who is actually a threat to this. No, and no. Aiden should have said, thank you. With this, you are showing me how much you are actually prioritizing us being good and together and your relationship with Big, the person who played you so many times already. But okay, I digress. No, I'm not digress. It's literally the situation. But no, you see, Aiden, Aiden gets persuaded again. You see, Carrie starts telling him that
I hope that you can forgive me. You have to forgive me. You have to forgive me, Aiden. You have to forgive me. You have to forgive me.
She is crumbling under the pleading to forgive her. And if he actually wants this relationship to continue, he needs to forgive her. And this is the moment where you can see how Aiden again falls under the pressure of not hurting Carrie. You need to understand that he still has love for her. He is battling with trusting her, loving her, and on the other side, seeing red flags when it comes to Carrie. And in this moment when she is so desperate and pleading to forgive her, mind you, not desperate enough to actually cut things with Big, but okay, it's empowerment. Bullshit. He almost feels like he needs to comfort her. He needs to take away that pain that she feels because he's not able to forgive her, right? It's totally fucked up, but it can totally happen to someone who is struggling between loving this person and wanting to walk away, like standing by what he actually needs. He falls into pleasing what Carrie needs rather than understanding that what he needs was not met. There's even a moment when she says, you can't keep punishing me. And I'm like, Biz, what? You are punishing him. You are punishing him by having Big still a part of your life and saying how you cannot cut him, as though you are such friend. Like, even if you are such friend, I don't care. You cheated with Big on this man. But the thing is that you're not even that great friends, sweetie. The whole scene was insane. It was insane how Carrie demanded Aiden to forgive her. It wasn't even like, she started with, I hope you forgive me. And then it ended with, you have to forgive me. It's all about her. And I think this moment showed how Carrie has a certain leverage over Aiden, meaning because he loves her, he still loves her. She's using the fact that Aiden hates seeing her hurt to her benefit. Does that make sense? Carrie is having lunch with the ladies and she shares with them that her and Aiden exchanged the keys to the apartment. Oof! Charlotte is impressed. It's a big move.
You exchanged keys? That's big. Oh, no. That's the opposite of big.
What now? I guess Carrie can't live without comparing everything to Big. And the exchange of the keys actually turned out to be a great choice because when Carrie comes back home, Aiden is already there preparing dinner, fajitas. She is so excited that she immediately starts grouping him.
What you doing back there, Lady Bird?
She wants to get physical ASAP, and Carrie's wish is Aiden's command. I'm gonna be a little bit picky here. To me, it looked a little bit sus. You come home and you are so excited that your man is preparing you dinner that you immediately want to have sex with him. I don't know, it seems a little bit surface level, a little bit too physical rather than anything else. But now it's time for work. Carrie is behind her computer, writing for her column, and Aiden approaches her, gives her a little kiss. She's a little bit shy about the article, so she kind of puts her hands on the laptop and boom, the document crashes.
Oh my God.
This is serious, people, and Carrie is losing it. She is very, very stressed. And Aiden tries to help, as a supportive boyfriend. There's a little trick you do with the computer.
Breathe and reboot.
How many times did you do the reset button on your desktop, the box? Never. Honestly, I still do it today sometimes. It does hurt because I know it's not correct, but it is the fastest way. The computer shuts down. Aiden is a little bit shook. It usually works for his computer. Carrie is upset. She cannot believe it. And we all know what she's thinking. It's Aiden's fault, okay? That's how it is. When things go down, you have one mission and one focus only. You look for who's the guilty one. Is that just me? Oh well, I need to work on things.
Aiden, please just stop touching it. Stop it. Because you don't know what you're doing. Just stop.
Here's the thing. Obviously, Carrie is not handling this the best way, right? She's a little bit snappy towards Aiden. On the other hand, you can kind of understand it. Like, the bitch is stressed. But it does also show that Carrie doesn't really trust Aiden's help. Aiden actually being someone she would turn to when she is in need. It looks like she's more annoyed at Aiden trying to help her than anything else. And it does not stop there. You see, when they're at the place, to get her computer fixed, they're in the waiting room, and because she is obviously anxious and stressed, Aiden tries to give some relaxation time, I guess. He starts to massage her neck, and she is just annoyed. Like, this is not the time.
Can you please not do that?
And I'm gonna be honest, I was totally with Carrie. Look, I'm also the type of person, when I am stressed, the last thing, and let's say I don't really know how to calm down, the last thing I need is to have another thing that is, interfere or being almost an additional burden to what I'm already going through. How do you feel about this? Let me know. How would you react? Do you feel like, oh yeah, this is relaxing me? Or do you feel like I'm gonna cut your hands off? Aiden himself is not really happy about how Carrie is acting. And honestly, I don't like it. Like, I get how he's like, oh my God, she's rejecting everything I'm trying to do. But it's almost like he has one vision of how he should help Carrie, and he doesn't really put any effort to understand how could he help her. Like, he just goes into it. And then he's upset when that's not the help or the support that she actually needs. Now, Carrie also, instead of being rude, she could have said, babe, I'm so sorry. I know you're trying to help, but this is not helping. This is making me even more anxious or even more stressed. Like, that would also help. But maybe in that moment, you're just like fuming. It's their turn, and the service guy is kind of asking what happened. And this was such a funny scene, and also like, in a way, also very relatable. I am 100% sure that each and every one of us has found themselves in this position when you almost, you don't want to blame the other person, but you're also kind of like, but it is your fault.
It's mine, but then he did something to it. Tell him what you did to it.
Aiden says that, the Control-Delete thing usually works. It works for his computer. But the service guy is like, well, that works for PCs, not laptops.
You PC user? Yeah, you're not compatible.
I guess the writers are trying to tell us something. Carrie looks at Aiden with that typical, it's your fault. You know that. I'm telling you, I was cracking up this whole scene. Aiden is also trying to make a little bit of light of this situation because I guess that's his go-to, oh, don't worry type of thing. When you shouldn't have that approach when the other person is clearly worrying. Like, I don't know why do we think that if someone is stressed, what helps is to tell them, oh, don't be stressed. I know I shouldn't be stressed, but here I am, stressed. What helps, in my personal opinion, is to acknowledge that this person is stressed, is to acknowledge that, yes, this situation sucks, but let's think about what can we do about it, right? Don't try to convince me it's not a big deal because it clearly is. So let's stay in that zone. So when Aiden makes a little joke about the situation, Carrie is even more pissed.
Is this funny? Do you think that this is funny?
No, just trying to,
You are mortifying me.
Now, of course, she's taking it to the next level, but also it happens to the best of us. The guy asked Carrie when was the last time she backed up her work. And I'm not gonna lie, I felt called out, okay? I never back up my work, and it's gonna come after me one day. I know it, but we'll deal with it then. And Aiden is like, you don't back up your stuff? Oh, like Carrie is like, shut the fuck up. And I totally feel for her. I'm sorry, I'm laughing so much because this whole scene was so hilarious and, again, so relatable. They need to leave the computer there, right? It's going to take a couple of days for them to check it out and try to recover whatever was lost. Carrie calls Miranda to tell her about the situation, which, again, interesting, right? She calls her friend to talk about what just happened while her boyfriend is right there. That to me was a bit... Carrie doesn't really let Aiden to actually be there for her or to feel the trust or the confidence to lean into Aiden to lean to Aiden when she is in stress, let's say. Now Miranda obviously has the same question. Didn't she back up her stuff?
No one talks about backing up, but apparently everybody's secretly running home at night and backing up their work.
If you haven't watched the show, you should watch it for this episode only. Like, this was comedy gold. On the serious note, Miranda is actually at the hospital. Her mom had a heart attack and she had to rush there to Philadelphia. Now, the next morning, Carrie gets a call from Miranda and her mom actually passed away. Carrie is very upset. I mean, Carrie is clearly, sympathizing with Miranda. And as much as Miranda is saying that she's fine when Carrie asks her if she can help in some way, it is clear that Miranda is not fine. But she just doesn't know how to ask for help, or she does not know how to admit that she's not okay, right? Because she's clearly stressed while saying, I'm fine, I'm fine.
What can I do?
Nothing. I'm fine. I'll be fine.
In this moment, I'm gonna be honest, I was a little bit upset with Carrie because Carrie was like, oh, should I come? I can take the next train. And while Miranda was saying that she doesn't have to, while clearly she is not being fine, Carrie almost accepts it, right? Carrie is like, okay, well, let me know if you need something, which I would expect that she would immediately go and help Miranda or be there for Miranda. But I guess sometimes maybe we as people also take the easy way out. Instead of Carrie doing the hard part, she maybe feels uncomfortable in some way about doing that. And because Miranda offers her easy way out, Carrie is also like, okay, I'm not gonna come, right? I would expect her to pack her things and go to Miranda. Like, her mom passed, Miranda is alone there, and you still rather decide to stay at home and only go there when the funeral happens. To me, that was again a sign of how Carrie sometimes just fails as a friend, Like, this is such a clear opportunity for her to go there and help and be there for Miranda, and yet she doesn't do it. I don't know. How did you feel about this whole situation? And the thing is, it even progresses. So before getting to that, Aiden is actually with Carrie when she gets the news, and she tells Aiden about it, but then she goes to the bathroom, and we can see that Carrie wants to be left alone. And when Aiden even asks her when is the funeral, that he wants to go there, like go with her, Carrie lies. She says that she doesn't know. And we see that Carrie is actually really struggling to let Aiden close or to accept Aiden's support. It's almost like she needs to go to the bathroom where, as I talked into the substance, bathroom is usually this private place when you almost want to be alone, when you want to be just away from everyone else, and it's almost this vulnerable place. So we could say that Carrie in this moment feels very vulnerable and she wants to be alone in the bathroom, despite there being a person with whom she should, did I use whom correctly there? the person where she should get that comfort from when she is vulnerable. So it shows again that this relationship, it's not really where they think they are or where they kind of should be. If you compare it to the previous episodes, how Carrie wanted for the two of them together, how Aiden accepted that she cannot cut Big out. It is a little bit mismatched, let's say. But on the other hand, it almost shows the reality of it, because Carrie at the beginning was at this high of needing to prove herself to Aiden and get him back. But then when the reality kicks in, when he is actually there, she is not ready. She's not comfortable to also be there with him. Like, she wants to keep this at a surface level. In my opinion, again, because getting back with him was all about how she can feel better about it, not actually wanting a partnership with Aiden. But coming back to how she acts as a friend, so she meets with Samantha and Charlotte, and she is visibly distressed, right? Almost like this sick-looking makeup, and, she's going through it type of thing. And she tells Samantha and Charlotte about what happened, right? That Miranda's mom passed away. And tell me why suddenly Carrie is the victim here.
But I just kept saying all the wrong things, I think.
No.
To her.
No, I'm sure you didn't. Oh.
Thanks, I'm sorry.
Like, Carrie is the one that is so upset by this thing, and both Samantha and Charlotte just go to comfort Carrie, right? And I'm like, bitch, Miranda is the one that's suffering. And instead of going to her, now you're almost taking the spot of being the poor me. Like, I was so confused. Like, this did not sit well with me. She even says that she knows that Miranda is not okay and that she's just pretending to be okay, and how she's all alone there. And yet she doesn't go to visit Miranda. Like, I was so confused by this storyline and this. What? I genuinely don't understand what was the point of all of this. The only thing that I'm trying to kind of get out of it is that maybe they're trying to show how Carrie, her relationship with supporting, on one hand, receiving the support from Aiden, like true vulnerable emotional support, versus also giving that support. Maybe they're trying to show how Carrie actually struggles with both. I don't know. What do you think? Carrie is back at home, and Aiden has a surprise for her.
Surprise! It's your new computer.
Whoa. It's blue.
Carrie is not the happiest. She's not ecstatic about the new computer, which I most definitely would be. Like, I would be like, oh my God, I cannot believe it that you're actually helping me by buying me a new computer. Like, I would be so happy and I would feel so seen and supported, because clearly I need a computer and I don't have the money for it. So you help me with that, right? But Carrie does not see it that way. Carrie is, first of all, on the surface level, upset that it's not really her style. It's blue. But then it progresses. You see, when Aiden also shows her that he bought an extra drive, external drive, where she can back up things, that makes Carrie even more upset. What? Is he trying to tell her that her systems don't work? Systems that she had for years, now suddenly what? It's not working? Aiden is a bit confused. Like, you're not happy that I bought you a new computer? Like, how can you not be appreciative of this? But that's the thing. Carrie is not ready for a new computer.
I'm not ready for a new computer. I'm still waiting to hear back about my old one. My whole life was on that computer.
So how I see it is that there is a clear disconnect between Aiden and Carrie, or better, the understanding of one another. While Carrie is struggling with letting go of this old computer because she attaches her identity and her life to it, right? This is an emotional struggle. Aiden, on the other hand, is trying to meet her and support her in a physical way, let's say, as a solution type thing, rather than acknowledging her emotional attachment to this old computer. Now, when it comes to the whole old computer, new computer thing, I see it as a metaphor for two things. One thing could be her relationship with Big versus her relationship with Aiden. almost as, the old computer is the representation of the old ways of love that she was maybe used to, or Big himself, versus the new computer being her relationship with Aiden. And she's struggling to let go of the past to actually lean into the future. On the other hand, it could also be the representation of herself. The old computer is the old ways in which Carrie approached relationship. So I mentioned it a couple of times, how there is this emotional disconnect between the two of them, and how it seems that Carrie is loving Aiden almost as a separate thing from who she is. Like, she is herself on her own, and she is in touch with her emotions and vulnerable self, and she takes care of shit by herself or with her friends, while Aiden is just like this add-on to her life. The relationship is just the thing that you need to have, right? And the old computer could be referencing to the fact that these are fundamental old ways that Carrie should let go if she would actually want to have a good relationship with Aiden. She needs to be the new Carrie, aka she needs to connect with him in new ways, in more deeper ways, actually being with him. Which one do you think it's like more? Is it about Big, him being the old thing, or is it about Carrie having her old ways of not really connecting with someone? Now, this whole reaction from Carrie and the computer makes Aiden upset. Like, he has had it.
I get it. It's all you. I'm not a part of any of this. You don't want the laptop. You don't want me to go to the funeral. I feel like a fucking...
I gave you my keys. What more do you want?
And Aiden is like, keys? Oh yeah, so I can come in and out of your front door. But the problem is, how can I actually get in here? And he points at her, her heart.
How do I get into there? Huh?
Carrie tries to apologize, right? She says that she's sorry, and the thing is that she's always been used to taking care of herself.
You may not like it, but this is how I deal with things.
It is the last attempt of him trying to get close to Carrie. It is clear that she does not want to let him in, and until she figures this shit out, like, he just, he's gonna leave her alone.
You can do whatever you want with that computer. Right? And,
Now, why does Carrie even feel like she gave already so much by giving the keys to the apartment, or almost using this as a proof that she does let him in? So what is his problem, right? And I think this ties into, or this is a consequence of milestones, or the importance of milestones, where the physical act means more than how you are actually connecting with someone. In this case, Carrie giving him the keys of her apartment, it should be considered as this big step, right? Even Charlotte said it, like, wow, you are really progressing this relationship. But the reality is that that's just a facade. That's just the image. Because when it comes to actually connecting with Aiden, she's not letting him in. And this is a real thing. When people are using these big milestones to make you think that they are in it with you or that they are closer to you, when in reality, they're as distant as they were before they gave you the keys, right? And all of this to me just shows again how Carrie loves the idea, or she believes that the fact that she is the chosen one is the only thing that matters, versus what it actually takes to have a good partnership and a good relationship. Even with Big, did we ever see them actually connecting, being vulnerable with one another? Or all that we've seen so far, it's just this surface push and pull, and the sex is great, and everything is perfect, but then the drama and the one, and it's this something that is pulling us together, but there's no substance to it in reality. And now being with Aiden, that is even more visible. Now, despite that, when it comes to Aiden, first of all, it makes total sense how he is reacting, because from his perspective, he's been trying so many times to get close to her or to support her, right? And she always pushes him back that he just reached his point. He's just like, you know what? I have no idea what you want. It's clear that you don't want me, and I'm just gonna walk away right now, right? Rather than, again, recognizing that he himself is not really trying to figure out or trying to actually connect with Carrie and understand her and understand how could he be of support. He has his own idea of how things should be. And if that is not something that Carrie actually reciprocates, it's because Carrie is being rude. Carrie is being distant. And I'm not saying that Carrie is not being that, but I'm just trying to point out how also Aiden is not supporting the situation. He's also looking at this on a surface level rather than actually being vulnerable with Carrie and telling her, look, I don't really know how to help you right now, but can you let me know? Or what would make you feel better? And then go from there. So they are both like distant, like the bed that we talked at in the first half. This emotional distance that is actually between the two of them. And I talked about it before, the importance of how do you actually support the other person when they're dealing with something instead of letting the person deal it on their own, aka Aiden telling Carrie, it's her problem that you're not letting me in. He could have tried to understand how could he be of support of her feeling more comfortable of letting him in. I think it also makes it easier to actually understand if you can move forward and pass it, and you can understand the willingness, the openness, the ability to adapt, which is also needed in a relationship to some degree with this person. The most common thing, and actually the thing that is like the least efficient or beneficial is, in this case, Aiden was upset, he left Carrie, and now Carrie would just feel bad that she acted like that with him, and she would focus on how she needs to apologize to Aiden and acknowledge her mistakes, and that would be the solution. But in reality, it again isn't the solution, because you're not really trying to understand where is this coming from and work on that. It's all very, oh, I just had a bad day type of thing, right? That's why I reacted this way. Fixing the surface level, but not addressing what is actually driving that. We see Carrie back at the repair computer place, and her old hard drive is destroyed.
There it was, my past. It was a mess.
And this, I checked it, okay? I checked what was written on that computer. So I'm gonna read it, and we're gonna talk about it a little bit, I guess. For Brooklyn lovers, nothing was more satisfying than seeing the man that you love. I looked around at the right place, in the wrong time. Sexually satisfying, even for the frustrated amongst us. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be. Big. Was it fate? Forever watching for signs and signals pointing us in the wrong direction. Is there ever the right time to know? Maybe I'd never know. But is that the kind of information that passes between friends? Maybe some things are better left unsaid. And what are the rules for long term? And then, the document kind of doesn't continue. So this also confirms the theory that maybe this old new computer, simultaneously being about old and new Carrie or how she approaches relationship, is about her relationship with Big and her love life with Big, and how almost she needs to let that go if she actually wants to be better in the relationship with Aiden, or actually have a better relationship for herself. I think it's also almost showing how she is actually bringing maybe the emotional baggage that she had with Big into this relationship with Aiden. She never felt comfortable. Maybe we could even say that she never felt comfortable with being emotionally vulnerable with Big because he would hurt her. So now she doesn't really know how to also let Aiden in, because subconsciously she's afraid she's gonna get hurt again. We see Carrie back at home, and she is ready to go to the funeral. And as she is about to go out, we can see her that she is kind of struggling. She is potentially thinking about Aiden and how things went down. So she calls him and she apologizes. She says that it's kind of hard for her to get into it with Aiden or let someone else help her. And Aiden acknowledges it. And he also says that they will run into hard things.
This is hard.
We're going to run into stuff that's hard. That's why I was trying to help.
Well, I know.
Carrie knows that. And that's the thing. The thing is that if she actually allows him to help her and she gets used to him helping her, what happens when he's not there?
No good can come of that. I mean, then what happens when, you know, you're not around one day?
Where am I going?
Well, I don't know.
And then they make some kind of joke about it, and that's it. Just like that. I mean, if conversations and coming back together would be so easy, there would be much more relationships that would actually be healthy. The thing is that that's not all it, okay? Now, in an ideal world, we would think, or in a real world, we would like to see how they are actually addressing this problem and moving forward, rather than just agreeing on it that this is hard and that's it. Again, just surface level partnership, I guess. I really think that this whole thing of sorry, I acknowledge it, kind of messed us up thinking that that's the only thing you need. As long as you say sorry, as long as you recognize that that's all we need and we can move forward. Neglecting the fact that, no, that's the first step. But now you need to also understand how to actually overcome this thing, okay? How to actually not let it happen next time, or be more of understanding of what actually happened so you know how to show up for one another in the future, okay? Don't let the movies fool you and TV shows fool you. There is more than just, I'm sorry, I understand. They are at the funeral and we see the girls together, Charlotte, Samantha, and Carrie, while Miranda is obviously at the front with her family. And I'm not gonna lie, I also cried a couple of times. Like the situation with Miranda and her mom, and how Cynthia Nixon, oh my God, I don't know how this woman does it. Like these scenes when it comes to this grief with her mom and the crying, like every time they showed her, I was like, my tears just went down. Like I was literally there with her. That's how it felt. Like it's a really powerful episode.
My sister and her husband want me to third wheel with them down the aisle. God forbid that I should walk it alone, because that would be the real tragedy, right? Ignore the coffin. There's a single 35-year-old woman walking behind it.
Miranda?
Coming, Betsy.
Now, when it's time to walk down, like walk out of the church, as Miranda is walking down and she is alone, in that moment, Carrie decides to join her and be with her on this walk. And that was a good moment. Maybe even a moment of growth for Carrie, because like I said before, to me, all the actions she did before didn't seem very supportive to Miranda. So maybe the whole thing came to an end where she recognized that not only it is okay to let other people help you, it also reflects into how she can also help Miranda. And as they're walking down the aisle, in the crowd, there's also Aiden and Steve. And there is this sense of, you know, Miranda and Carrie supporting each other and being self-sufficient, but at the same time knowing that there are also other people there who support them and who they can lean on whenever they need. I think that was the message of the whole episode. Aiden has a cabin in the countryside. It's something he is investing in.
Wow. Yeah, the place looks great.
You know how it goes. You sacrifice your mental health to stack that coin in the city and then invest that coin on the cabin in the woods so you can get in touch with the nature again. Awaken the man inside. And women usually do the gardening. Honestly, I kind of hope I'll get to that point in my life. But as much as Aiden is excited for this new adventure, Carrie isn't.
Could I see the before again?
You kind of have to be there to appreciate it.
No, I can appreciate it from here.
People, Carrie is a city girl, okay? And city girls do not like the countryside, okay? They hate it, according to this show and every Christmas rom-com. So when Aiden asks her to go with him, the answer is simple. No, can't do. It's not her thing. She also has a meeting that weekend and, you know, it's just not going to work out. But Aiden is persistent. She's going to go with him to the cabin, whether she likes it or not.
Nothing left to talk about.
Yes, there is.
You're not actually going, are you?
Well, if by going you mean being taken against my will and kidnapped, then yes, I'm going.
So there it is. Carrie needs to go to the countryside with Aiden. But she is trying to pull all the strings possible to maybe ease her pain just a little bit. She tries to convince at least one of her friends to join her. And when none of the girls is excited about it, they kind of even ask her why is she doing this. But it's simple. Aiden loves the country. Carrie loves Aiden. So Carrie needs to go to the country. Miranda is a little bit sus about this little decision. Clearly, Carrie doesn't want to go, so why is she doing this? Is she just pretending to be someone she isn't so she can be in the relationship?
I see. You need to pretend to be someone else to be in a relationship.
No, I believe the word you're looking for is compromise.
It's just a thing you do when you're in a relationship and you love each other. Sometimes you do shit that you don't want to do. First of all, Aiden versus Carrie. Right? Aiden wants to go to the countryside and he wants Carrie to join him, but Carrie does not like the countryside and she wants to back out. But then she kind of submits to it and decides that she will join. Who do you think is the one who is a little bit unreasonable? Which side are you on? Tell me the truth, Mary. Did you look at this scene and you were thinking, oh my God, Carrie is such a spoiled little brat who doesn't want to go to the countryside?
I'm what you call a bona fide city girl. I'm a girl about town.
Or were you on the opposite side and you're looking at Aiden like, what is your problem? Why are you forcing me to go somewhere I clearly do not want to go?
Pack your bags, little lady. You're coming to the country with me.
So clearly, we have two people who have different interests, or their lifestyle is, honestly, I wouldn't say totally different, but there are some aspects that are not really matching, like the Aiden's chill side country, doing things with wood and, getting his hands in it, and Carrie, more a city girl who enjoys going to the party, drinking cocktails, chatting with her girlfriends. And at the end of the day, even if you're with someone who you find very compatible, maybe you totally share the same interest, there will be a point where you won't really agree on something, and the famous compromise, it's gonna enter the game. And look, Aiden and Carrie, they've been dating before, so this is not their first rodeo when it comes to differences.
All right, it's your last chance to attend a fabulous party with a fabulous girl.
Well, as tempting as it sounds, would it be okay if I stayed on dry land for the night?
Yeah, of course. Meeting the parents. Oh, so big.
You'll meet him some other time.
Okay.
Let's say that there were instances where they just respected one another, didn't push one another to do what they want, and it was okay. But clearly, something changed. Something is different. There is no part of Aiden that understands Carrie. He just wants her to come with him and period. So let's try to understand a little bit Aiden's motives for his not so pleasant behavior. And I'm gonna also explain why it's not the best way how he asked Carrie to come, or basically just told her that that's what they're doing and period. The first thing is that, Aiden, there were some signs that this is actual part of his lifestyle.
Go get him. Excuse me? Oh, he's perfect for you. I'll come visit you and the children at your country cabin upstate.
I think we're staring. Look away.
Almost foreshadowing what's gonna happen. Maybe even showing that this is a part of Aiden's identity. So he naturally also wants to share it with his partner. We also know that Aiden, since the get-go, was someone who is very interested in long-term committed relationships. And if this is a part of his life, obviously he wants to share it with Carrie. Then we need to kind of look at the situation for what it is, or what is the history between Aiden and Carrie, and why he might be more demanding for her to join rather than asking. They do not have the most favorable history, okay? It ain't sunshine and rainbows and butterflies. It's thorns and deep dark waters. And, I need to get out of there. Which maybe makes Aiden feel like he wants Carrie to be all in. Carrie to prove to him that she is all in. Pushing her to join him in the countryside could very well just be his way of expecting Carrie to show him that she is really into this, for real. She is willing to accept his world so far, and we talked about it so many times in the relationship, the development, the end, and then start it again, it does seem that Aiden keeps on giving up things for Carrie, giving his own well-being. The relationship was pushed from her side, playing on his vulnerability. And the second thing is, when he asked her to not engage anymore with Big, she couldn't do that. So in some way, maybe this is also Aiden's almost a request. If he's willing to do all of this for her, she needs to also do it for him. Now, apart from this already being very risky, because when you start to have a relationship where it's like tick for tack type of thing, or counting how much you gave, how much I gave, and la-di-da-di-da, it's not really partnership. But sometimes it goes in that direction when you feel like you've been giving so much of yourself that now you're almost feeling like, let's reevaluate, okay? The tables need to turn somehow. And maybe you get even into the mindset that now you start tracking every little freaking thing. Past trauma fucks us up, okay? Now, here's the thing. If Aiden allows Carrie to say no, then he's also exposed to the very reality that maybe Carrie is not willing to really fully accept Aiden and his world, that she's not really interested in who he is and what he likes, and that she would want to share that with him. Maybe him not allowing Carrie to back out is a way of him preserving the perspective of the relationship he has. Because if he would have to really have a conversation about it, who knows? Maybe Carrie would just say no, and he would have to accept that that's the reality of their relationship. So far, it felt like he was giving up a lot for Carrie, and he never really got the same treatment in return. So it's almost like he does not even want to hear that Carrie won't do it. And it's his way of for his needs to be respected, not realizing that it's, again, just a push and it's not a good thing for the relationship. And that's the thing. Despite understanding all of this, despite knowing or speculating, let's say, where is he coming from, the approach of him demanding Carrie to go with him and not giving her an option is not okay. And it's not okay because it's driven by fears, expectations, and not by partnership. If it was actually coming from a good, healthy place, then he would have no problem when Carrie said no to explain to her why is this important to him. What does it mean for him, for Carrie to come, and for the relationship, and how it does make him feel like she's actually in it. And after that, allow Carrie to give her reasons why she doesn't want to do it or why she feels uncomfortable. And then kind of come to the agreement that works for both of them. Now, I do want to preference one thing here. I think it's very common that the conversations go down exactly the way it went down between Carrie and Aiden. Not the best. Because when you're focused on, getting your partner to do things that you want to do, sometimes you're not really handling the situation the best, okay? I think it's very normal. But maybe it would help if we reminded ourselves in that time or when it happens that, okay, let's handle this a little bit better, in a way that is good for both of us. And start with a simple question, like, why is this important to you? And then be open to listen and be open to that doesn't necessarily mean that they will just decide and go with you. The point is not, I'm going to tell them why I want them to go with me or do this thing with me. And just because I told them, they should accept. All in all, we can say that Aiden didn't handle this one in the best way. But what about Carrie? Now, I'm going to start with the thing that is, it's sus in itself, okay? Or it's not the best. When Aiden expressed, the desire to go to the cabin in the countryside and so on, Carrie was immediately like, no, I'm a city girl and that's a no.
No, I can appreciate it from here. I'm the kind of girl that goes to a late movie in the middle of the week. I'm crazy.
I know it.
Again, why is it just a plain no? Why is Carrie just looking from her perspective? How will this impact her and how she does not want it? It does not look that she herself is actually willing to understand, I don't feel really the most comfortable going to the countryside. Is there a way for me to sit this one out? She herself had the opportunity to try to meet Aiden, and she decided to just say no. And when she said no, that probably triggered Aiden in being even more like, no, you're coming. Because for him, this is like, for all the reasons that we just talked about, a way of how Carrie is not in it for him, right? Potentially, she's in it for how the relationship makes her feel good without the need to actually accept the full life and the partner you are with. But then after that, she did the typical, it's a compromise, right? I'm just gonna submit to it because, things you do for love. Almost like she heard that somewhere, which we all did. And then we just accept that, what? Compromise is needed. That's a part of a relationship. So she's gonna do what a good girlfriend does. She is gonna sacrifice herself to show Aiden how good of a girlfriend she is.
I guess I'll have to brave the wilderness on my own. No, not on your own with Aiden. And I love Aiden. And Aiden loves the country. So maybe I'll love the country.
And yes, Mary, both you and me are rolling our eyes. First of all, if a relationship is good and loving and healthy and so on, I find it very difficult that you feel like you're doing such a crazy, what do I need to do now just to show him that I'm a good girlfriend? It's a bit, I don't know, I would like to believe, and maybe it's wishful thinking, but that usually if a person explains to you why does it matter to them for you to do certain things with them, you actually want to do it. You actually understand how this helps your person feel better and you want to do that for them. I would expect if you're with someone, you truly do want to understand who they are fully, right? In this case, if Carrie truly wanted or truly loved Aiden, she would actually want to know who Aiden is. She would want to know, what is he doing at the cabin? What is the passion that he has? So this to me is very like, oh my God, poor me, I have to sacrifice, but missing the point that, well, it wouldn't really feel like that if you would truly understand your partner. But that's the thing. She didn't even give it a possibility to understand, nor did Aiden. They just went with, this is how you do. And then on top of that, she also wants to invite a friend to join her because she already knows that this is not gonna work, that she's gonna lose her mind in the countryside. Why is she already thinking that this will be the situation? Well, because they do not talk about it. Imagine if Aiden and Carrie would be open, if Carrie would express that her worry is that she's gonna eat herself alive, not knowing what to do, she's gonna be bored, then maybe they would talk about how can they make sure that she is not bored? How can Aiden include her in his work, in his activities? Then maybe they could also understand if Aiden is expecting for Carrie to go with him to the countryside, but he's doing his stuff on his own and she's alone in the cabin, like, come on, that's also not okay. And all of that would be resolved if they, say it with me, would talk about it. Yay! See, it's not that hard. For some. So Carrie does a checklist. This is how a relationship should be. We compromise even though we hate things, and we're on our merry way. They go to the countryside and Carrie is loving it. I know. I was shocked. Carrie was shocked. And you're shocked now because you know that that's not how it went down. Just playing. The picture is clear. Aiden is excited. He is happy about being there, while Carrie is hating it.
But I put in a hot water heater all by myself. So what do you think? Scary as you thought it'd be?
No. God, no. It was scarier.
She doesn't understand why the F does she need to be stuck there when she could be drinking cocktails in the city. And for the cherry on top, when she is inside the cabin, there is someone lurking through the window. A pervert, it's a squirrel. She saw Jason, okay, from the Friday 13. It's the woods, it's cabin, it's two people in love, right? A perfect setup for...
What is it?
Oh, God!
What happened? You okay?
Giant squirrel in that window right there. Oh,
Yeah, that's my squirrel.
Now, we are supposed to believe that this is real. That someone sees a squirrel. A squirrel on their window and they don't go, oh my God, look how cute the squirrel. In which books did we learn that squirrels are giant rats that are gonna kill us? Where? Did Carrie ever look at the animals, the animal books for kids, and you click on it, how they sound like? Why the fuck is Carrie afraid of a squirrel? Well, let me tell you why. It all goes back. No, there is no story like that. It's stupid. Honestly, I do not know what is the point of all these city girls goes to in the countryside and it's such horror. They step in the shit and it's like, oh my God, how can I handle this? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, then congratulations. You avoided, like I said before, most of the Christmas movies. The bright side of being in the countryside is that Carrie has time to think and to work and to write her column. And the question is simple. How far should compromising go?
How much of ourselves should we be willing to sacrifice for the other person before we stop being ourselves? In a relationship, when does the art of compromise become compromising?
Not to be rude, but Carrie ain't the person who should be asking this question, okay? I'm sorry. Going into the countryside is not a way for you to be, how much will I sacrifice? Girl, did you forget how much you pushed Aiden to sacrifice on fundamental things like accepting the ex you cheated on with? Carrie is the Lulu. The first glimpse of her needing to compromise, to do something that she does not like, for Aiden to be a good girlfriend in this relationship, oh my God, how far do we go? I'm being a little bit of an asshole, but that's, it is a bit silly, isn't it? So Carrie, let's calm down. You need to take some chocolate. This is just you spending some time in the countryside while Aiden literally had to accept you still hanging out with the person you cheated on with. Like, okay, the math ain't mathing. Now, when it comes to when does compromise become much more than just a simple compromise, is basically when you start to lose yourself in order to accommodate the other person or the relationship. Or when one person is always getting what they want and you don't. That's when the compromise becomes dangerous. Or vice versa, when neither of you never wants to do anything for the other person. Like, honestly, I might be ignorant, but I really do not understand how that relationship looks like. But there are signs, okay? There are signs, and all of us know it. You know when you've done or you've given so much and you don't get anything in return. But sometimes we just like to ignore it. I was someone who kept on fighting to get my things, right? To do things that I want to do. And I never succeeded, okay? And it just slowly and very surely happened that I just lost even the capability to even express what do I actually want. Because it was denied so many times that I was even like, I just became very, I don't even know what I want. I just let the other person decide everything. And that's the scary part when it comes to compromises. When you're the one who's constantly compromising and neglecting yourself, you don't even realize when you lose the ability to even understand what is it that you actually want. So to add to what would be also a real concern is if you yourself start feeling very drained, very exhausted, you are just, you just lack energy for everything. And you never seem to get the recognition or the appreciation from your partner for everything that you do, right? That paired with everything I said before would be like, let's stop, let's sit down, let's journal. Let's make ourselves see that this is bullshit, okay? But when you think that you're compromising too much, but in reality, you're just a bit too focused on yourself and your perspective, is when you never really recognize how other person is showing up for you, is supporting you, is doing their part of the, let's say, compromise, if we want to say it like that, right? Now, here things get tricky because sometimes people will neglect what you do for them because for them, that's not important. For them, that's like, oh, it's not my problem that you went to this class with me. I could have gone alone. Yes, babe, but you kind of asked me, you wanted, and I went because I wanted us to do things together, to support you. Well, that is your problem, not mine. When those conversations happen, it is again a very selfish and self-centered approach because you are again treating this partner as though their effort to support you means nothing. And the funny thing is, it only means nothing when you expect them to do the same thing. They won't say it at that time. Look, if you're going with me here, please don't expect me to go to this thing or whatever. No, it won't be a problem, but it will be a problem when now you want them to do something and suddenly everything you did was not them asking at all. That's, again, I would say, a very toxic behavior, very self-centered. And I would try to get away from a partner like that. But I'm sometimes too harsh, okay? Try to talk about it, okay? Conversation is the key. Sometimes, bitch, run. So Carrie basically sees this whole cabin experience as total inconvenience. There is not even a small part of her who actually wants to share something with Aiden. It's just that she needs to do this to be a good girlfriend, but this is so annoying.
Well, so how is it? How is the house?
The house? What house?
She's got squirrels running in and out of there. It's Animal Farm. 4 legs good, 2 legs bad.
You didn't say that to him, did you?
No. He thinks I love it.
Charlotte has some words of wisdom, right? She encourages Carrie to join Aiden, to help him with his work, to spend time with him and get included in this life of his or this part of his life. And Carrie is ready to put in the work.
All right.
Then we get into such a funny scene of how she falls into the mud every time she tries to help Aiden. And yeah, I guess that's, how we are going with. If you are a girl like Carrie, a city girl, you can't even stand still in mud, okay? It's just impossible. Your feet are not used to that terrain, okay? You're just gonna fall. That's it. Now, Carrie might look at this situation as how she is compromising again. Look, I'm even trying to help you with shit, even though I hate it. But in reality, is it really a compromise or is she just going through the motions? She's just doing things, but there is no sense of actually wanting to be there with Aiden, to do this with Aiden. It's just about how she will do the things that will mark her as a good girlfriend. And that's why there is also this notion, and I think I talked about it, how compromise is doesn't really have a place in a relationship. Because when you actually want to do something for the person, because of the love that you share with them, because you want to know them, because of the partnership, it doesn't really feel like compromise. It might feel like, okay, I'm doing this, it's not my cup of tea, but I want to show support to you or share this thing with you. And there is a part where you actually want to do it. But in Carrie's case, that would be considered as even a real compromise. I'm giving up on a part of myself or something that I want or like for you to be happy. But not because I also want you to be happy. So the source of doing something is not love for the other person, but it's obligation. Now, this attempt to help Aiden, luckily, is soon to be over. You see, as she told him when they were back at home, she actually had a meeting later that day. So she decided to go back to the city, take a shower, and attend this meeting. And we see Carrie having dinner with Big. Yes, Biz. Big has become the new editor at Carrie's column. If you didn't know, the business that Big had, and he's almost the next Trump and so on, is editing, okay? In that time, it was something that was still a new thing, right? I have no idea what I'm talking about because everything that I'm saying is nonsense. She met Big because they are such good friends. That's why she lied to her current partner, Aiden, about the meeting. You see, spending time with the person you're supposed to love in the countryside versus lying and going to the city to have a nice dinner with your ex, who previously you cheated with on Aiden. Make it make sense. Okay. Maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh. This is, at the end of the day, just another compromise. You see, Aiden did accept that Carrie cannot ditch or cut Big out of her life. But Carrie also understands that it does hurt Aiden. So the compromise is simple. She can hang out with Big and she doesn't have to tell Aiden. So everyone is happy. The good doll, what you don't know cannot hurt you, right? The jewel of relationships. So the question is, why the fuck would Carrie do this? And it's quite simple. Well, Carrie is in it for the double win. She can have the cake and eat it too. She can preserve her independency with choosing for herself who she's gonna see and not just listen to Aiden. And she can also preserve the good girlfriend image in front of Aiden, as long as he doesn't know about it. Look, she knows that she would never cheat on Aiden again. She would never betray him the way she did in the past. The problem is, she's failing to realize that this is the exact betrayal that put them in the first place where they are. Sure, it could be a compromise, or she's just, compromising the relationship again. She's lying to Aiden and not only disrespecting him, she's also very condescending towards him, right? She'll decide what's best for him. She knows what will hurt Aiden or not hurt Aiden, because Aiden is just a little kid that she needs to protect. To me, it's clear that there is no equality between Carrie and Aiden, and there can actually never be. Carrie sees Aiden as in some way beneath her, right? Not really directly, but with her actions, right? It's almost like Aiden is a little bit more dumb, a little bit more, she can convince him in certain things. It's seen from the whole get-go, since they started till today. In some way, it looks like Carrie is even valuing more her city life and her way of living versus how Aiden lives and how Aiden is. One might say that the way she's treating Aiden is how Big is treating Carrie, right? As less than. And the dangerous part is that when it happens like that in relationship, it's not even about that someone is mean-spirited, right? Of course, there are extremes where someone literally thinks that someone is below them and they treat them that way, like abusive, violent, and so on. But then there is this subtle kind of inequality. And it's what we see in Carrie. It's the idea that they are, or that this is a perfect relationship and Aiden is so good for her, but underneath it all, she does feel like she's above Aiden in some way. She doesn't respect him the same way she respects Big. So it's almost like she herself is unaware of how she actually sees Aiden, or doesn't want to be aware of it. And it basically shows again how this relationship is right on the outside, picture perfect, but there is no real partnership between the two of them. And it will never be, because Carrie can't have that. She cannot actually have an open, honest relationship with someone. So looking at this whole situation, her compromise with Aiden, when in reality she is so bothered by the fact that she's in the countryside, and then maybe having this self-compromise with not telling Aiden, so she's protecting him. She might think it's compromise, but she delulu, okay? She's just avoiding an honest conversation, and she is taking away the opportunity for her to build a true partnership with her partner, aka Aiden. Because at this point, who is her partner? We're gonna get into it, but to me personally, Carrie is prioritizing Big over her partner. It's not even herself. She's prioritizing Big. Let that sink in. But shit goes down even more. Let me take a sip, okay? So Carrie and Big have this dinner. And Carrie actually confides in a way with Big, right? She shares with him how she feels about this whole countryside and how she really loves Aiden. And then she pauses for a second. She almost feels like this might be weird. You know, talking about Aiden like that. So she asks Big, it's okay, right? It's okay if we talk about our partners like that, right?
I really did, but nature and me, it's unnatural. And I love being with Aiden. I mean, there is no one in the world that I would rather be. I'm sorry. Is it okay to talk to you about this stuff? Are you okay?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm okay.
So you're trying to tell me that the two of you are just friends and all the past is in the past, and yet talking about your current partner, you clock that it might be uncomfortable. Let that sink in. Mentioning her partner makes her pause and ask Big if it is okay to talk about him. Now, Carrie, now, bestie, what's up with that? If there's really nothing between the two of you and you're such friends that you sneak behind Aiden's back to meet him, right? How come you almost sense that there is a certain discomfort talking about other people? Bitch, because it is. Because her and Big cannot be friends, okay? That just ain't happening. Can you imagine being bestie with someone who you literally destroyed your relationships with? I mean, Big, his marriage, Carrie, her relationship, but now you're friends? Like, bitch, please. On top of that, did we forget that Big hated Aiden from the get-go? He never actually met the guy. He never actually had any conversation with the guy. And in a way, he was even happy how he can snatch Carrie away from him. So why does Carrie think that Big will actually give her a valid, solid advice when it comes to Aiden? The man does not like the guy, period. Honestly, all of this makes you wonder if this is actually about being really friends and Carrie even confiding in Big in some way, or is it just feeding on the power dynamics? The power dynamic where Carrie is in this relationship with the perfect guy and she can throw it in Big's face. And on the other side, for Big being the one where Carrie almost complains about Aiden. I wouldn't say this is real friendship. The whole thing of her lying to Aiden that she met with Big, but at the same time telling Big that she loves Aiden. Like, what the fuck is that? It's all pretend. It's just playing this role when in reality, she's just trying to, boost her ego. Carrie is actually happy, that she can talk about Aiden to Big. She's happy that they can have these types of conversations. And if Big ever meets someone...
If you ever meet someone, I want you to feel...
I met someone.
Oh?
Well, I guess Carrie didn't expect that, It's very fun to have these conversations when she's, again, having the upper hand. Big shares that he is actually dating someone quite famous. It's an actress. And without a beat skipped, Carrie does what Carrie does best. She bashes this poor person she doesn't even know like it is her job.
I do know she wears many wrong things on the red carpet. I cannot believe you're dating someone named after a tree.
What's that, besties? Sure, of course. Like, friends always start bashing your love interest the second they find out you are with someone. Right? The fake ones, okay? The fake ones. And this little friendship between Big and Carrie will be exposed by the fakeness it is. Big is infatuated with this actress, this new interest of his. And he spares no time getting into the details of how perfect everything is, how sexy she is, how she wore red panties and...
Kept her high heels on. I lifted her up. I put her on the bed.
Okay, that's plenty. Thanks.
Now, Who wouldn't be bothered by a man describing a night date or a person they're interested in that way? But you'd be wrong. Carrie is not worried about the fact how Big is describing other women. No, Carrie is struggling with the fact that Big has another woman and he's actually very interested in her.
Well, that was about 30 seconds. I think I did pretty good.
Again, this friendship only works if Carrie has the upper hand. If Carrie can talk about her relationship with Aiden, but if Big has another interest, it's a bit uncomfortable. I guess that's friendship between two ex-lovers, right? And if that's not enough of the proof of how good of friends they are, Big seems to enjoy Carrie not being able to actually handle it. Maybe it's a little reminder how he still has power over Carrie. He still knows how to push her emotional buttons. Sure, Aiden is the person that she loves so much and there's no one else she'd rather spend time with, but she also gets upset if I have someone else. Interesting. This friendship is exposed for what it actually is. It is fake, 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 fake. On one hand, you can say that Big was provoking Carrie by talking about his new interest like that because, again, he's not a real friend to Carrie. And instead of actually confiding in her, it was all about how potentially he can get back to her about her gushing over Aiden, right? And Carrie, on the other side, lying to Aiden because there's nothing between her and Big and they're just friends, and yet gets upset when he talks about another woman, not because the way he's talking, which is totally yuck, but because it's another woman, and that's just not so easy to hear.
The thing of it is, I can't get her out of my head.
Now, Big continues how this actress is mad about him, and Carrie agrees someone is crazy, but she's thinking big.
She's crazy about me. Willow Summers is crazy about me.
Well, someone's crazy.
And when he shares how he walked from her hotel back to his place, it makes Carrie a little bit shook it. He actually walked. Big being with an actress, someone higher than his level, makes him even walk.
Yeah.
Makes him act a little bit like Carrie is acting when it comes to Big. The infatuation of someone who he sees as above him and how he can get them.
Fuck. I think I'm in love.
And just like that, the same way Carrie just became crazy about Big, Big became crazy about this actress. All it takes is a higher status. Clearly, Carrie is not taking him serious at all. I mean, have we forgotten? If Big was actually ready for a real serious relationship, he would be with Carrie. So there is no, he's really in love with this person. That just does not exist. I mean, think about it. It could be quite logical what Carrie's thinking. He married Natasha and still cheated on with Carrie. Now, Carrie misses to see that he's a douche, but she is very willingly to see that that's because she is the one and that's the only relationship that will actually last, okay? Everything else is just a joke. And for those in the back who didn't get why is this not real friendship when it comes to Carrie, well, wouldn't a real friend be interested in getting to know who your friend is dating? And if your friend were talking like that, like objectifying and sexualizing, maybe she would say, hey, why are you just looking at her from that perspective? Like, why do you have the need to talk about her sexually? And why are you afraid to actually be committed, right? And if you don't think like that, you need some new friends. I'm sorry. So Carrie is back in the countryside with Aiden. And this time she brought Samantha. She needs some entertainment.
You've got to be kidding me.
Hey, come on. We're baking a pie here.
No, you're baking a pie. I'm just baking.
She also decided that she's gonna get into this country life a little bit more committed, okay? She's gonna bake a pie. Now, Samantha very quickly finds her own way of entertainment, so Carrie's kind of left alone.
Look! I made crust. Now all we have to do is put apples in and it's pie.
This is the way she's gonna show how good of a girlfriend she is to Aiden, and potentially hiding the fact that she is not a good girlfriend. Maybe that guilt is playing in. Or maybe when she heard how Big actually is with someone else, she ran straight back into proving Aiden how good of a girlfriend she is, right? Sometimes you are with someone, you don't treat them the best because deep down you actually want to be with someone else. But when that someone else gives you a clear no, then suddenly your first person is, the best. Now you're gonna do everything for them.
Aiden worked very hard on this place.
So take a pick. Which one is it? Is Carrie feeling guilt and that's why she is now trying to be a good girlfriend to Aiden, integrate in his lifestyle? Or the second one, she got a reminder that Big is not available. But what happens when you try to do something for another person out of guilt or out of fear?
Oh, God! Damn it! Oh, God!
Are you okay?
No, I am not okay! I hate that screw. I hate this oven. I hate this.
Which again just shows that Carrie, in my personal opinion, doesn't really love and respect Aiden the way she would love and respect Big. I mean, if you think about it, she was even willing to change her whole life in New York to move to Paris for Big, right? Of course, Paris might be more aligned with her lifestyle, like fashion and still city life. But compare that huge move to a weekend in the countryside with Aiden, I think it's very clear where she is willing to do the compromise and where she isn't. Where the compromise is actually because she loves that person, and when the compromise is just because that's the right thing to do. I've said it before, but Carrie is in this relationship with Aiden because it makes her feel good, as though she's capable of having a good relationship, but in reality, she doesn't really like him.
Sorry. I don't hate the house.
Now, all of this leads to Carrie and Aiden finally finding a compromise, a real compromise, where Carrie will visit the countryside on, every now and then. He's not going to push it. They're also going to put the air conditioning in. And at the end, it actually made Carrie start appreciating the countryside. And that is the thing. That's the dangerous thing that I was talking about before. You see, you will always find a way to stay together. Breaking up or understanding that you're just not good for one another will, especially if you're someone who is raised in the sense of loyalty in relationship and so on, you'll always find a way to actually stay together. Even when nothing is really resolved, even when the fundamentals are still very fucked up. You will make up, you will agree on some surface level thing, and that will make both of you feel like you're doing something. You're improving the partnership and relationship. But as we see with Carrie and Aiden, there is no real partnership. She literally lied to go and meet with her ex. Let that sink in. And I think that's very common. I know I did it. Like, I was in long-term relationship and I kept on compromising on things and I kept on, finding ways to stay together because it almost became a habit. It just became, we've been together for so long that it really does not make sense to actually end it. When in reality, from my perspective and how I lived it, of course, there are always two sides to a story, and then the truth, something like that. I was just getting more and more submissive and losing myself. Because the reality is, if there is no real sense of equality, if there's not real genuine support and trust and respect for one another, it's not gonna work. But you can convince yourself it does. Aiden and Carrie are back at her place in her New York City apartment. They're getting ready for bed, brushing the teeth, the cute couple evening routine, and it gets disturbed.
Yeah, just a sec.
Who is it?
It's Big calling, and he is in a pickle.
What's the problem?
She's in town. She's at the Mercer. We were supposed to get together tonight. She hasn't gotten back to me.
Remember from the last video, the actress, Willow? Oh, he was so impressed by this person.
Fuck, I think I'm in love.
But now, it seems like Big is experiencing something he never thought possible. This woman is a little bit unavailable. They were supposed to meet up, but now she's not calling him. She's not reaching out to him, and he's just freaking out. The thing is that he cannot reach her, but she can reach him. Now, Big called Carrie because they are friends, okay? And he needs to talk to friend about it.
Listen to this, listen to this.
I miss you. I can't wait until I'm in New York. In your arms. I'm in a New York state of mind.
New York state of mind.
And as per usual, Carrie does not act as a friend. She just, mocks a little bit the girlfriend again or judges her in some way, and then she needs to go.
Good night.
Should I call her again?
No. Good night.
So this is the first time we see Mr. Cool not being that cool. Mr. Big is usually the one who pulls the strings and his puppets play the way he wants to play. And he's the one who usually has this sense of, let's say, distance in relationship. He's the one who calls the shots. It was like that with Carrie. And if we think about the situation with Natasha and also his first wife, we could say that Big is just a narcissistic asshole. So it does shook us a little bit when we see him basically suffering for the lack of attention he's getting from this new person.
I flew out to LA to take her to that MTV award thing, and then she totally dissed me. I was following her around like a goddamn dog.
So if we say that Big is avoidant, or he was always avoidant, it means that he likes to be the one who is keeping the distance in a relationship. But paired with someone who is creating the distance right now, triggers his, let's say, anxious style, right? He doesn't really like there being the distance because he's not the one who's controlling it.
She can reach me, but I can't get her. Ever.
Which makes us think that keeping distance is not about his fear of getting close. It's more about the sense of control at having someone at a distance. A sense of someone being into them, someone wanting them, but they're the one who say, no, this is everything that I can give to you. Him chasing this person, calling multiple times.
I called all 5 of her numbers.
And getting really anxious about how she doesn't call him back or reach out to him is more about gaining control or get that control, get that affirmation that she actually wants him, rather than there being actual investment in this relationship. You see, how I see this situation is that it's all about the pedestal effect. The effect, is it how you say it? Pedestal? Why does it sound like I'm talking about shit? It's the effect that we talked, Carrie also experienced with Mr. Big. Someone who you admire for the sole purpose of the status or what they represent to you rather than who they are.
Willow Summers is crazy about me.
Willow is an actress and successful at that, known. He was so shooked and also impressed with himself that he actually scored someone like Willow, clearly showing that his facade of, I don't care and I'm just, this kind of person only works when there are people underneath him, right? When he has a sense of being the better one. So first he gets struck by the fact that this actress actually wants him, but then that's taken away because she's so unreachable, because she's actually having him at the distance. We could even say that it happens similar to what happened between Carrie and Big. Because Big wants a sense of confirmation or validation of his own self-worth, he is obsessed with this person not giving it to him. He cannot just say, you know what, this is not working and I'm out of here. The same way Carrie couldn't when it comes to Big. And the reason is because that desperate need for validation, for self-worth attached to the status or what you represent in society can be a bitch. It's about what this actress represents for him. If she wants him, it means that he is such a big shot in those circles. Comparing to Carrie, he sees Willow as a true catch. And that's not to say that he is more into this person as he ever was with Carrie, like what is real love or not love. But it does show us that Big himself is addicted to the validation, to the sense of control and being seen and perceived as someone. And when he meets someone who embodies all of that status, all of that worth, he is desperate to get attention because that's how it will mean that he is also worthy. The same way as Carrie with Big. It's more about how Carrie's worth will grow if she's with someone like Big, who she put on a higher level, rather than who Big actually is. So she ends the call and she goes back to Aiden. And he is not the happiest. I mean, why did Carrie need to leave the bathroom to talk with Big?
Carrie, you tell me nothing's going on, then nothing's going on.
But Carrie, on the other hand, she explains it that she knows that he is bothered by Big calling Carrie, so she didn't want to, talk in front of him.
I know how uncomfortable it makes you.
How uncomfortable it makes me or you?
Me, yes, I'm uncomfortable.
And I'm gonna tell you from my side, I saw it like that also. The way the scene was done, it was clear that, okay, Carrie just feels a bit awkward that Big called again, but she also doesn't want to ditch Big because I guess there's some sense of, I need to be supportive and I need to be the good person with Carrie, which Carrie is also always struggling with.
He's having girlfriend problems. I'm gonna be just a minute.
She just didn't want to have that conversation in front of Aiden, right? But if you put yourself into Aiden's shoes, the guy had to accept that his girlfriend is still in contact with someone who he was betrayed with, right? Okay? He does not like him. And clearly, this is crossing his boundaries for Big to still be in Carrie's friendship. So imagine the person receiving a call from this sad friend and they walk out of the room almost like they don't want you to hear what they talk about. If you look at it from that perspective, then clearly you're like, man, I would lose it if I was Aiden. I get what Carrie did. It made total sense. But when you put in the situation they're actually in and the trust that Aiden has to really have to not think that something is now happening, that was the wrong move. Now, Aiden is keeping it very cash, okay? It's not like he's jealous or anything or angry. He's just like, if you tell me that... or how did he say? If you tell me there's nothing there, then I trust that. And then he also starts kind of joking about it. He starts joking that he's not afraid of Big and he would totally take him down.
You think I'm threatened by him?
No, not threatened.
I could take him.
He went into some references about a Green Goblin versus Batman and how people don't expect that the Green Goblin, which I guess is Aiden, would win, but then he is much powerful or something, and he also has a sidekick, Pete, so...
See, I'm the Green Hornet. I got the moves.
And it's all very playful, and it's all very sad, okay? It's like this poor soul.
Plus, I got Pete, and he's like Kato. Aren't you, boy? Hey, Petey! Come here, boy! Come here!
Now, Carrie is also shook. She's like, what the fuck is he talking about? And she also expresses it to her friends. This is the most bizarre thing she ever experienced, and she cannot understand that Aiden needs to literally turn into superhero to deal with Big.
In order to deal with Big, he had to turn himself into the Green Lantern.
Like, what the F? Can't he just trust that there is nothing between the two of them and not be so intimidated by Big? Before I go into what I think about Carrie in this situation, let me talk a little bit about Aiden. In a way, we can say that he kind of understands that there's no winning in this. And even if he opens to Carrie, she's just gonna deflect in some way. So he probably challenges his frustrations and his anger, joking about it. And there is this mix between making fun of himself and then being like, I would win against him, almost like a way to show that he is threatened, but also not really admitting it, right? He feels uncomfortable, but he just, he turns it into humor. And I'm gonna tell you, usually people who are the funniest have the most trauma to deal with. No, I'm not calling myself out. I'll do that in my book 20 years from now. The thing is that Aiden does not want to come across as controlling partner to Carrie. He wants to respect what they agreed on, but every time Carrie is actually talking or interacting with Big, and in this case, even hiding it, the fact that he doesn't even know the dinner she had with him, it just reminds him that these boundaries are basically blurred. This is weird, and he does not know how to deal with it. Carrie, on the other side, the fact that she sees it as, oh my God, he's such a child, to me personally, reaffirms what I talked about last time, that she does not see Aiden as equal. There is no part of her that actually empathizes with this man, understands him, and sees this as his way of dealing with the whole fucked up situation. For her, she's like, oh my God, he's pathetic. Really? Like, he's intimidated by Big? And that's not what Carrie wants. Deep down, she does not want that. She wants someone like Big, who is like so confident that even borders on narcissism. But that's what makes her feel like she's some special person who tames this guy that is so confident. And when it comes to Aiden, it's everything is just a little bit too available because she needs to deal with her shit. So to get out of this pickle, to make Aiden more confident in his relationship with Harry, she has an idea.
Maybe I should try to get Big and him and me together.
What? That's how they can all talk like adults. And Aiden can see how her and Big have nothing between the two of them. That she is his partner and period.
Did you have a big plate of crazy for lunch?
All in all, Carrie is again playing with our mind, because how the fuck are we supposed to accept that she will show Aiden how she loves Aiden by having a meeting with the three of them, and then he's gonna see how there's nothing between her and Big. But cutting Big off is not the way to show him that she loves him. Make it make sense. And make it make sense because she is putting herself in a position where there is no win. Imagine this. The three of them meet. Carrie ignores Big, right? Carrie is like all over Aiden, and she is, really cold towards Big. That could trigger in Aiden, is she actually be authentic? Is she on purpose now all over me because she's trying to compensate? On the other hand, if she's not going to be all over Aiden, if she's going to be friendly with Big, that again can trigger in Aiden the question, what the F is this? Right? She's not even treating me as a boyfriend. Like, it's very difficult to find a middle ground when you're dealing with the situation she's in. Okay, let's be clear. She cheated on this person. Like, she cheated with this person on Aiden, and now she wants to show how there's nothing. On the other hand, how can this come out good for Aiden? There is no way, because if he says that he feels uncomfortable with how the three of them interacted or how Carrie and him and Big interacted, he's gonna come off as jealous, right? But if he doesn't say anything and he just goes with it, then he's letting people walk all over him. He's letting Big walk all over him. I would say that situation would only have one outcome, Aiden being the moron, however you turn it. But right now, it's weekend, okay? And Aiden and Carrie are going back to the countryside. Aiden is working outside and Carrie is having some me time with the magazine. But this me time is again interrupted by her new best friend.
Hello?
Hey, it's me.
And Big is going through it. You see, Willow, the actress, shut it down. She broke it off with him, and he cannot take it.
She said she never wants to see me again.
I'm so sorry.
I don't even know what I did.
Now, Carrie again offers the support she can offer to Big.
Well, she's crazy. I'm telling you, she has the eyes of a crazy person.
I mean, how can there be a beautiful, successful woman who actually rejects Big? She has to be cuckoo, okay? That's the only explanation. Or the fact that she's just trying to be supportive towards Big, okay? You know, she's the crazy one. Don't worry. You'll get over it and yada da.
When are you coming back to the city?
Monday?
Not till Monday?
And today's Thursday. So that feels too far. Now, there is this awkward, silence and maybe even silent pressure where Carrie starts to feel like she needs to offer Big to come there, but also secretly hoping he's not gonna do.
Well, I'd invite you out here, but it's just so far away.
How far?
Here's the thing. I think that Carrie is actually struggling cutting Big off because then she is not a good person. Then she is not the mature person who, despite it all, will still give him a shoulder to cry on and just in general is a good friend. And there is also this part where maybe she genuinely tries to have a friendship with Big. And this is how she sees it. Like she needs to be supportive. The problem is that this is not Miranda. This is not Charlotte. This is not her usual friends where she just offers support when they need it and that's it. This is literally a man that, first of all, what kind of support does he actually need? Because he got rejected from a person he just had a couple of flings, a couple of hookups, what it looks like. One might say she's prioritizing how Big will see her rather than how Aiden will feel, which makes you wonder, who is she actually prioritizing?
I'll come up for an hour. We'll talk. And then I'll head home.
Uh-huh.
How do I get there? Let me get a pen.
And again, we see who Big is, or he just confirms again that he's all about himself. He does not give an F about Carrie or her relationship, and the least, Aiden. He's only focused on how he needs to get comfort, how he needs to be, how he needs to feel better about the whole situation. And if needed, he's gonna show up at the cabin on the countryside at Aiden's place. Period. And for that, the only person who should be blamed is Carrie, because Carrie continuously shows Big how she does not respect Aiden. The same way Carrie wouldn't respect if Big was still with Natasha. Do you think Carrie would respect Natasha? The girl Big cheated on with Carrie? Please. For me personally, it does feel that there is some kind of driver when it comes to Carrie in her relationship with Big, where she just feels that her being needed by Big is something so important, or her being a good friend to Big is like the most important thing there is. And maybe what Carrie should ask herself is, am I treating Big this way, and also Aiden and myself, because I actually want to have friendship with him? Or is it just because I'm afraid to lose him, to let go of him in my life? Maybe if she doesn't offer this support to Big, who knows? He just might disappear. If you think about it, Big did teach her from an early development of their relationship that there are gonna be very small moments when Big actually needs her or actually wants her, and she needs to respond to that. So it could be very hard for her to, even today, even though she might be in love with another person and not have any feelings for Big, difficult to actually let go of that belief. So if Big needs her, she needs to respond. If she would really understand who Big is, then in this very moment, Carrie could finally realize how he's a douche. The first thing is he clearly craves control over actual deep emotion. He's the one who wants to call the shots, be it with Carrie or this new actress. And when this new actress is not giving him that, he gets obsessed because the fuck, how is it possible that he's not pulling the strings here?
She can reach me, but I can't get her.
The second thing is that he's clearly drawn to what he cannot have. It's not about who this person is. It's about, if I can have this, then this is horror.
And I was such a chump.
We're used to him being avoidant, but when someone else is avoidant, it triggers his anxiousness, which just shows that it's about the challenge. It's about the novelty, not about him actually being invested in a relationship. I mean, if we think about the marriage with Natasha, you know, he got married with her like that and then got bored with her like that. All of this should be indicators of what kind of person Big is and that he is not partnership material, right? In general, if this was your friend and you would see them going through all of this, you would be like, boy, you need therapy, okay? You need to reevaluate. You need to go to a calmness, mindfulness resort and you need to figure shit out, okay? Because this is not good for society. Now, on top of that, Carrie could clearly see that Big is not so much about how he is avoidant and he just does not do the intimacy and the love thing and the pursuit thing, but see that, yes, he will do it if he's actually interested.
I really put myself out there and she drop kicked me right in the fucking heart.
He just didn't want to do it with Carrie. Now, the reality is that, I mean, from the last video, how she was, surprised that Big is dating someone and how she was, bashing her from the first go and also now, clearly Carrie does not want to see this as something real, right? This is just Big being a little bit cuckoo, okay? He needs to calm down. This is not real love. So she's not even seeing what is he showing her as a person, as someone who she deep down still wants to be with. I also see Carrie loving this situation. Some part of her even likes that Big is, even if he's going through this whole turmoil with this actress and the fact that, it pulls on her strings a little bit, the fact that he's so into someone. I think that she loves the fact that she is needed, that somehow Big needs to call her and she's the only friend he has and he needs to get advice for her or confide in her. In some way, she gets off on it.
I have to see you.
It could feel a little bit intoxicated how the man you always craved needs you so much, is willing to do everything to come and talk to you, to see you, that you are his reference of comfort. It's so blinding that she doesn't really even see how wrong this is. And the person who gets the slap in all of this, well, it's poor Aiden. Because Aiden now needs to accept the Big is coming.
I invited him up. I didn't mean to.
Aiden, as expected, is baffled. He cannot believe that he is put in this situation.
I don't want him in my
I
house.
totally understand. Look, he's gonna come up here and we're gonna have a quick talk and then he is gonna go right back to the city where he belongs.
He was not asked if it's okay for Big to come there. He already expressed multiple times how uncomfortable he is with Big being in Carrie's life. And now he is literally pushed to accept Big in his home. Let that sink in. This poor man. Poor because Carrie is putting him through all of this. But on the other side, if he would actually understand why is he driven to be with Carrie, what does Carrie represent to him when she keeps on breaking his boundaries, I mean, maybe he wouldn't make these stupid decisions. Like if I was Aiden, I would look in Carrie and I would say, Biz, no. No. I don't care. No. That's it.
That crazy movie star lady broke up with him. He's devastated. He has no one else to talk to.
I'm going to be a little bit rude here, but Carrie is pathetic. She is pathetic. Period. Okay? Trying to be a good friend to a man that hurt her so many times, a man who threatens her relationship over and over again is just a little bit moron-like. Now, where she also goes very wrong is how she is dismissing Aiden in this moment. It's almost like I already invited Big. This already happened. Like he's gonna come. We're gonna make this big. And I promise you, I love you. There's nothing to worry about as she hugs him.
Hey, you're my man. And I love you. He's just a friend in pain.
But it's empty words. The reality is that these are empty words to Aiden because she keeps on doing things that go against what he feels comfortable with. And it's almost like she is forcing Aiden to treat Big the same way Carrie is treating Big. She is forcing Aiden to be at Big's whims the same way she is. If these were ancient times, it's almost like Big is the ruler and everyone needs to, do things that will just, keep him calm and things will be good. Right? This is the vibe that I'm getting. Like Carrie is almost, she doesn't even realize how toxic her relationship with Big is and how much power Big has in her life. Like she's literally convincing her current partner to accept Big. Let that sink in. So far, she never put Aiden before Big. She always chooses how she's gonna be perceived with Big, how Big will feel, over how this will impact Aiden. Every action she had towards Aiden was also triggered by Big, even with the cheating and everything. When the illusion, the fairy tale of them being this perfect love story got tainted with the fact that they cheated and Natasha found out, which is like, how can it be a love story if we're just two cheaters? Even at that time, she went back to Aiden and tried to be better for Aiden because the fairy tale with Big couldn't survive anymore or couldn't exist anymore. So telling to Aiden this is just another lie. And maybe she doesn't even get it.
I would never do this, but he's really hurting.
Aiden is not happy about it. I mean, clearly he shouldn't even be happy about it. And that's when Carrie apparently decides that it's good to evoke some empathy in Aiden. I mean, has he never gotten his heart broken by a woman? And he's looking at Carrie and he's like, bitch.
Come on, haven't you ever had a girl break your...
The delusion. But, what is he supposed to do? He agrees and he does expect Big to be in shambles because if this is what Carrie decided and this is the reason why he's coming up here, he better be destroyed.
Thank you.
He's got some balls coming up here.
And I'm looking at this scene and I'm thinking, you, my man, do not realize that Carrie has some balls pushing you in this situation. His anger is totally misplaced. He's looking at Big and he's pissed that Big put Carrie in this situation where he will now come there and they'll have to deal with it without realizing that Carrie is the one who calls the shots, right? Carrie is the one who owes respect to Aiden. Carrie is the one who can say and should say no to Big. He let Carrie deceive him so many times, cross his boundaries so many times that he literally loses sight that she is the one who's hurting him. And I think that's quite common. Like it's quite common when you get so entangled or so enmeshed with someone who is not good for you that you literally cannot accept the fact that this person is the one who's creating the problem and is hurting you, right? And you literally believe that it's all the rest. It's not like you lie to yourself. You literally cannot see the truth because the truth has been squished so many times already. And you allowed it. So there's no way you're going to accept that you did wrong. That's the dangerous part of toxic relationship. When suddenly your partner is never the problem. It's always other people. But you don't realize that you were trained to see it that way. Because every time there was a problem, this person showed you how they're not the problem. It's this person. It's even you. So you almost got trained that there is no way that this person can do wrong. If they do wrong, it's because they were weak in that moment. Bis. Oof. Hours are passing, and as much as Carrie is hoping that Big won't show up, he pulls up the driveway. It's pouring rain outside, and he actually doesn't step out of the car. He's waiting inside, so Carrie goes to join him.
Why didn't you come in?
He actually feels a little bit uncomfortable going in the cabin, going to Aiden's house.
I can't talk about this in front of him.
Now, my suspicion is that he feels uncomfortable showing how destroyed he is in front of Aiden, because so far he was holding the upper hand. Now, the thing is that in reality, Big does not care about Aiden. Does not care. Like, he doesn't care about Aiden being uncomfortable about the situation. I think it's again about how Big will be seen in Aiden's eyes. Carrie convinced him to go in, also because Aiden needs to see that Big is destroyed. Otherwise, she's gonna get the bad end of it, right? The short end of the stick.
Yes, you can. And you better.
Again, Carrie keeps creating this understanding that Aiden is the sheltered outside person of the relationship between Big and Carrie. It's like Big and Carrie are these tight friends and they share so much history and they need to make sure that Aiden is okay. She is prioritizing her relationship with Big because she actually sees it that way, be it history, being the involvement, rather than the person she's with now. We find out that it's been 2 hours since Big entered the cabin and he drank a lot and he is wasted.
Let's go have a drink and a smoke sometime.
Now, the scene is like this. Carrie is sitting with Aiden. Aiden is pissed, looking at Big, and Big is just drunk. And he finally starts to talk about Willow. I think he sees her in a magazine or something, and he starts to, reveal his feelings. Big stands up, and he is ready to go home. Just the fact that he's not ready to go home. Because he is wasted. He can barely stand. Carrie is like, oh my God, you can't go like this. And she even says to Aiden, oh my God, he can't drive back like this or something like that. Aiden is pissed and he goes out of the cabin. And Big says that he's going to call his driver. But somehow this is not an option. Bitch, please.
Call my driver.
We're an hour outside New York.
What do you mean? He has a freaking driver who he can call to pick him up. Why not? Well, not because the show needs to go on, right? So, Big says how Aiden doesn't want him there, and wow, shocker. But we see Aiden coming back and he throws the pillow and the blanket to Big. Again, being the big guy, right? Or the good guy, the bigger person, not the big guy. I mean, what can you expect? His limits have been pushed to the limitless point. Does that make sense? It's the next morning. Big is sleeping, passed out on the couch. Carrie's behind the table, drinking coffee. And Aiden is outside playing basketball, which looks like him just throwing ball in the wall, clearly managing his anger. Big gets woken up by this noise, and Carrie wants him to go out and make friends with Aiden.
Isn't it a little early?
You have to go out there and make friends with him.
Because if he wants Carrie to be in his life, that's what he needs to do. Otherwise, she'll be gone. Now, Big is a little bit confused because that's not what adult men do. And that's how we get another confirmation that Big is a child and he never really grew up. Because what do you mean? But okay, I guess we're going with that.
And if you and Aiden don't become at least a little friendly, I'm not going to be able to stay in your life.
Again, who is her partner? She is not outside with Aiden talking about, okay, we need to get Big out. He needs to go home. No, she is inside the cabin trying to make Big talk with Aiden so he can stay or she can feel comfortable having Big in her life. I'm confused, but okay. Like, it's giving Big is her boyfriend and Aiden is her brother, and she needs to make sure that they work it out. Right? Like, the show is trying to push this narrative of how tight the two of them are, as though there's no past between the two of them and that we just forget all of that. It's almost like these two just cannot separate. But the reality is they cannot separate because they're toxic to each other. They're trauma bonded. Not even trauma bonded. It's just using each other for their own well-being. That's it. Okay? Maybe one can say two narcissists coming together, each pushing in their own direction to make themselves feel better. It also seems to me that Carrie is the one who's doing all these moves to keep Big in, but she tries to frame it as though she's doing it so Big can have her in. Like, I'm helping you. It's confusing, okay? It's confusing and pathetic. So this prompts Big to actually go out and talk to Aiden. He goes out and he starts with apologizing for getting drunk.
I didn't mean to come up and ruin your weekend or anything.
Now, this might shock you, but I believe big. I genuinely believe that he did not want to ruin the weekend between Carrie, or the weekend for Carrie and Aiden. I think he just doesn't give a fuck about the two of them. Like, that's not, his plan was not, oh my God, I want to go there and destroy it. No, he does not care. He cares about his own well-being. So, does that make it better? No. But at least he's honest. They start playing ball together, but every time Aiden throws the ball too big, he actually first throws it in the mud and then too big. Clearly being pissed, right?
A little muddy, I guess, all that rain, huh?
Is this immature from Aiden's side? 100%. Can you also understand him? 100%. Could he deal with it better? Yes. He could have said, look, man, it's okay, but I think it's time for you to go. Period. No. What transpired is them getting into fight. Okay? It's Green Goblin versus Batman. We're finally seeing the showdown. They fall to the ground. They are hugging and rolling in the mud. Carrie runs out and she is trying to separate them, but secretly loving that two men are fighting over her. She's that good, people.
You're middle-aged!
Unfortunately, she's not able to separate them, but luckily, the sidekick comes. Sidekick? Yes, comes to the rescue. It's Pete and he is going after Big. Now, this makes the whole fight stop, and Aiden and Big become best friends. Yes, just like that, people. They're in the cabin, sitting behind the table, and Big is yet again explaining how frustrating it is to be with someone like Willow.
She could reach me. I couldn't get her. See?
That's fucked up.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. If you ever get hurt by your partner, even betrayed, cheated on, and then they beg you to get back together and you say yes, but then they also don't want to cut the person they cheated on you with out, don't get too upset. Don't get too angry. You never know. This very person might just become your friend. Ta-da! Yep, that's what happened. It is the time to take the relationship between Carrie and Aiden to the next level. Oh, people, everything is going well. They are really, clicking, sticking together. They just overcame their last challenge. Aiden feeling uncomfortable with Carrie still hanging out with the guy she cheated on Aiden. They became friends, okay? They fought it out and they are buddies. What cannot Aiden and Carrie overcome? This is what a relationship is supposed to be. Going through the thick and thin together. And when it's toxic, one person pleasing the other. Also, that one works. Until you crash and burn. And then identity crisis. Oopsie. It's actually not funny. But you know how things go. You usually need a little push, a little nudge in that direction. The universe to bring its forces and help you make that next step.
My building's going co-op.
There you have it. Homeless Carrie. What will she do now? Well, people, when you are in a relationship, that's one of the benefits, okay? Your partner is gonna take care of it.
I can sell my place and buy this place and that place next door.
Look, maybe Carrie doesn't have the finances to buy this apartment, but her man does. And not only does this mister have enough money to buy her New York apartment, but also the apartment next door. They can break down the wall and have an awesome luxury big space for just the two of them. And Pete, don't get it twisted. He's not buying an apartment for Carrie. He's buying it for the two of them. Now, Carrie is a little bit surprised. First of all, Aiden has that kind of money.
You have a girlfriend, Moneybags?
And second of all, he would really do that. And are they really ready for that step? But here's the thing, they've been spending almost every night together and he's almost living there already. Plus, who wants to now do all the packing, organize the shoes and the dresses and, move to another place? It's much more comfortable if a man just buy it for you. I mean for them. People, please let me know how you felt about Aiden offering Carrie to buy her apartment, the apartment she lives in, so they can move in together. Do you see this as a good thing or do you have doubts around it? I really try to position myself in this situation, and I'm gonna be honest, it does not feel right. There is this sense of him buying the apartment almost like taking away this autonomy. Like he's taking over her life in some way. And I don't know if that's because I need to go to therapy, okay, and figure shit out, or is there something to it? I would feel much more comfortable if Aiden would offer to buy a new apartment together, for the two of them to go somewhere new. Of course, I understand there is this question about, okay, finding the apartment and this and that, but I almost feel like it would be better if Aiden lended Carrie money for her to buy this apartment, right? Do some kind of contract in that sense, because there is also this other side. Aiden is doing this for the two of them. That's a huge commitment. So if things don't go well, he can totally feel played by situation. Oh my God, I even bought her apartment, right? I invested in this so much. And on Carrie's side, she might feel like she owes him even more. And then if things don't go well, he's actually making her move out of her place because that's not her place. Like, all in all, it just feels such a bad decision for me.
Think about it.
She doesn't want to make any rash decisions because, you know what? As much as she loves Aiden being there all the time, she's not that happy that he's leaving all his stuff all over the place. So one day, when she's picking it all up, putting it into his bag, there is a little something in that bag that freaks her out. It's a little blue box. Carrie is freaking out. She is nervous because, is this it? But also, oh my God, do I want this right now? She opens it and she vomits. Maybe that's that gut feeling. What do we think about this? And is it about what we're all thinking? Oh my God, typical, because obviously she still cares about Big and Aiden is not the one. Or does it have to do more about her own beliefs, what she feels about herself, and even the fear of maybe losing her independence? You know, if you connect marriage with losing independence, then that can be a real problem, which we already know, okay? You can be both. You can be independent and in a relationship. I mean, that's how it should be. So I'm going to share my 2 cents on this. Aiden is her safety net, right? Aiden is the anchor to who she always returns. If something goes wrong, she comes back. But she's not here with this anchor. She's not here in this safety. She goes out. She tries out different things and then she returns back every time she needs this validation. She's using her relationship with Aiden as a confirmation that she is worthy and can have a good relationship. And it is easier to have that dynamic where she doesn't ever fully commit and she always seems to be with one arm or one leg in the big possibility when there is not real commitment, when there is no real marriage, when they are just dating. Because when she is dating, there is this open possibility of, maybe things not really working out, or that she doesn't have to be as good of a partner as she has to be if she is in a marriage. Her vomiting could be literally just that gut feeling of he is not the one. But then there is the other more complicated reasoning behind it all, right? And it is Carrie not feeling like she deserves this, that she's actually good enough for this. So this is how I'm looking at the situation from that perspective. This fear of not being good enough. With Aiden potentially proposing to her, he is telling her, you are good enough. You are worthy for me. And she cannot accept that, or she finds it very struggling to accept that. Is it because she herself never really feels good enough and she's desperate for that validation? That's why she does all this selfish shit, because it's all about making herself feel good enough? Or she knows deep down that she doesn't treat Aiden the best, so it's almost like whoa, are we really going that direction? Like, this is all fake. And then the last reason why, this gut feeling came out and made her vomit is just the simple fear of losing independence. She has a certain lifestyle. She is good. She takes care of herself. She's in a good relationship, but she still keeps independence. And committing to someone else can trigger that fear of losing all of that. Does she really want to be a wife? Now, this can also very much be just simple, I think it's going too fast. I'm just not ready.
It hasn't been long enough, has it?
Now, we have a little bit of problem here, people, because who the F knows what is the timeline in this house, okay? How long have now Carrie and Aiden been together? Are we talking they've been back together for 2 months, or are we talking they've been back together for a year?
Is this a real estate merger? Am I a real estate bride?
I mean, is this all because of the apartment? But here's the thing. Carrie is not just upset about potentially this being too fast. She's upset because what the F was he thinking buying that ring?
It's just not me.
It does remind us a little bit of how Big bought her the wrong purse. Now also Aiden does the same shit.
I helped pick the ring.
Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it? For Samantha, it's very clear. Wrong ring, wrong guy. Period. Let's move on. I know, and I myself probably have some part of me that thinks, oh, when my man chooses a ring, it's gonna be the perfect one because he knows what I like. But here's the thing, I don't know what I like. I'm not really sure, like, do I want this piece? Do I want this piece? I think we put so much emphasis on, in this case, him or her picking the right ring because that represents who I am, as though one material thing can break or make the partnership you have. How much this person knows you. Maybe your partner can know so many things about you. How do you deal with things? What kind of support you need? But if he chooses the wrong shirt, you're like, not a soulmate. Maybe the guy who buys you the wrong ring, he buys you the wrong ring because he's more focused on who you are as a person rather than what you wear. So to me personally, it does feel a little bit immature. What do you think? Now, when it comes to Carrie, of course, knowing that she's a fashion girly and she puts a lot of emphasis on that, the easiest thing is to say, oh, this is some kind of surface level validation, right? He doesn't know my style type thing.
It was a pear-shaped diamond with a gold band.
Oh, ick.
And then the second layer is not choosing the right ring because he doesn't really pay attention to who Carrie is.
Aiden should have known that that ring wasn't me. How can I marry a guy who doesn't know which ring is me?
But then if we go even deeper, and we know the history between Carrie and Aiden, there could be this fear of knowing that there are things about her, how she treats Aiden, how committed she is to this relationship that are not the best. That maybe she is even hiding from Aiden, the whole meeting up with Big, those are all parts of her. So in some way, it's not only, oh, he doesn't know me, who I am as a person, it's also he doesn't know how many things I've hidden from him. Is it really okay that this person is now ready to propose to me? How much did I let him actually see the full me? But you know what? Wrong timing, wrong ring, everything can be a little bit weird right now. So Carrie is just gonna do the right thing. She's gonna be honest with Aiden for the first time in her life. Okay, I'm being a little bit unfair. Carrie does usually tell a lie, but then she also kind of reveals the truth in some cases. And you know how it is. You need to practice, right? Before you become the master.
I'll just say, I'm not ready to get engaged yet, but I love you and I want to live with you.
She loves him and she does want to move in together with him. She wants to really try this. But when it comes to the engagement, that's just a little bit too fast. Side note, if you're looking for a ring, then I would expect you have some kind of understanding between the two of you. Like you've had the talk about marriage. Maybe when do you want to get married? Where are you in your stages of your life? Do you feel like this could be the next step? It seems that all of those conversations did not happen between Aiden and Carrie. And one might say that for Aiden, that's just logical. You see, if we look now from Aiden's perspective, yes, you might say he is trying to lock her down and blah, 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 right? That could be possibility. But if you look at just so far what we know, and if you try to understand Aiden's action or someone like Aiden, this is a man who decided to get back together with someone who cheated on him, right? Meaning that there has to be a very, very high expectation and sense that this person is it, right? You don't go back together with someone after such a betrayal because you just want to see where it goes. Even though you might go into it thinking that, oh, we're just going to try, we're going to see if we can fix it, blah, blah, blah. You're actually doing all of that because there is this underlying loyalty already established, or loyalty, like expectation that this is it. And then you're just trying to figure out how to make it happen, right? This is how Aiden is entering this relationship. Even when he asked her to let go of Big and she didn't do it, and he still stayed with her, again shows that he truly believes that this is it. Their last challenge, their last obstacle, which is again Big, and how Carrie is still hanging out with him, was also solved, right? We saw that at the end of the day, at the end of my last analysis, Aiden and Big became friends. Now, what do you think that would do to someone like Aiden? He had worries about Carrie because of Big. Can I really trust her? And then they kind of overcame this, right? No, everything is good. Look, I can even have a conversation with Big. Even more solidifying this sense of Carrie is the one. We can do it. Everything is going the way it's supposed to go. We had problems, we overcame them, and we're good. Pair that also with the fact that Aiden is someone who does want that life, who does want family. That's why he started having a different approach when it came to dating Carrie. Remember? He wanted this to be serious. He wanted to have a real relationship. Clearly, he has a certain goal. Now, let's pair that with the story we've been told so many times. And as much as we want to fight it, like we need to consciously fight it. All a woman wants is marriage. A guy is the one who is maybe, doubtful. A guy is the one who is like, gets locked in. I think that there could be, let's say, still this sentiment about how a woman only waits for the guy to be ready to propose. Aiden himself might not even try to understand where Carrie is at because in his mind, who doesn't want that? Who does not want to get proposed to? They're okay. They go through all these challenges. They came together after the shit show that went down. Clearly, Carrie wants to be with me because otherwise she would go with Big, right? He doesn't know that Big never takes Carrie seriously, but detail. So for him, this is just a magical moment, right? I'm gonna pop the question because I'm ready. Ding. Who knows? Maybe if she would say, oh, I'm letting go of Big the time that he asked her, he would be like, down on his knees and proposing. Overall, clearly they are not on the same page. While Aiden is ready, Carrie isn't. But then she's also wondering, what if this is right and I'm just afraid?
In matters of love, how do you know when it's right?
What do you think, Mary? What would you say, when is it right? When do you know that it's right? I'd say like this. It does depend, where are you in your life? At what stage in your life are you in? Because if you are someone who, let's say, values independence, values the sense of self and individuality, if you feel that you are a little bit rocky in your life, be it financial situation, be it the relationship you have with yourself, even though your partner is the one you want to actually get that commitment, it could feel like it is too fast. You're not really where you want to be, so you can, at least you will never be fully ready, I guess, or fully ready, fully whole. That doesn't exist. But let's say 80%, like you're 80% okay with your life. Therefore, you're stepping into this partnership because you actually want to have a partnership and not as a compensation for something. For example, let's say that your life is total shit show. You have no stability. You have no sense of security, nothing. And then the marriage or someone proposes to you or your partner proposes to you, and it's almost like, okay, I'm doing something right. Okay, this is something that I can say I'm good. Similar to getting pregnant. Your life is in shambles, but suddenly, the only thing that it's needed is to get pregnant. Yes, we don't make enough money between the two of us. Yes, we don't even know where are we gonna live. But you know what they say. You're never truly ready, okay? So let's just leave it up to I don't know who. I would say that when you make decisions from that state, it's not because you're making decisions being ready or this being the right thing. It's more of a compensation to make yourself feel good because, we are also conditioned with what makes you a good human or a good person in this world. And having a family or getting married is in some cultures still pretty heavy, especially if you were raised in these traditional senses. I'm not saying that's still the case. I'm just saying that it is the case for some. And it's not the best. Now, let's say you have shit figured out, right? Let's say that you do feel very well in the way you have your life and in your partner or with your partner, but then you still have some hesitancy about the actual marriage. Again, the question is it about what the marriage represents and why do you have fears around that? Is it the fear of losing independency? And then again, what is partnership for you? Why do you feel like you're going to lose your independence being with someone? Have an open conversation with your partner about it. How will you feel secure and not secure and blah, blah, blah. Find the solution that will make you feel both good or the actual fact that you're just not the right person for one another. It is comfortable while you have the simple exit. I just walk away if something doesn't work. But when you actually need to commit and maybe it needs a little bit more bureaucracy when you want to leave, then you start thinking, is this really it? Are we really two people who actually enjoy spending time together? Or is us being together just convenient? Those are the things and the questions that I would try to understand if I would have certain hesitancy toward marriage, if I want to be married, okay? Because there's also a thing, do you actually want marriage and why not, right? And if your partner is okay with that. But if you're someone who wants that, who eventually wants that, but you have some doubts, then, those are the questions that I would try to figure out. And I wouldn't put all on did he buy me the right ring? Because that means that he knows me. No. He could also ask someone for an advice and get the right ring, but he knows shit about you or wants to know shit about you. Okay? But please let me know in the comments below, how do you feel about this? Like, what do you think tells you it's the right thing or not the right thing? And this is not aesthetically pleasing. So Carrie decides to take matters into her own hands. She knows exactly what she wants and she knows what she is not ready for. So she takes Aiden out for dinner.
So, yes, Aiden, I would love to live with you.
She is okay with him buying the apartment for the two of them and living together. Now, she also wants to make sure that they figure out the money situation.
Because I don't want a free ride. We're still individuals.
But she does want to take this relationship to the next step and actually move in together.
That makes me really happy, Carrie.
Aiden is really happy and it makes him want to ask her something else. He reaches in his pocket and as Carrie is looking at the possibility of the terror, her having gut play out again, she excuses herself to the bathroom.
Would you excuse me for a minute?
Sure, are you okay?
I'm just gonna go to the bathroom.
Now she is in the bathroom and she is freaking out, but also almost like, it's okay. I can do this.
What are you doing?
She goes back out. She sits down and she is kind of nervously looking at Aiden's action right now. And then we go into the typical rom-com when she's thinking he's gonna propose, he's not gonna propose, because what Aiden asks her is if he can pay for the dinner even though she invited, right? So there you have it. Saved. And not only is Carrie saved by Aiden wanting to pay for the dinner, she's also saved by Big. She's outside looking for taxi, but you know how it is. When Carrie is in trouble,
Hey, lady! Need a ride?
well, there is always a savior on horizon. Now, this was the weirdest shit I've seen in a long time. Correction, since the last episode, when Aiden and Big became friends. I still can't get over that one. Carrie is actually really happy to see Big. Is that the solution to the cab shortage in New York?
Just a happy coincidence.
Oh, admit it. You drive around looking for me, don't you?
What the actual F? What in the name of this ceiling, and I have no idea what that's supposed to represent, is going absurdity. That's what's supposed to represent, okay? What the F? Oh, it's weird why I'm reacting this way. Well, let me ask you, do you meet a friend and the first thing you do, you flirt with them and ask and tell them, no, you're just driving around trying to look for me? What? This is supposed to be your friend. Pure friendship. Pure friendship, and you're gonna say, no, you're just looking for... It's so embarrassing. Honestly, it is so embarrassing, and pick me. I was so shooked when I saw that. I couldn't believe it. I was like, who the fuck writes this shit? And if you're like, no, that's not weird. If you walk down the street, imagine yourself, you're walking down the street, you're like, thinking about life or your bank account, and you meet a friend, and you're like, oh my God, hey, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, don't pretend that you're, or no, how did she say? Well, admit you were looking around for me. Are you freaking kidding? I would get freaked out so badly because is this person obsessed with me? Why would that be their first thought? Even if it's a joke, just to make a joke out of that, it's kind of like, wait, what? It's not normal. It's not normal in my world. And if this is my world, you know what? I like being in my world. I like to have things clear. And this ain't it. It is not a normal reaction. But also, is the relationship between Carrie and Big normal? No. No, it isn't. So let's just rest case. What? Case closed. Something.
Don't flatter yourself. You're on my turf.
He offers her a ride and Carrie is happy to take it. He's been good and Carrie has been very, very good. He reminds her it's not a contest. Yeah, he keeps on embarrassing Carrie, honestly. The exchange is very cheeky, back and forth. We're so playful. We get one another. But it's also like movie. Unless there's something going on between the two of you. Clearly. But this time, Aiden and Big became kind of friends. Kinda. So he actually also asked how Country Bob is.
How are things with Country Bob?
You know his name now.
Yeah, I guess that friendship also wasn't real. Carrie clocks it though. He should know his name by now. Bis. I need to calm down. Can you imagine your friend again disrespecting your partner? In what world is that okay? In what world you are not looking at this person and say, stop the freaking cab. Stop the cab. I'm going. Unacceptable. I've given you so many chances to be respectful to my relationship and to my partner, and you keep walking all over it. And I don't care if you're just insecure and blah. I do not. No, zip it, enough. But you know why Carrie does not stand up for her man? Well, because secretly her man is actually Big, okay? Like I said, Aiden is the safety net. It is so clear that she keeps prioritizing Big, that she's buddies with Big, and Aiden is the, we need to protect him type of thing, that she doesn't even feel like this is wrong. If you truly care about a person, how can you let someone else diss them? How? Like, seriously. She clearly values Big more than she values Aiden. Period. Period. Okay? But to surprise of us all, Big corrects himself.
Aiden.
Baby steps. Carrie says he's good, and she has this smile. And Big wonders, what is that?
I don't think you want to know.
Oh, I bet I can handle it.
He actually wants to marry her. No vomit this time, right? When you need to show your ex that someone actually wants to marry you, then it's not gut branching.
I think he wants to marry me.
See this? See this, Big? He wants to put a ring on it. This time, it's not, yeah, he wants to marry and I'm not sure if I'm ready. This time, it's like, yeah, I mean, he might be the guy for me.
He's not the guy for you.
He might be the guy for me.
What the F again? What the wall is going on here? He might be the guy. He might be the guy. That's why I might say yes to him. What did she eat? Seriously, what did she eat? I think that vomiting is a reflection of her health issues, okay? She needs to go to a doctor for a checkup. Also, the fact that she says it in defense to Big, please, you cannot convince me that this is normal and this is Carrie being a good partner. No, this is Carrie all about Big. Like, can you imagine she's even defending herself in front of Big about if her man is the right guy? Well, of course, because she doesn't believe it. I don't know. Is it showing how Big still has a hold on Carrie? And not because that's true love or whatever, but it's almost like trauma bonding and toxicity and the push and pull type dynamics that she literally loses all senses seeing Big. And it's showing how dangerous it is when you're not cutting off the person who created that dynamic or the two of you established that dynamic? Or is it showing that Carrie is just basically a bad person and especially a bad partner to Aiden? I find it difficult to say that it's so black and white, it's one or the other. It's combination of both, or I'm leaning more towards the first one, this being like kind of toxic relationship, right? And this push and pull constantly happening. But because she does not want to take the self-responsibility, she does not want to actually address that this is not okay and that she needs to figure shit out on her own with the therapist. I don't know, but it's not okay. But she does not do that. That's why she is stuck. That's the thing. Yes, sometimes people will just know how to play on your emotions, how to play on your deepest desires and needs, and you don't even realize when you get so hung up around them. But the only thing that we can do is take care of ourselves, listen to ourselves, and take the time to actually evaluate the situation. Not ignore when we do feel put down, when we do feel like we're not heard, when our needs are not met, when we are treated badly. Like, don't ignore it. Don't find excuses, but sit down and ask yourself, why am I allowing that? Is it really so perfect that it's worth all the pain? Like, really have that conversation. And usually the answer is no, it's not. It's because I'm dealing with some shit that I need to figure out. Because I'm seeking validation where I shouldn't be seeking it. At least that was the case with me. Once I actually started to listen to myself or try to understand myself better, moves were made. When it comes to Big and his attitude in this conversation, saying how Aiden is not the guy, like, there are a couple of things happening. And honestly, there is a combination of him just being, ego, but also him doing or him reacting exactly how Carrie showed him to react. He doesn't really see Aiden as the right guy for Carrie or this relationship as like a serious relationship because Carrie constantly shows him that that's not it. I mean, Carrie cheated on Aiden with Big. Like, that is the biggest thing that shows you that there's something not working. And if they would actually go through it in the right way, she would cut Big off. Like, Big knows that. Any normal person, the fact that you cheated with me on your person and now you still try to convince me that you're actually in love with them, but you're meeting me, you're trying to make us friends and things. It's like, that, I would find it very difficult to actually respect that relationship. And I think that's how Big is, because paired with his own entitlement and ego. Like, he cannot really take this relationship serious because Carrie didn't show him that this is actually serious. She's just showing him that she's now in a good relationship and she has the good on paper guy. But it's almost like he sees through her. He's looking at Carrie and he's thinking, kiddo, sure, let's play this. Oh, now you're with someone else and this is real. But I can totally see how you're craving to get me off this close right now. Now, the other side could be that he's actually, they are trying to show how he knows Carrie, right? And he does know that she's not really for that Aiden is not the right guy, that there is not real compatibility, or simply that he sees him and Carrie as the same. Like, we're both just fooling around. We are not really taking all of these people serious. We're having fun. We're playing this pull and push between the two of us, but it's all just, we're better than everyone else and we're just enjoying life.
I'm just not ready yet.
Big though sees it a little bit differently. She'll never be ready.
You're not the marrying kind.
Oh, Biz, do not even pretend that you were not shooked by what he said. Not shooked, but the fact that he literally said it in her face. The thing that we've all been thinking all along, that he never saw Carrie as someone who he would marry. Biz, look at the proof right now. Look at the proof. The proof is in the butter. I feel that's wrong. We were speculating this whole time that he never saw Carrie as a marriage material, even though there were theories and whispers of how he's just afraid. He even might be afraid because Carrie evokes in him something so strong that he doesn't know how to handle. No, he never saw her as a marriage material, and he told her right in her face. Right in her face. Now, you would also expect that Carrie would be a little bit shooked and she would be like, what? But no.
And you, I guess, are? So what does that tell us?
The two of them are the last people to give any relationship advice. So she's not going to listen to Big's opinions also. And honestly, the only right thing that Carrie did in this moment. Like she says, he has 2 failed marriages and, she also doesn't have the best record when it comes to her relationship and commitment. So not the crowd. I do feel that if we play into it, they kind of feel connected even more, They're both clueless. Buddies, twins, special. She is back at home and she gets a little itch, I really want to check it again. She goes into Aiden's bag and what's that? There is no blue box anymore. What the hell? Did he change his mind?
Hello? Hey, spy girl. Did you tell Aiden I didn't like the ring? Did you tell him not to propose?
She calls Miranda, because she was the crime-in partner the first time. Crime being, which ring did she help to choose? But this time, Miranda is staying out of it. She does not know anything. She does not want to know anything. And why is Carrie even so upset? She will, in any case, say no. So why is she bothered that there's no ring anymore?
What if he realized I'm not the one?
Yeah, Miranda. I mean... Oh, you're supposed to be her best friend. How can she forget that it's about the validation? Okay? Yes, Carrie is not ready to get married. But also, why did Aiden change his mind? Okay? Like this, am I not the one? What if he realized that this is not it? Now, that is something that Carrie is just, does she really want to accept that? Now, there is again this question, right? Does Carrie now freak out that Aiden is potentially not proposing because deep down she actually wants this? She actually wants to be with him. And the thing that is keeping her or like pulling her back is just maybe this fear of commitment and being good enough. And maybe in some way, seeing the ring, she got this sense of, man, like he really does see me as someone who is good enough and he values me. And finally, someone actually values me and wants to marry me. When she maybe became comfortable with that idea and now the ring is kind of gone, now she's like, shit, what if he changed his mind? What if I'm not really good enough? So even when she says to Miranda that she does not want to get married, maybe that's just, she's not really comfortable in saying it, right? She's still dealing with these emotions. Where is she? How does she feel about the situation? But then there's also this side of that it's really about that sense of validation rather than Aiden partnership being ready or not being ready. What's driving her is to be the marriage material, right? What's driving her is to be seen as the one. Maybe on some level, having that talk with Big and him kind of, saying that she's not the marriage material and so on, maybe she does want to distance herself from that, from Big, from who Big is. Like, she does not want to be like Big when he's not serious, and she wants to be in some way different than that. She wants to prove to herself, to Aiden, and to Big that she is marriage material. But if I go even further, every time Carrie doesn't feel good enough, she goes into or she relies into deceitful behaviors. For example, Aiden didn't want to be intimate with her at the beginning when they started dating, so she resorted to being pushy.
Big tub, little person.
And not realizing that she's actually being very disrespectful and treating very badly Aiden in that moment. When Aiden first does not want her back when they end the relationship, what does she do?
His word said no, but his kiss said yes.
She is actually playing on his emotions to get what she wants, totally neglecting that this is not okay. And this is actually very, very manipulative behavior. Aiden doesn't propose? Well, she needs to make sure that he does, because even though she doesn't want it, she wants him to want it. All of this is showing the tendency of her neglecting the true needs and being good to the other person the second she does not feel good enough. And, it does hint a little bit to potential narcissism. I actually watched the documentary, or like the miniseries, not a documentary, of this Belle Gibson. The lady that faked cancer and so on. There's a new Netflix series and it's actually very entertaining. But you can see how she is, she has this crazy need for validation, to be seen as good enough, to the point that she is very deceitful to other people just so she can get that recognition. And she doesn't even realize, she thinks she's doing good, or her thing is, oh, let me be so nice to this person, and I'm even gonna prepare this and invite them to this and promise them this. And it's all fueled just by her need to feel good enough, because the second she feels good enough, she doesn't care about that person anymore. And that's how Carrie feels to me in her relationship with Aiden. The second there's a risk of her being not feeling good enough, she's willing to be really, really manipulative to him just to get that recognition. And that's why this relationship is totally doomed. Sure, we see them having nice moments and being flirtatious and being in love, but all of that seems very surface level. Nothing is really real partnership and connection, because there is no real respect and genuine love between the two of them. Or better, Carrie towards Aiden. Carrie does not really respect Aiden. And that's why this relationship will never go where it needs to go to be healthy. We see Aiden and Carrie taking Pete out for a walk. Now, Carrie is not the happiest.
Pete has to go.
Yeah, okay, but why do I have to go?
And as Pete is shitting, Aiden is picking up the poop. But what is that? It is not picking up the poop. He is proposing to Carrie.
Here, hold this, would you?
Yes, Biz. Aiden proposed to Carrie while taking Pete out to take a dump. Romance right there. Honestly, on one hand, it does seem like the perfect, in a way, a perfect, shit, I don't know. Like, this is the last thing she would think, right? And honestly, I love dogs. Look, 2 dogs in the back here, you see? And then there's another one lying down. I love dogs. And from the first look, I was like, oh my God, so cute. But if you think about it, He literally pretended to pick up shit to then propose to her. I don't know who the fuck wrote that, but genius. Carrie is looking at the box and she's looking at Aiden and she's looking at the box because she knows that now she's gonna have to pretend that she likes the ring even though she hates it. Potentially, she'll have to say yes to the ring that she does not want because she doesn't want to be rude, and also she wants him to want her. So, okay? It's that sense of being good enough that's kicking in right now and being the marriage material.
Oh my God, it's not... God,
Carrie doesn't have to act. Oh my God, the ring is perfect. It's the right ring.
it's such a beautiful ring.
And you know how it is. The right ring, the right man.
Yes.
Yes, biz. Carrie says yes to Aiden while he's kneeling down next to a pile of shit. Okay. But that's the thing, while Carrie was looking at that ring and at Aiden, she actually started thinking about that maybe there are no right moments and right guys and right ring.
Maybe there are no right moments, right guys, right answers.
Maybe sometimes you just need to listen to your heart. And as much as this was supposed to be romantic, first of all, Aiden is kneeling next to a pile of shit. And Carrie, by the way, I don't think Pete pooped. I'm just, being an asshole. And Carrie says yes to a potentially not the right guy. That's how you do. So Carrie, I guess, is settling, right? She does understand that maybe there are no right guys. And maybe this guy who is kneeling in front of her might be the best she can get. Maybe sometimes we're just too focused on perfection when in reality, as long as they pick the right ring and you can, have it nicely on your finger and it goes with your outfit, who cares about the right guy, right? I mean, that's just details. Now, Mary, before you come after me, I get it. What the movie or the show is trying to say is, we are too focused on knowing the right guy, the right moment, this and that. Everything needs to be perfect and a fairy tale. I get it, but this ain't it, Biz. This ain't it. You cannot look at the guy and say and think, you know what, maybe there are not right guys, so I'm gonna say yes. Like, what? I think you are delusional. At least in that moment, you're like, you know what? Maybe with all the flaws that this guy has and maybe the challenges that we have, like looking at him, he is the right person. He's the right person I want to go through it all. We don't have things figured out, but I know that I want to be with him. That's different than thinking, you know what, maybe he's not the right guy, but I'll just say yes. I'll listen to my heart. And then the question is, did she say yes to the guy or did she say yes to the ring? Did she say yes to the material aspect of the ring or the metaphor of the ring? Seeing that Aiden actually does know her. He actually knows her fully and he accepts her. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the relationship that always looked a little bit sus. I mean, at the end of the day, they went through it all. They really overcame the challenges. And maybe all of my analysis were wrong. And I'm just a little bit pessimistic and negative. Because Carrie is engaged. Carrie is engaged with Aiden. And you know what they say? If you put that ring on it, then it is right. Right? That's why we never have divorces. But she needs to break the news to someone else. Someone who maybe didn't expect this.
I have something to tell you.
Aiden left you?
She meets Samantha at a bar. She got engaged because the ring was right.
I've seen it.
What?
Well, somebody had to help the poor guy.
And Carrie feels grateful. She feels grateful that Samantha, her friend, actually approves of this marriage. Now, on one side, we could have expected that Carrie would feel bad about the situation because if she connected the right ring to the right person, or Aiden actually knowing her, finding out that it was actually Samantha who helped Aiden could make her feel maybe this is not right. But I guess in this very moment, Carrie is more focused on the fact that maybe she's not really sure about the situation, but it is comforting that her friend is. It is comforting that her friend trusts in this, despite being the one who was always very vocal about Aiden not being the one. We can even say that Samantha is looking at her friend and she's like, Biz, you're not getting anything better than this. I mean, Aiden, at the end of the day, is forgiving you left and right. I don't know why, but I guess, this is good. You're in a stable relationship, so let me help. Aiden and Carrie are making the next step. They decided to move in together while they're waiting for the other apartment to be available. They're gonna break the wall and they're gonna live in a luxury apartment in New York City. The man has ka-ching. Carrie is contributing with her presence. Aiden is moving in, and the way Aiden moves in, well, the whole apartment of Carrie is consumed in his boxes. The woman can't even get through the front door.
On the papers, but I think the more pressing question is, what have you been doing?
Made myself an area.
Yes, I can see that.
But not to worry, it's just gonna be a week because they're waiting for the other lady to move out, and then they're gonna have enough space for all of the things. Bis. Oh. I am sympathizing with Carrie so much in this moment. Needing to give up a part of your space for someone else is a challenging situation. And not because I'm an uppity
better than everyone, super skank.
and I'm too attached to my space and material things, and I miss to see what is actually important, sharing my life with someone else, but because exactly that. Yes, we might be modern and advanced, but deep down, we are all just cavemen protecting our caves. I don't get it. Is it so difficult to ask? Why wouldn't Aiden just let Carrie know that he has a bunch of stuff and they need to agree how to handle it? They can answer the questions about, well, how many things? Will it take over my apartment? And how do we feel about that? Would it be better to hire a storage room for that time? Maybe we are tight on money and we don't want to pay for a storage room. Should we sell your stuff? Do you know how much more reasonable, understanding, adapting we are if we just have a heads up? If someone prepares us for something, if someone makes us feel that we have some say in things going to shit, let me know so I can mentally prepare. Then we're good. But if you just bombard me with shit, well, I just might bombard you back. Somehow, these references don't feel right in the times we are in. But I kind of get it. Some of you might even say that, well, if you really love a person, if you are really in a partnership, in a real committed relationship, then it shouldn't be a problem. You don't need to talk about it. You willingly accept everything. And I'm also convinced that you live in a magical forest with magical fairies that make things magically disappear when they start taking over too much of your magical room. And honestly, how do I get there? Now, if I try to understand Aiden a little bit better, why would he just do this without talking to Carrie first?
I needed a space for my work papers and stuff, so. Is that okay?
Maybe he's just too excited. The man is like, finally, I'm making the big step with my one and only city girl, Carrie. They are moving in. They even are engaged. It's very exciting. And maybe just the common courtesy and respect of asking Carrie or agreeing kind of flies over his head. He probably just thinks that both of them are very excited for this and there's no problem, right? It's like, we're in the same vibe, huh? He doesn't even think about asking Carrie because they're in this together and that's it. Biz, if you never experience crossing a little bit of those normal common courtesy boundaries or just respect or acknowledgement when you get a little bit comfortable in a relationship or when you just normally, naturally get closer, then you're probably better than most of us. But honestly, though, Carrie is taking it well.
Really, what's the problem, right? It's just boxes, right?
But as she turns around, there it is.
A plant.
He brought a living thing into her apartment. Carrie does not do plants, okay? They die. And let me tell you, I am with Carrie all the time, okay? I even had it in my comments, right? Someone already figured out how one of my plants disappeared and how one is barely surviving. I'm changing to cactuses. I need to stop feeling like a criminal in this house. I already have a new cactus in my kitchen by the desk, and soon I will be surrounded by cactuses. Miranda is logical though. Carrie, you wanted Aiden to move in. You decided to do that, so he is moving in. But Carrie is like, this is not just moving in and I don't even notice it. This is moving in and taking over. And that's not all. There is no walls. There is no place to hide.
As soon as I walk in the door, he's all up in my face with, who'd you see? Where'd you go? Who'd you meet? What do you know? What I know is I need time to decompress. Just be alone.
Charlotte, on the other hand, look, sweetie, you'll have to make some adjustments. That's how it is when you are in a relationship. But Charlotte doesn't get it. Carrie just misses how she came back home from a full day of walking around. Yeah, I don't know what she does apart from writing her column. It would be peaceful, quiet, and she could do things that you do when you are on your own, things that no boyfriend should see. She calls it the SSB.
My secret single behavior. Like, I like to make a stack of saltines. I put grape jelly on them. I eat them standing up in the kitchen, reading fashion magazines.
And oh, Mary, we know it all. Oh, mine include, okay, I need to share this. Okay. Mine is sitting on a couch, on literally this couch behind me, having a bag of chips and my favorite chocolate and mixing the two, eating it and just binge watching TV. That is my secret single behavior that honestly, it's not anymore secret single behavior. And it is what it is, okay? It is what it is. I never said I don't have problems. And I really want to know for you to let me know in the comments below. And I don't know what that sentence was. How do you handle it? How do you deal with it? Look, like I said, my SSB is, already exposed, to be honest. But there is still this part of me where it's just not the same level of comfort. It just isn't. Because here's the thing. When I'm alone and when I do that, and I know it's not good for me, I know it's not healthy, I know I feel like shit after it, or I think I feel shit after it because that's what everyone says. I can handle it. I can dismiss it. I can tell to myself, you know what, you deserve it. Okay? I can say, you know what, you did a lot of work today. I can even say, you know what, it's Sunday. Tomorrow is Monday and new days, new life, new chances. But when there is this second pair of judgment and they know that maybe you didn't do that much work today. Maybe it's not only Sunday, but it's literally Tuesday. Then it's like, this is taking away the pleasure I used to have with this. Now, luckily, I work from home and my man doesn't, so I still sneak some of those in. Shit, he actually watches this. I most definitely get Miss Carrie. Miranda gets her. Charlotte gets her. But you know who is not a part of our club and also your club, right? Because you also get it. Well, you know who doesn't get it? Samantha.
Anything you do you wouldn't want a man to see?
No.
Bitch. Why does she need to be so cool all the time?
All right, so what should I do about Aiden's stuff?
I think it's very normal and very healthy in some ways, I guess, or I'm just lying to myself, that you are a little bit territorial or a little bit like, this is my space in some way. There is a period of adjustment when two people are coming together, right? Or even if because I actually moved to my partner's place. And I also had to deal with this thing of trying to almost like, oh my God, not take too much space or make sure that things are not in his way, even though he never even gave me any of that feeling. But it's almost like it's ingrained in us, this sense of, look, I understand and respect your space. So I also need to find a way how to actually feel comfortable and understand that this is my space also. Spoiler alert, I don't have that problem anymore. Okay, I integrated. Maybe we are a little bit uppity dippity.
Uppity better than everyone's super skank.
And I'm not gonna pretend that I'm the type of person that has everything in place. And then if my man does something or leaves his shirt somewhere, though, whoa, flashbacks. I mean, you should see my wardrobe. I've been decluttering it or deciding to declutter it for as long as Rihanna is deciding to make a new album, and it's never gonna happen. Maybe. But I also have a little bit of a challenge when I see things in my face that shouldn't be in my face. Well, that's what you get when I can't indulge in my chips and chocolate combination as often as I used to. But let's talk about the horror of all horrors.
The man brought a living thing into my apartment. I don't do plants. I kill everything I bring in there.
The freaking plant. Ooh, so bright and colorful. Signaling peace and life. I have a problem. So there are a couple of things why this plant might have triggered Carrie to this point, that she's literally thinking about her, how will she do things that she does when she's alone, and now a guy might see it, right? A man might see it. Well, the first thing is that a plant can be a representation of new routines, new responsibilities that actually come with Aiden moving in. Maybe in a way, she's looking at this plant and she's like, the fuck am I gonna take care of it? The F am I responsible now for this? And it also says a lot about, or it hints at attitude of Carrie when it comes to partnership and her role in it. Carrie automatically, by default, decided or sees this as though she's gonna be expected to take care of the plant, of Aiden's plant. And this could come from two things. Now, the first thing is let's say the more social one or historical one, and it's this association with domestic roles and women. Taking care of the plants is a woman's thing, I guess, let's say, right? I don't know. I'm honestly, if I look at my family, yes, my dad probably doesn't even know what a plant is. Am I shading my dad right now? There could be a side of her that it's like, yeah, no, that's not me. And I don't like that this is even put in front of my face. And then there is the potential fact that this is how she is in a relationship, right? If the two of us are together, it means that we need to share everything. Maybe that's this underlying thing. And because she is so like, no, I still want my independence, it immediately triggers defense rather than acknowledging that, no, this is Aiden's plant. I don't need to take care of it. I'm not a plants person. I don't have any plants. He brought it so he can take care of it. I don't know. It kind of felt interesting that she automatically assumed that, oh my God, now it's her responsibility. There is, though, another symbolism around this plant. And it is those ever-watching eyes. There will always be someone or somewhat there who will see it all, and she won't be able to hide. I need to calm down. If you pair that with the fact that Carrie does struggle with being a little bit more honest with Aiden and not hide meeting big, for example, right? It might be a very real horror for her. Now, I'm not talking that the plant has eyes and it's gonna snitch on her, but plant is a representation of a living thing, aka Aiden, who will now always be there. And how much can she hide from him? We do know that Carrie does struggle with being her authentic self, and she puts a lot of emphasis on the image she represents. Now, when it comes to the whole SSB thing, like I said, quite normal. I think every one of us has experienced that.
I like to put Vaseline on my hands and put them in those Borghese conditioning gloves while watching infomercials.
Before I was married, I used to study my pores in a magnifying mirror for an hour each night. But I'm afraid Trey will just think it's weird.
I think the more you are in a relationship, the more you get, you kind of start merging those things, not merging, but I don't know. I guess it becomes more and more comfortable because you also become more and more comfortable actually being your fully authentic self in front of someone. Now, some might say that it's not the best thing because you might let yourself go. But on the other hand, I think there are like limits, right? It could be a healthy approach where you just preserve some things around yourself, maybe. But there could also be a little bit more challenging approach or a bit more toxic approach. It is important to know and to acknowledge, and I'm not saying it's very common, but I'm pretty convinced that it can happen, is when you literally need some time for yourself away from your partner because you don't really feel comfortable around them, and maybe you don't even clock it that it's because the dynamic that you two have is almost making you need to pull back a little bit, so you need time for yourself. An example would be if someone is constantly criticizing you, judging you, or never acknowledges what you say, they make you feel in certain like inferior dynamic type, right? And you just kind of pull back, and it's almost like you want that time for yourself. You don't want to constantly think about how are you gonna, do certain things so you don't trigger this person. And that can be extremely, extremely toxic. And those relationships, cut it. Try to find help and let it go. But then there's this other thing also where you yourself convinced maybe yourself that your true self, your authentic self is not really lovable in some way. And it's almost like you always play a certain role in front of your partner without them wanting it. And it's like you need a break from that, right? Maybe you're the type of person who's like, oh, everything is always good and I'm just like positive, or I'm just helpful and understanding. And it's almost like now I need to step away because I need to scream in the pillow, right? But I'm just putting out there because, sometimes it's good to recognize when it's just a very normal need to be alone, to have some time for yourself, and when is it an escape because you don't actually feel good in this dynamic. And instead of acknowledging it, instead of recognizing it, you are falling into, oh, I just need time for myself. But maybe if you talk with your partner, if you establish certain things and boundaries and how you both feel and blah, 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 then maybe you wouldn't need that time for yourself as much. I don't know, just putting it out there. Carrie is coming back from the lunch with the girls, or I think a walk with Miranda, I'm not really sure. And she is meeting the neighbor that she's waiting to move out so they can take over the apartment. And this little kind old lady...
Hello. Okay. That's a crazy outfit. You tell your boy I'm not leaving for 30 days.
What?
And Carrie is like, are you freaking kidding me? I'm gonna ignore that you insulted my outfit. Because this is almost worse. She enters the apartment, or tries to enter the apartment, because the freaking boxes somehow are still there. Like, I know they try to make a point, but can't you move the boxes so she can enter through the door? Like, please. And by the clock.
Hey, gal. What's up? Where you been? What do you know?
And Carrie is not happy. And she has the news for Aiden. Well, you know how this was supposed to be just for a week? Well, Mesta, it's gonna be for another freaking month. She ain't moving out.
Fuck! What the fuck are we gonna fucking do now?
Oh, thank you! You hate it too. I'm so relieved.
Carrie is so relieved. Because, yes, they are compatible. He was as upset with this arrangement as she was. And he was also betting on this being a short time. So finding out that this is going to take a month, well, they cannot live like this. But luckily, there is a solution.
Could make some room for it if we cleaned out your closet.
Yeah, I guess that compatibility didn't last for long. People, this episode was hilarious. I highly recommend to watch it. You're gonna crack up. It was so funny and relatable, and just comedy was on point. But okay, it's what they have to do. Carrie has to adjust. Charlotte told her about it. So it's okay. She's gonna clear some of her closet so Aiden can put his stuff in. But there is gonna be a little delicacy, okay? A little glove handling situation going on here. The first thing, they need to put down the towels in the bathroom where she can lay down all her shoes and make space for Aiden in the closet. Now, Aiden is like, this.
How many pairs of shoes does one person need?
And I'm looking at this and I'm wondering, does Aiden like wooding? Does Aiden like his countryside? Where the F is he getting this courage of asking Carrie that?
That is not the way to get out of this alive.
Aiden evaluates that he's gonna need about half of the closet. And Carrie is evaluating that he's mentally ill. Aiden has difficulties comprehending this because what's the problem? Half of the stuff she does not even wear. But Carrie might wear them one day.
When and where were you planning to wear this?
Don't do that. Don't mock the clothes.
People, did I mention my wardrobe? Let's not pretend that this is not a common problem among society. And yes, we all know that it's just a material thing and we've been brainwashed with capitalism and attachment to things and blah, blah, blah. But also, Biss remembers the exact date and the exact event she wore a shirt from like 10, maybe it was 10 years ago at this point.
December 99, Union Square, book signing.
Clearly, she values a lot. Clearly, this is not just her wardrobe. This is representation of her life, her past, the things that she experienced. Like she's all attaching to these clothes. And though they are material things, they mean a lot to her. So Aiden dismissing it, it's almost like he's just dismissing because he doesn't really understand her and he doesn't clock how important this is to her. And just to be clear, I'm not saying that it is okay that Carrie has these attachments, but that's not the point of this video. I'm sure there are a bunch of videos out there talking about how wasteful everything is, okay? I'm not there. So we could say that for Carrie, this is more, she protecting her sense of identity and maybe even having a sense of control in the unexpected loss of control that she's just experienced now with Aiden coming to her place. For Aiden, this is very practical approach. He's just trying to find a solution how they can live a little bit more comfortably until the other apartment is available. And in a way, they're both right in their perspectives, right? But as Aiden is sadly putting his stuff away and kind of accepting that Carrie does not want to even think about sharing stuff or getting rid of stuff so his stuff can come in, she has a little bit of an epiphany.
I was holding on to a Roberto Cavalli outfit and throwing away my relationship. Okay, it goes.
Good.
Bye-bye.
So I guess we're seeing this battle between preserving my stuff and what I need to let go in order for us to grow together. So she decides that she's gonna, get rid of this shirt. And in a way, it's also kind of posing the question, the real question Carrie is struggling, how to accept Aiden without feeling like she needs to let go parts of herself. How can she be who she is, preserve her identity and individuality while still sharing her space and her life with someone else? Now, because of this difficult decision and letting go of a little piece of herself, she goes to the bathroom to, get some bathroom therapy, I guess. But in there is another horror.
Don't show it to me. Don't even show it to me. I think I saw turquoise. That better not be the pair, I think.
Freaking Pete is chewing on her shoes. Can we agree that she's, acting like someone is killing her baby? Yes, a little bit too much, but it's also Carrie. Can we also agree that it is crazy that Carrie is standing there while Pete is chewing on her shoes? Like, just take it away from him. But then also, Carrie is not a dog person, so maybe she thinks that he's gonna bite her, right? Can we also agree that, come on, it's just a shoe? Well, look. I know, like I said before, we need to reevaluate our relationship to material things, but I personally wouldn't also be the happiest if my dog or someone else's dog would be chewing on my shoes or something that I bought, especially if, it's something that I value and I spend a lot of money on. And let's say it's my favorite pair, whatever.
It's a dog. What's he supposed to do?
There is training a dog and there is just letting the dog take over everything they want. Like, you wouldn't allow a kid to just rip your stuff apart, right? You would tell them, hey, this is not okay. We don't do this. So the same with the dog. Despite Aiden being like, oh, it's just a dog or dog will be, it's like, no, mister, you need to also kind of, maybe train him a little bit and accept that this was not okay. It was not okay that the dog started chewing on her things. And not only that, Aiden goes a step further. He's like, well, he wouldn't be chewing on things if your shit wouldn't be lying all over the place. And Carrie is like, oh, my shit is lying all over the place. My shit is lying all over the place because your shit is lying all over the place. And I needed to take my shit from the place that it was to put it around so you can use it for your own thing. So, whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? I still vote the untrained dog, but okay.
You got more shit lying around than I got lying around.
What? Look at this place. It's loaded with your shit. Just look at this bathroom. Look at all your shit in my bathroom.
Why does he have so many boxes? What the F are his things?
Who needs 5 almost empty speed stick deodorants? What are you, a crazy bag man?
They're different smells.
He also has a problem that Carrie went through his stuff, but Carrie clocks him quickly. No. It was perfectly fine when you went through my stuff, huh? But now when I'm going through your stuff and discovering your SSB behavior...
Old razors, Rogaine. Wait a minute. You use Rogaine? I didn't know you
It's preventative.
Now you're like, oh, you shouldn't do that. Privacy. But if Carrie is thinking that she is spitting facts, Aiden has facts right back at her.
Oh, your stuff, your bathroom. You always do that. You never want to let me in.
That's the problem. It's all about her. When will she share anything? Oh boy, now I enter. Now I'm like, ding, ding, ding. Separate. Mister, you are not going to use a challenge you had before or in general, the challenge that Carrie has of letting people in to get your way. Okay, there is a difference between emotional closeness and stuff around. I did not like this. I did not like how Aiden, but as I said, often, sometimes when that kick gets in the right spot, we lean into a little bit of toxic behaviors. To me, this is a little bit manipulative. This is almost like he's trying to use something that is not really the right thing to reference and get his way. Almost getting her to maybe reevaluate, Because it's not about my stuff being around, it's about you not letting me in. But the crazy thing about all of this, and especially taking in consideration what I just said, how certain triggers push us in certain behaviors, I would say that Aiden is struggling with exactly that. You see, Aiden, from the get-go, or at least from this second attempt at their relationship, has this challenge or believing that Carrie is actually accepting him, that Carrie actually values him and wants to share life with him. So for him, the same way as Carrie is attaching material things to her identity, now it's revealed that for Aiden, it's about how close does he feel Carrie actually lets him. Carrie reacting the way she's reacting when it comes to his things coming into the apartment could trigger that feeling of, well, is it about just the space that we're not sharing, or is it about she does not really want to accept me? She will not actually ever be ready to commit. Now again, as I mentioned, it does not make his behavior okay, or that he is even voicing this in this way, right? Well, if you will let me in, blah, 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 right? Because there's something about stuff lying around and then emotional connection. But it does hint at the fact that Aiden is attaching this to the sense of security he has with Carrie. You might even think, well, if he packed everything, if he moved in with her, if he invested in this apartment and even in the next apartment, he's feeling like he's literally kind of changing his life for the two of them to be together, while Carrie has some problems taking some clothes out of the closet. That could trigger things. So if we kind of, project our opinions on this whole thing, we could say that Carrie is not just feeling upset about the shoe and the material things, but almost like this is the buildup or the reaction of not being included or respected or valued in this decision of how do they even start this process, what will they do when he starts moving in. It's almost like she's being invaded again with Pete chewing on her shoes, the same way she feels like her apartment is being invaded. While on the other hand, Aiden very clearly craves closeness, craves security. Maybe on some level, he's even afraid that he is actually pushing her more than she's actually committed to this. And her not making space for his thing is a reminder of that. Now, Carrie, rightfully so, gets pissed about Aiden's comment. And she's like, what the F do you mean?
And I have let you in.
But for Aiden, he doesn't even recognize that, right? He's only focused about how she does not want to give up a stupid outfit.
You're fighting with me about a stupid fucking outfit.
Oh, shut up. It's Roberto Cavalli. I threw it away and I love it. What more do you want?
Shut up.
And I...
Yes, shut up.
Shut up. You're telling me to shut up?
Aiden is pissed and he is shooked. He cannot believe how Carrie is acting. But Carrie's like, shut up.
Please, just shut up. I am so sick of hearing you talking all the time. Don't you ever just shut up?
Now, Aiden is mature and he's like, you know what? I'm going to go out for a walk. And Carrie's like, oh, no. I am the one who's going to go out for a walk.
You can stay here with your boxes of shit and your shoe-eating dog, and you can knock yourself out putting on the Rogaine and the speed stick.
This was so freaking funny. This was, oh my God, I was cracking up. And also, it's kind of real or relatable, especially the funny part. I'm going to be honest, like sometimes it happened also with my partner. Like we would get in a fight about something and it came to a point that someone would say something so ridiculous that we just both started laughing. Like it just cracks us up because, you know, it's almost like a comedic relief in a way, but it makes you also kind of readjust, reevaluate. And then you can kind of talk about the real issue. But sometimes it does get crazy and you just say shit and you just let your steam off and, you know, it happens. As long as it's not like a real regular thing that is impacting your overall life or your overall relationship. But sometimes, you know, we're human. It happens. So Carrie goes out and she is actually at Starbucks. And for the first time, she understands it. She gets it. You see, usually, she saw these people with laptops in a cafe as so pretentious and trying to pretend something, right? But now, oh no, now they're her people. She gets it. It's people who just moved in with someone and they just need their own space. She found a new understanding of the people with laptop in a cafe. And honestly, I kind of felt called out because I do feel special when I go out at a cafe and I'm on my laptop. I don't know what it is. Maybe I got influenced by Instagram shots and so on, but I'm like, I'm living the life. She's writing her article and she starts to thinking, you know, first of all, the time apart makes her feel a little bit like she can collect her thoughts. And she starts to think about what is this really about? Is it just silly things that they should find a way to work on or work out? Or is it a sign of something deeper? Is it a collection of things that they are actually struggling with and this is just manifestation of it?
I couldn't help but wonder, what are we fighting for?
And this actually hints to me at this question of, are we in this together or are we on the opposite sides? Because I don't know, I know for myself, there is this sense when you're arguing with your partner that it's almost like one against the other. You're trying to prove your things while they are trying to prove their things. And it's almost like this thing of who is right or who should listen to who. And I'm going to be very honest, I still haven't really found or I'm struggling to find a way where when I'm in the moment, I'm taking the position and I'm reminding myself, we are in this together, right? Do we want to solve this or are we just trying to make our point? Maybe that's what Carrie is thinking about, right? Why are we on these opposite sides and trying to fight for something when in reality what we are doing is building a partnership and relationship. And that's what we should focus on, how to come together. When it comes to the question, is it just silly things or is it something deeper? I mean, that can easily be answered with consistency of it. Right? If you constantly find yourself arguing about things, even though they're silly things, then maybe you need to revisit some core things, some roots. Maybe go down, check the base and see if it's rotting or if it's good, right? And then maybe some other things are yeah, maybe you are on your period. No, I shouldn't say that. Now, if it's just now and then and maybe just some silly thing, and I don't know, sometimes they say like you need to let your steam out or something. I don't really know what that means, but I also kind of get it. Sometimes you're just in the mood to bicker a little bit, I guess. I don't know. For me, that would be the difference. Is there constantly a problem? In a span of a week, did we fight like 3, 4, 5 times? Or it's like in a span of a month, we fought 1 time. That for me is a huge difference. If it's constant, then or we are in a very difficult period and we need to figure out how to go through it, or there are really deep issues that we need to work on. These are my opinions only, okay? I'm not a therapist or anything, so this is just my perception. It's been 7 hours of Carrie pretending to be important in a cafe like we do, and she is ready to go home. She cooled down, and honestly, she is also ready to admit that she was acting a little bit silly.
I vibrated home, prepared to admit how silly I'd been.
Now, let me ask you this. How do you feel about the fact that Carrie came to the conclusion that these are just silly things and, that's it? Huh? Well. So first thing is, yes, sometimes you are just overreacting, acting silly, and that's it. But if I ask myself, is this silly or is it deeper issues? And I don't want to address those deeper issues, I'm just gonna play myself and say, you know what, it was all silly, okay? So if you find yourself doing that 1 too many times, then maybe it's just you avoiding the reality of the deeper issues. Basically, you're just playing yourself and you should address those, okay? It was a little bit too much and they could get past it. But as she comes through the door and sees Aiden not even looking at her when she steps in.
That was until he wasn't prepared to admit how silly he'd been.
She's like, oh, the F am I gonna entertain this? I was ready to apologize. I was ready to start something, but not with this attitude.
It's been 3 days and nothing.
I'm gonna get to why I think Aiden is still mad, but when it comes to Carrie's reaction, seeing Aiden being mad and not coming to the same realization as she did, to apologize and how silly they acted, it also hints a little bit at maybe her belief that if she apologizes when the other person is not ready to apologize, that by default she will be, guilty. Or by default she's admitting that she's the only one who did something wrong. Because if you are kind of mature in your vulnerability and understanding and mature in accepting your mistakes, you can also understand, or you do understand, that just because you understand where you fell short, it does not mean that there's not a part on the other side, right? It does not mean that by default, it means that you're the one who created this, you're the only one responsible, while the other person is just like perfect, right? And I'm talking from my own experience. I don't know if I talked about this before, maybe I did. But there was a period where I had such a problem in letting my guard down when it came to conflicts, because if I would apologize or even accept apology, it's like, what about if I'm being stupid, right? What about if this means that I'm the only one at wrong and this person will never admit their mistakes, or they will never actually confront what was their role? From my understanding, it developed from this sense of always being the one that is the guilty one, always being the one who needs to kind of carry this burden, right? Everything would be well if you wouldn't do this, if you wouldn't say that. Doesn't matter if there's 2 people and there's 2 people to tango. Somehow I always took this burden of that at the end, it's all my fault. And because I was struggling, or because I was rebuilding this self-worth and sense of identity and sense of that I'm not, in a way, even crazy, or, I don't want to go too dark or whatever, I almost developed this wall where I had genuine resistance and fear of apologizing, because it was almost like, if I do that, will that person ever change, or will this now be a dynamic? Again, I'm going to be the one that is guilty. Again, it's all going to be on me. And this person is just not going to acknowledge any of the mistakes. So what? The whole relationship is again on my burden, right? Or the well-being of the relationship. Clearly, In my case, that was just a path, like a journey on my, let's say, I don't want to use the word healing, but, understanding dynamics better and so on. And having also the right partner on the other side, where I understood that just because I apologize, just because I admit my mistakes, it doesn't mean that the other person is going to take that as an opportunity to totally let go of their own responsibility, and they're going to make, in this case, me feel even worse about the situation. And I won't even recognize when it all became my fault, right? So a healthy relationship doesn't do that. A healthy partnership acknowledges that they are two people, and sometimes it happens that you overreact, that you did something. But again, it comes to this, okay, let's try to understand together why it happened, how can we support each other? And it doesn't just happen that now, all the burden is going to fall on you. So Carrie reacting the way she reacted, it did remind me a little bit of that. Almost like this, well, no, because if he's not ready to acknowledge his mistakes, that I'm not going to step into this dynamic. And the other thing could be that Carrie is also avoidant, and she is willing to let go, to ignore the issues that they have, and decides that all of this is silly, which could also be. And she just doesn't like that Aiden doesn't do the same. She does not like that Aiden actually doesn't feel ready, and clearly he's hurt more than what she expected him to be. Now, if I go on Aiden's side and look from his perspective, Bess, I know this is a one episode, right? But there is past. There are experiences. There are sacrifices and boundaries. We can very easily say that Aiden is going through this a little bit differently than just Carrie not letting me in. You see, Aiden, since the beginning of this new relationship, had to deal with overcoming betrayal, trusting Carrie just on the basis that she says that he should trust her, accept big back. And those are huge things that can impact your relationship, your self-worth, your confidence in this situation. So on some level, Aiden might very well feel like he's doing all of these changes, and then to add on that, he moved into Carrie's apartment, he's buying this apartment, blah, blah, blah. It's almost like he's integrating in Carrie's life. It could very much feel like Biss, she does not even want to get rid of her clothes. Like, how far do I need to go? Like, does she even acknowledge everything that I do? Now, of course, is it fair that Aiden would constantly feel like that around Carrie? So Carrie owes him forever because of the decisions he made when she asked him to accept big and so on. There's also a question around that. And I think, I don't know, it's kind of subjective in a way. Like, you could say, yes, of course, she should acknowledge that. But on the other hand, it's also like unfair. If you decided to, then you need to let go and continue in that way. But I could still see how Aiden might be looking at the situation as, I gave up so many things for you, and my things are, the sense of self-worth and even pride, right? For us to be together while you are making all this fuss about clothes. Now, Aiden does not comprehend that clothes and material things and the apartment or space in the apartment for Carrie is her identity, right? She's attaching that to her sense of self. So in a way, it's like Aiden could be even pissed on some level that he did give away a sense of himself, a sense of his self-worth to be with them, but Carrie can't do that. The question, though, becomes, should Carrie do that? And was Aiden even right to do that? Now, clearly, also, Aiden is not handling the situation the best, because instead of being like that, being all upset and not even looking at her and so on, he could take the opportunity and actually address these things. and actually talk about how it makes him feel when she doesn't give him space in this apartment. And she could share how it made her feel that he didn't even acknowledge talking to her about him moving in his stuff, right? So, unfortunately, they're both just in their own corners, both of them preserving their own pride. But Carrie is at a little get-together at Charlotte's place. She organized a girls' night, and unfortunately, Trey comes to interrupt. And what Carrie witnesses is another, in a way, silly argument between Charlotte and Trey, but also recognizes that, we may yell at each other, but that won't help the fact that there is big issues underlying.
You are the man who gave me a cardboard baby.
It was funny.
No, it wasn't.
Good night.
So she goes home and we see it seems that it's almost like in the middle of the night or maybe while they're falling asleep. Carrie climbs on Aiden's back and she says, "I'm sorry."
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too.
Now, I'm going to add here, in my personal opinion, this confirms the theory that Carrie is avoiding the real problems, because I see, or I'm concerned, that her seeing Trey and Charlotte arguing, on one hand, it could be like, well, okay, they have real issues because they were arguing about babies, and we'll get to that when we get to that in Charlotte's analysis. So it's almost like, oh, our issues are not that big, but also she could be like, you know what? Our things are silly, and I'm gonna say sorry because we are better than Charlotte and Trey. We don't have those big issues, which again, she's ignoring that they do actually have. And she's just gonna, she's going to be the one to say sorry. First of all, it is very, very welcome to apologize to one another. And pride should not get in the way. And again, it should not get in the way if you have fear of being the guilty one. You should be confident in apologizing, and you should be confident in knowing why you're apologizing, and you should be confident in also recognizing when your partner, let's say, fell short, right? That's all good. But how things kind of seem between Aiden and Carrie, it's the typical, I'm sorry, we, pushed it too far, and that's it. No conversation, no actual acknowledgement of what is potentially lying underneath, just silly things. And who knows, maybe they are just silly things. Sometimes it does happen that you just kind of went off the rail and there is no real need for deeper talk, right? But again, if it's a pattern, if there are some things that kind of hint at you, right, some underlying issues, I think it's kind of a missed opportunity to get to know each other better. Even if it was silly, even if you say sorry, at least I don't know. I think it's more beneficial if you still address it. It could be just simple agreement on, when it comes to this point, like, what does it actually help you? Does it help you to distance yourself? Does it help you to take your time for yourself? And also, what does this mean for you? Because sometimes when a person needs room, the other person might sense that as a rejection, right? And it makes them even more anxious and even less capable of cooling down. So even if it's silly things, it's still a good opportunity to talk about it and kind of understand the dynamics and give each other reassurance that doesn't, if I do something in that moment, let's not spiral even more, or let's not make the other person spiral even more. It's another day, and Carrie comes home, and she is again faced with pushing the door from the boxes. Aiden, I guess, is still not moving it away. And by the clock.
Hey, what's up? Where you been? Who'd you see?
But this time, Carrie enters her apartment. She doesn't say a word. She goes to her part of the room, or her bed, and I guess they put like a curtain in between. And then she tells Aiden that for the next hour, she needs some time for herself.
I need you to not talk to me for 1 whole hour.
She does acknowledge that it might sound pretty selfish, and she never lived with anyone before, so she does not really know how to say this correctly, but this is what she needs. And honestly, she did it very well. She closed the curtains, she sits on her bed, takes a deep breath, and somehow she feels good now. She peeks through the curtains and she's like,
so what are you doing out here?
And she reflects. Sometimes when your needs are met, you might not need them anymore. And also that hints at the fact that what Carrie needed is acknowledgement. What Carrie needed was respect to her own space and to her own time. The need for the time alone could be almost a surface level need, and it disappeared when her actual need, the deep issue, was resolved, not being considered. It's been 30 days and Aiden and Carrie are still alive. They survived, but there is one thing that didn't. The plant. It died exactly how Carrie predicted. She drops it in the trash and she walks out of her building in her Roberto Cavalli 1997 shirt. And this is the moment when I was like, what does this effing mean? So let's recap, right? Aiden brought the plant into this apartment, right? Almost as a symbol of him getting in, right? Him coming into Carrie's life. There was a part where she decided to get rid of her shirt to make space for Aiden, but clearly she did not because she is wearing it. Now, could it be that she got rid of other stuff? Okay. Could it be that this is her last time wearing it? It could be. We don't know. But if we take it at face value, to me personally, this hints at the fact that, well, they survived because nothing really changed when it comes to compromises or when it comes to the two of them coming together. Because the thing that Aiden brought, his plant, died, almost like his part of this his part in this life together is dismissed in a way, while her is preserved. And that is the only way that this will work. Does this just mean that things will always work out between the two of them as long as Aiden does not really interfere with Carrie's life and what Carrie wants and what Carrie needs? The plant could very well represent that in case Carrie does not acknowledge a part of Aiden in her life or something his, it's not going to survive. It's not going to thrive. It can also show that the plan by default was Aiden's responsibility. So is it hinting at the fact how Aiden is very quick to dismiss his own needs and his own responsibilities for himself, while Carrie is good at preserving hers? She still kept that shirt. And if we go even a little bit more in symbolism, it could also represent how at the end of the day, Carrie's world is still dominant in this relationship. Because even something as a plant, like Aiden's responsibility, like I said, without Carrie's buy-in, it's gonna get destroyed. It's gonna get exactly what she suspected it to be, while her things are preserved. Carrie and Aiden have finally gotten the permission to start setting up the apartment next door.
Those floors next door, they were in worse shape than yours.
And while Aiden is coming from another day of work, Carrie wants to go out and have dinner at this hip restaurant.
Town, period. Supposed to be amazing. Exclamation point.
The only thing that sounds perfect for Aiden right now is a hot shower, laying in bed,
watching a game, bucket of KFC, mashed potatoes, biscuits.
Carrie is confused. What does he mean? It's Saturday night.
But it's Saturday night.
His finger looking good.
It feels a little bit weird to her, but you know what? If Carrie wants to go out, Carrie will go out. So she calls her girlfriends and they are gonna partay.
We're going out. Who's on the phone?
All of us. It's the future.
Oh, stop judging. All of us have been in this situation before. One of you wants to go out, the other one wants to stay in. And obviously, the best solution is if the other person changes their mind and goes with you, okay? We all know that secretly, we all want that to happen, right? Sure, maybe we won't say it. Sure, maybe we will say, babe, you know what? If you want to go, just go. But deep down, what we really desire is get whatever we want, huh? I know. Welcome to my toxic trait. I'm not saying it's right. Clearly, I'm a little bit delulu. And that's okay. Sometimes we can admit, right? But when I would be a little bit more openly upset and I would be like, you want to go out again? Is precisely that again part. If I feel like that we haven't really spent any time together and I want that one night to stay in, to do something a little bit more just between the two of us, while my partner always wants to go out and it's always how they want to do, then I would be like, we need to reevaluate, okay? Or the opposite, right? If my partner wants to go out and I'm always like, no, I want to stay in, I don't feel like it, let's just be here together, just the two of us, like no, nothing else in the world exists, then again, we should reevaluate. I need to check myself a little bit. Sometimes for the good of partnership, you also do the things that maybe you don't feel like doing, right? Now and then, right? If for 4 nights we didn't do anything together and he really asked me to do something together, like going out or whatever, then I'm going to get my ass up and do it. And vice versa. I guess I totally exposed that in our relationship, I'm the homeboyish one. Is homeboyish even the right expression? At the end of the day, how I see it, it's all about balance. And right now, what we see between Carrie and Aiden, it doesn't look like this is a pattern. It doesn't look like this is a recurring thing. And this is now the 5th time this happened. So it's pretty normal. And I love that Carrie decided to go out with her friends. Because people, there is another thing lurking underneath it all. The dangerous thing that can take over your life. When you have the belief that if you're not doing something with your partner, then you should not do it at all. Then what is even the point? And let me tell you, I've seen it. I've seen it with my 2 eyes when people do that. When they have this, some kind of conviction that unless they can experience something with their partner, it's not worth to doing it on their own. And I like that Carrie is not like that.
I say we go dancing.
I'm in.
Let's go dancing.
Okay, I know exactly where we should go.
The most problematic thing is if you want something, your partner never wants to join in on that thing, and then you yourself also deny that thing forever and ever and ever. And then what happens? Suddenly you start resenting your partner for you not experiencing anything in your life. And you're like, it's your fault. I've never seen that museum. Okay, museum is maybe not the right thing, but you know what I mean. The girls go out and they go to this hip, crazy gay club.
I feel like we don't belong here. That's because we're wearing shirts.
They are partying, but there is someone who recognizes Carrie. It is Mr. No, it's not Big. I just said it's a gay club. Do you really think Mr. Big will be there?
Dirty martini for the lovely and talented Carrie Bradshaw.
Thank you.
It's a fan. His name is Oliver, and he is so excited to see Carrie because he's been visiting New York, and the thing that helped him navigating the scene is her freaking column. Yes, biz, Carrie is famous.
Oh, Oliver, you're a dead man. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
They have a little exchange, and he also noticed that Carrie is engaged. Now, what does that mean for him? How will he survive this world without her column?
You can't go off the market. You're my dating guru.
I'm still allowed to see other gays.
Is this the first step of Carrie struggling with her identity as an engaged woman versus the fun single exploring New York City, trying to give advice but miserably failing in dating columnist? Yes, it is.
Yeah, I keep forgetting I'm engaged.
Now, Carrie comes home and she is feeling it. She is in the mood. People, she was just outside. She was surrounded by half-naked, muscular men. And now she wants to climb on top of her man. Aiden, though, the homeboy is in a little bit of a different position, okay?
I ate too much chicken, I think. You rub my belly, baby.
And yes, I was cracking up, you're cracking up, but you know who isn't cracking up? Carrie. Which is kind of a missed opportunity. Can you imagine you coming home, you are and your man is like stuffed and he's like, can you rub my belly? I would start cracking up so much. But I guess, that's not the vibe that they're having. The vibe is, another mismatch.
I felt like I had spent the evening in a Calvin Klein ad, and now I was back to baseball, buckets, and BVDs.
It's the next day, and Carrie is having lunch with this new friend. One conversation leads to another, and we're talking about monogamy. Now, this guy, Oliver, he is actually in let's say, an open relationship with his partner. So meaning they're together, but they can step out of the relationship with certain rules. Carrie, on the other hand, well, she is an engaged woman. And Oliver makes it a point to, reference that ring again.
I don't expect to get everything from one man, but I guess I shouldn't be saying this to someone wearing a ring.
Now, this makes Carrie feel a little bit like, Mister, why are you so hanged up on my ring? Like, calm down. It's just a ring.
What's with you in this ring?
What's with you in the ring?
Carrie doesn't even mention the guy. Like, who is he? And Carrie's like, he's Aiden.
He's very tall and incredibly kind and handsome.
True love, bitches. The new friend is a little bit snarky, or a little bit, how do you say? He's a bit provocative. He's like, so how come you left him at home Saturday night? He wanted to eat chicken and watch sports. What's the girl Tatalia?
Oh, he would have made my dad so proud.
Oh, people, there are so many things I want to talk about this scene and everything that is happening. Let's start with the ring. Carrie's comment of how this guy is fixated on this ring.
Hello, what's this? But I guess I shouldn't be saying this to someone wearing a ring.
And you could say that, it's just a normal question. Of course, if she is talking about dating guys and now she's not going to date anymore, like, where is her writing career going, right? But on the other hand, it could be just a little bit projection from his side. I mean, he is in an open relationship. He likes to dip out now and then. So seeing someone so committed, someone even that he is seeking for guidance when he's, lurking around, that doesn't feel right, could trigger that. But as much as it could be just him projecting, sometimes people are just a little bit rude. Okay? Sometimes people just want to say certain things to make you feel a certain way or to try to make you feel a certain way. I've experienced this myself, and let me know in the comments below if you experience it, in your life. When someone would make like a snarky comment about, in my case, it was about my partner, and it was almost like this comment, them expecting that we are gonna gaga together or something. Again, I don't know if that's an expression. It felt right. And I was looking at this man and I was like, boy, calm down. And I just don't like that. And that's the vibe that this guy is giving me. The way he's like pointing at Carrie and at the ring and being all like snarky, it's almost like he wants her to feel a certain type of way. Some people know how to, give those comments and hoping that it will make you feel some type of way. And voila. That's exactly what happens to Carrie. The second he mentions the ring again, she gets all about, why are you looking at this ring so much? When the question is, Carrie, Missy, why are you so worried about the fact that he's looking at your ring? Wouldn't you expect her to, being excited about the thing? And not just because they ask you for the second time, now you're already, why are you asking me about this ring? So that was kind of interesting to me. And I do have a theory behind it, but we'll get to that, okay? I need to make a story. Otherwise, I'm going to talk too much without any clips and people will get mad at me. So let's now go to the second part. What is it about Carrie not being able to describe Aiden anything than handsome, tall, and kind? Like he's a waiter that she was just nicely served and she's explaining to her friend about. And somehow I know that what I said just now is not appropriate either. Why would you describe a waiter like that? But hopefully you get me. Now, clearly what we all thought when we saw that was like, oh my God, she does not love him at all. But we like to play the devil's advocate, okay? We like to check things from different perspectives. And there could be a simple answer that the bitch does not know this man truly, okay? She just met him. Why would she now need to explain who her fiance is? How is he like, as though she needs to justify him in some kind of way. Carrie might very well feel like, I don't feel like that close to you. Like, why are you even asking me about this, right? Maybe Carrie herself is the type that has a little bit difficulties expressing herself, expressing what is she actually feeling. And it doesn't mean that she doesn't love Aiden. Now, is it suspicious that she's a writer? Yes, it is. But still, there are people who find it difficult to express how they feel about someone. And instead of this being a red flag or a sign for something, it can just be a communication style, let's say, or lack there of it. Now, if we focus on the red flag, the thing that we all kind of thought when we were looking at this and knowing Carrie's history, if she really isn't able to come up with anything else beyond what she said, beyond these surface level things,
He's very tall.
then it might show that she herself doesn't really have clarity. Why is she with Aiden? What is the thing that actually separates him from other people? It could very well be that she's not really sure why exactly is she with him. Like, the engagement is just the normal next step type of thing. Or maybe it's almost an avoidance thing where she doesn't really think about or doesn't want to really go into why exactly is she engaged to Aiden, because she's not really 100% sure that this decision is really the right decision. So she just wants to avoid even thinking about it. We do not have to explain ourselves or prove our relationship to other people if we don't feel comfortable about it. If we're more of a private person, or even if we're not good at actually expressing it. It's the time and place type of it all. But if it's something that you truly struggle with, then I would kind of sit down and I would try to think about, well, what is going on here? Why am I struggling with expressing why this person is for me? Am I actually actively in this partnership, or is it all just, by design type thing? I would say it is a little bit of a sign. It is something to think about. If you never are able to express why a certain person is your person, why do you actually love them, and it's always the surface level things, maybe you're not really that connected. Maybe you didn't ever really focus on actually knowing this person and being with them for that reason. And it's all based on seeking validation, based on certain status, based on the timeline. Then I would try to understand why. Like, not knowing how to express it or not knowing why, that's the difference. Now, you know how Carrie is. Every time she is faced with some different understanding or some challenge in her life, she gets to thinking.
Later, I started to think about restlessness and relationships.
And this new friend and these differences between the staying at home with Aiden type thing versus going out and having fun makes her start questioning.
Once we found what we've been searching for, why are some of us reluctant to let go of our single selves?
Look, it can be just a normal reaction. We grow up with this idea of stages in our life, right? You are a child, you're a teenager, you're a student, you're a young adult, you are single, you are married, you are divorced, or even if we go outside the relationship and your stages of growing, I guess. You are successful or you are retired. It's almost like this is an era of your life and it means something. It means that what was before and what's coming up next doesn't exist. This is just the time that you have right now and it will pass. When you are single, the fact that you start dating someone or you even get married, it's almost like that life has ended and now I need to step into another version of me. And that can very much be a little bit scary, a little bit triggering, a little bit, what in the evolution are we talking about here? Why do I need to let go that part of me if I want to be with someone else? I actually talked quite extensively about the stages of life in the substance analysis that I did. And if you haven't watched it, I highly recommend it. And not because I did an awesome job, which hopefully I did, but because the movie was awesome and it had so many messages. And one of them was also this idea of I'm one thing now and I'm another thing later. rather than being a development, or rather than being some kind of fluidity in our stages, let's say. So also for Carrie, right, being now engaged, it does trigger that worry about, am I losing that part of myself?
We're all going. We have to shake things up before we officially become boring.
And sometimes we almost want to prove it wrong. No, I'm not. I can still go and do these things. The trick is, the very harsh reality is, and it's a little bit silly when you actually understand it, is that there is nothing to prove. Because the whole idea of being one thing or being another thing, or that you are forced into something, is stupid, is flawed. It actually does not exist. It's a construct of society, how they told you should behave in a certain stages of life. And I think, honestly, that today we are already enough self-aware that, it's not so black and white. There are natural changes that happen. And some people genuinely, when they go from a single life to relationships, they completely change. They start having different interests. They start spending their time differently. And look, it can be totally okay as long as it is not something that you do because you feel like you have to do. As long as it's not a thing that it's been pushed on you, and now because you are adult, you need to act differently. It can very much be that you're just changing because your needs are changing, what you want to experience in life is changing, and that's okay. And on the flip side, there could be couples that nothing changes at all. But again, it is only healthy if the no change is because that's the natural thing, and not because you want to prove something, not because you're desperately holding to something, because if you let this go, what will this mean about you? And now we're going to go back to the ring thing and how Carrie is reading all of this. Why did she get so fazed by the fact that he was asking her about the ring, even though it was 2 times?
What's with you in this ring?
What's with you in the ring?
Him pointing that out is actually pointing out at this idea of an era has ended or a new era is starting. So how will this new era go together with the old era? Or how will this new engaged Carrie clash with the single Carrie? And we do know that Carrie does have challenges when it comes to feeling independent while still being in a relationship. So this just triggers that. So when he points out the ring the second time, now she feels like her identity is attacked again because she's here having lunch with this guy and it's all about fun and party and getting into exclusive places and this single dating type of vibe, right?
Could you be more fantastic?
And he reminds her, you have the ring on your hand. And for Carrie, that could be almost like now she can't exist anymore as the Carrie she was, because there's another thing, and in this case, a commitment, settling down with a guy that is also there. So it's not so much about him pointing it out 2 times, it's more about him reminding her and triggering that aspect of, shit, can I be anything else, or am I now just gonna be all the time seen as the engaged Carrie or married Carrie? And am I actually ready for that? It's almost like she does not want to now be seen as someone who is engaged, someone who is committed, when in this very moment, she was enjoying that she's being admired as this, the iconic Carrie. And that might be also the reason why she couldn't really even express why she loves Aiden or why is she with Aiden, and it was all surface level, because in that moment she wasn't battling with what does she actually feel towards Aiden. She was battling more with the potential reality of her never existing anymore as a single independent Carrie. If she will still be the same person, or will she change? And then if I go even further, the fact that she seems bothered by him mentioning the ring, it's almost like she wants to separate the 2 things. She wants to be her independent self, Carrie self, who is enjoying going out, who is enjoying this life, who is this sex columnist, right? Iconic and fashionable and so on. And then at home, she can be the settled down, cuddling in Aiden's embrace, engaged Carrie. And on some level, it might trigger her because he is reminding her that maybe she cannot have the 2 separate things forever. Maybe on some level, those things will overlap. And what will that actually mean? Is she ready to face what will that actually mean? And that's also a question Carrie has.
Why does becoming part of a couple imply settling down?
And that's the thing. It does not. It doesn't. There are a couple variations, right? What happens? You and your partner like doing the same thing, so you'll just continue to do the same things. Nothing will really change, I guess. I personally don't really believe in that. I believe that some things will change, but I do believe that they change naturally. They change because your needs in some way change. I'm going to take an example of dancing, going dancing. Look, if you are single and you start going social dancing, it could be because you really like dancing, you really love dancing, but it could also be because you like dancing, but the main part is the social part. The main part is meeting someone. But then you might meet someone in these dances, in dance classes, and you might hit it off. And suddenly you don't go to dance anymore. Now, does that mean that oh my God, you neglected the dancing and now you're not going out anymore and this is wrong, oh, this is sus? What if the whole point of going to dancing was, like I said, the social aspect? And when you meet someone, you don't have that desire anymore. Neither of you has it. And you find other ways of having fun. You find other hobbies. Maybe dancing wasn't even that crucial thing from the get-go. It was just a fun thing to do, a thing to go, like to have a night out. Sometimes we judge things because we are stuck in this, oh, if you let go something that you liked as a single, but now you don't do it anymore, oh, then it means that there's something wrong. Is this person changing you? Are you letting everything go for a relationship? The only question that matters is, are you good? Do you feel like you're missing out of something? And if those are no, and you feel good and everything is good, and you find other ways to hang out and so on, then that's okay. The problem is when you start letting go of things or you start behaving in a different way because that's what is expected of you. Because that became some hidden rule that everyone should follow. If you're a certain age, you shouldn't be clubbing anymore. It's weird seeing you out, right? Shouldn't you be at home baking? That's when it becomes problematic. When we allow the narratives of society to drive our life. And it makes us miserable. Now, why would you want to be miserable just because someone said that you shouldn't do what you want to do? You know what? Show up for yourself. Do what feels right for you. And that's it. Period. And if it means change, it means change because you want that change. Because you maybe fulfilled certain needs and now there are other needs that you want to fulfill and things change.
Maybe Oliver does have the key in that we shouldn't expect to get everything from one man, but instead feel comfortable getting different things from different people.
Yeah. So, people, I know you heard about it. I know you thought about it. Should you expect everything for one person, or you will get fulfillments from different people, and that's okay? I'm gonna give my 2 cents on it. I think it is very subjective. And the first thing, it depends, what do you want in a partnership? What are your expectations? And I think those should be fulfilled. Now, if your expectation is a little bit toxic and you're like, if my partner is not gonna fulfill A, B, C, D, E, F, G, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, R, Q, I'm gonna stop. I'm not talking about you wanting your partner to be a robot that will do everything you want to do and fulfill everything you need to fulfill and blah, blah, blah. I'm just talking about normal things. You know, you have couples and relationships where people want to be both romantic partners as best friends. Even though there is this idea that your partner shouldn't be everything and you should get different things from different people, if I value talking to my partner about, deeper things, or gossiping, or just having long conversations, or just having this best friend vibe, and I don't have it, then I will always feel like there's something missing in the partnership. And if someone tells me, well, you shouldn't expect everything, like you have these other things that are very good, I could even play myself, lie to myself and say, well, you know what? That's true. I shouldn't feel like it's missing that we don't have long talks because, there are other things that it's good. Like we click well when it comes to I don't know, traveling, organizing, planning, taking care of things, supporting each other. The reality will be always that I will feel like something is missing in the partnership because that is my value. That is my expectation. If I like traveling, I mentioned this, I gave this example so many times, but it's the easiest. If I like traveling, but my partner does not like to travel at all. They don't even want to leave their state or like nothing. Then I could say, well, you know what? All of the other things are clicking and it's okay if I travel on my own. But the real question is, am I okay to travel on my own? Or is that something that I want to share with my partner? And if the answer is, I want to share this with my partner, like this is a huge part of my life, and I feel like we should have this experience together because it brings us together, whatever the reason is, telling myself that it's okay if I don't get everything from this partner when I'm clearly missing out on a crucial thing, it's a toxic advice. And that's what I think the problem becomes. When people use this, your partner shouldn't be everything, as a way to minimize the actual need that they have, or even to kind of manipulate themselves or dismiss that there is a huge part that it's missing, which actually is relevant for how loved will you feel in the relationship, just to stay in a relationship. I will accept that they are not this and this and this, even though I want this and this and this in the partnership, because, at the end of the day, your partner can't be everything. When we want to fulfill that not being alone or staying in a relationship and a partnership, we're going to take advice that it's supposed to be a general advice, and we're going to use it to serve our needs or to serve our justifications for things. But sometimes it ain't good. Now, as Carrie said, but where is the limit?
Although at what point do separate interests become separate bedrooms?
And for me personally, well, clearly when you are living totally separate lives. Again, this is based on my perception or what I want in a partnership. And I am the type of person who wants to share with my partner. So for me, if I see like we are doing totally different things all the time, we're living totally different life, that for me would just not work. It turns into emotional distance and then we separate. Then maybe you have people who live totally separate lives because their version of partnership is something else, and they have that. They also have their separate lives and it works for them. The second thing is, if you start living a separate life because you're actually avoiding the life that you have with this person, or you avoid this person. So you consciously plan things separately. You consciously plan to have something totally different. Now, this could even develop in stages, right? It could start as a very simple thing. Today I start doing these things. I start going to the gym while my partner goes hiking. That's the first separate thing that we do. And then it might continue. And suddenly you feel like we don't actually have anything in common together. If you're with someone and you always do separate, but you never put in the effort to actually do something together, for me personally, that would be a little bit worrying. Luckily or strategically, if you date with intention, my partner is the same. So it's almost naturally we will find something to do together. We will find something to fulfill also that time just between the two of us. And that's also what she shares with her friends.
Aiden loves to stay in, and I love to go out. And he's fine with that. It's either the greatest relationship ever, or we're headed for separate bedrooms like me.
Now, it is another night, and Carrie is getting ready to go out. Aiden is back from, I guess, working on the other apartment, and he's kind of like, where are you going?
I told you yesterday I was going out.
You didn't say you were going all out.
She has an exclusive opportunity to go to an exclusive club, the kind where you need a key for it. And Oliver has the key.
I have to see Bungalow 8.
Oh yeah, what's that, a play?
No, it's a very hot club.
And as she's getting ready, our Miss Carrie also finds a way to be both.
For my single self and my couple self to coexist.
And her way of doing that is taking the engagement ring off her wedding ring or finger ring and putting it on a freaking necklace. Yes, Biz. She took her engagement ring and put it on a necklace because that's what you do with the ring that is a representation of your commitment to Aiden. Now Aiden notices this ring and yeah, it's a little bit sus.
What's going on here?
It's just something I'm trying. It's closer to my heart this way.
Bitch. Do not even. I would take it much worse than how Aiden did. Aiden is coping. Can you imagine? The man has been cheated on. He is... Honestly, he's pushing Carrie in this new relationship, or he's trying just to commit to her or show her that he's committed. Like I said, starting with her again after the betrayal means that he is really into this. And the woman puts the ring, the sign of commitment, from her finger on her necklace. Like, can you imagine? Like the poor man. Now, to be honest, we can see on Carrie's face that she's also a little bit uncomfortable. Like, it's clear that she knows that this might be a little bit weird, right? That what will he think about it? But Carrie's focused on Carrie, and it's about her feeling good. It's not about the relationship. It's not about the partnership. Can you imagine if Big would do something like that? If Carrie would gift him a watch and he would go out with his friends and he would put that watch in his pocket somehow. Bis.
Who are you going out with, the girls?
Oh, this guy, Oliver Spencer?
A guy?
He's gay.
Oh, cool.
She won't be cheating, I guess. Aiden is actually up for going out tonight. He's gonna hop into the shower, and if Carrie wants, he can join. But there's a little bit of a pickle right here. Yes, hey.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if he can get us both in.
Now, Aiden is rolling his eyes because, again, another exclusive thing. And honestly, he's like, this is such a bullshit. Like, why are you even falling for these things? Oh, a club that no one can get into. So now I desperately want to get into. And he's just mocking the whole situation.
A key? Give me a fucking break. Come on, Carrie, a key. Why do you even buy into that shit?
He even suggests that maybe she should ditch Oliver and it could be just the two of them.
Let's just go out to dinner. I haven't seen you all week.
Carrie can't. She agreed to go with Oliver and Aiden gives up. Okay. Whatever, Carrie, go out, have fun, but take your key with you.
Because, we're very exclusive here and we might not let you back in.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about this ring situation. We could say, of course, on some level or underneath it all, maybe there is this, struggle as we talked so far between the independent Carrie, what parts of her identity will she lose, and this idea that if I settle, then it means that by default, I need to become someone else, and how that is driving her. But on another level, the fact that she's been so impacted by just what this guy was saying, to the point that now she's putting her ring on the necklace when she goes out with this guy. To me, it does look like she is desperate to get that external validation. She is desperate in some way to show to this guy that, no, I am who I am, right? I am this fun girl and we can hang out and be fun together. She wants to be seen as fun and wild and iconic. And putting the ring on her necklace, it's almost like a subtle way of downplaying that label of being engaged. Because in her mind, she cannot be both. Or if she is engaged, will she lose the other part? And how does she feel about losing the other part? So the fact that she does it and the fact that she doesn't openly talk to him about it is shady. It's, again, very driven by maybe the fear of losing herself again, which again shows her attitude towards Aiden and towards the whole partnership. It's separate from what she's going through. Now, the fact that Aiden suddenly offered that he wants to go out with her, there could be a couple of things that were driving this. I mean, the first thing is clearly that he just wanted to go, okay? Why not? The second thing is the fact that he found out that it's not with the girls, but it's with the guy. Plus the fact that she put her ring on a necklace. It could be a little bit of a protective thing. It's almost like, well, this made him feel like maybe I should go out with her. Maybe I should be a part of this world of hers. Now, when it becomes a little bit tricky, in my personal opinion, is when he almost starts to convince Carrie to stay in with him because he didn't see her for a week. Because then I'm like, are you saying that just because she's going out now and suddenly you have this desire, you see the ring, or because you genuinely want it? And it is so very easy to see Carrie as the bad guy because she rejected him.
Can't. Told Oliver.
Oh, all right.
But if you really think about it, she told him about it the night before, like the day before, and he forgot it. Also, him mocking this whole situation all the time. Every time Carrie mentions exclusive clubs or exclusive restaurants, and she's excited about it, he is looking at it as, which is also not good. Like, he is also neglecting who she is. And maybe that's also the reason why Carrie is struggling so much with seeing that she can be both. Because, well, Aiden is not even acknowledging that other part. So he knew that she's going out, and now suddenly he's like, oh, I've been missing you. I haven't seen you for... Boy, where were you yesterday? Why didn't we agree on something yesterday? Huh? Why didn't we say, okay, let's maybe the next day plan something together after this? Because I already made plans. Because she already made plans with someone. And like I said, as much as we could say like Carrie is a bad guy because she's doing all of this, I wouldn't say that Aiden is also handling this the best. Because it's also a little bit shady, okay? It feels a little bit manipulative, though I could understand why. It's still not okay. And he's still mocking her. So, he also needs to reevaluate. Now we see Carrie meeting Oliver, and as they are walking towards the club, Carrie is sharing that she's feeling a little bit guilty.
See, now I feel bad. I basically discouraged him from coming.
Now Oliver suggests that, well, we can call him, he can come. But Carrie's like, no, it's so not like his scene. And Oliver has an advice. She should break off with him.
You have to break it off. This is bungalow 8, dog.
Because that's how you do, right? You're a stranger, you're meeting someone, and you just give them their life advice. Though, am I doing the same? But the main thing here is the thing that is making us roll our eyes and making sure, like being careful not to lose them in the back of her head, is the fact that Aiden could join. There was space. Oliver could get him in, but Carrie lied. Carrie did not want Aiden there. Yes, she felt bad about it, but at the end of the day, she made a choice. Now, again, as we talked before, the problem with Carrie is, can I be both? And right now, it seems that Carrie does not see that at all. She is or engaged or she is this single Carrie. And Aiden coming out with her, it's not really, it's not really the vibe. He will remind her of that settled part, which she doesn't want to accept right now. But then, if I pair it with the fact how Aiden constantly mocks Carrie, I can also understand and see why she would say no. If you are with someone who repeatedly mocks your ways of entertainment or what you like to do, or that you're a fashionable girl, or that you like to go to exclusive places, or that you enjoy certain crowds and so on, like, why would you want them with you? Like, it just makes you feel, it just ruins the whole thing. Like, imagine you invite someone to go to watch a movie and that person goes with you to watch a movie and they bitch about it all the time. And I feel called out because sometimes I watch movies that my partner likes and I cannot shut up. I'm going to work on that. As much as we can say, oh my God, Carrie doesn't love Aiden, I think it's also a reflection of how Aiden treats this part of her life and what it manifests in. That she just doesn't feel comfortable even sharing it with him. Then again, does this mean a good partnership? No, of course it doesn't. It means that both of them need to figure their shit out. They finally get into the special club in this fabulous setting, but Carrie is feeling anything but fabulous. You see her plus one, Oliver, he is occupied with every gay person there, and he barely gives any attention to Carrie.
Ollie, is there anything to eat at Bungalow 8, or is food so very last year?
Even when she asks him something, he just ignores it. So she is over it. She is like, Biss, did I really come here for this. She's ready to go, but Oliver runs after her and he's like, no, don't go. And she's like, look, Oliver, look, Ollie.
I left a gorgeous man at home to come here and be your date.
And what do I get? What do I get? You ignoring me. And I'm looking at that and I'm like, chill. Chill, 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 chill. You, Missy, are not now gonna flip that Oliver made you leave Aiden, the gorgeous man, at home and you didn't even want to be. Peace. That was so, how do you say? Projecting, deflecting, flipping the scenario. But you know how it is. Whatever makes her feel good. And right now, what makes her feel good? It makes her feel good that she finally realized that all of this clubbing and this scene is just, it's not what she actually needs. She just needs Aiden. And she goes back home.
Honey, I'm home. The most exclusive clubs only have a couple members, and they're very hard to find.
And I'm like, really, Carrie? Really, Carrie? Now, let me be fair. It could be a way of growth. Sometimes you need to do things, you need to experience shit to learn what you're really missing out on. Kind of, right? Her going out thinking that this is it and then being faced with that this is not really it and what is it is at home and appreciating that, look, we are all human. We need to learn in different ways. Okay. But then is the part when it's like, we know Carrie, okay? It's not like we don't know this person. And we could very much say that this is another pattern when it comes to Carrie and Aiden and her needs being met. You see, when she didn't get the validation with Oliver, with being the single Carrie, boom, now Aiden is okay. Now this engaged life is perfect. Just because I didn't get what I wanted here. Not because I get what I want here, but I still prefer this one. No. It's because this didn't fulfill me, so now I'm gonna go there. It is another, to me personally, this is just another example where Carrie wants to do things separately from Aiden, but then that is not fulfilling, and then she goes back into the arms of Aiden. Then Aiden is okay. And that's what I think keeps her in this stuck cycle. Because the fact, if we think about it, the fact that he was bashing this lifestyle of her, the fact that she was struggling with, letting go and merging the two, and now this lifestyle was kind of bad. For her, the message is, oh, Aiden is good. Oh, this is actually good what we have. When in reality, it isn't. It's just another detour. Because what she should realize is, well, I'm genuinely struggling here with something. I do not feel comfortable expressing this with my partner. And also, my partner constantly mocks this part of me. And it does not make me feel good. And it makes me feel even more like I need to let go of this if I want to be with him. That's the actual problem. But no, we somehow just find a way to get back in the arms where we feel the more comfort, even though it's just temporarily and it's just like a bandage before it starts ripping off again. And it also just again feeds into this one or the other thing, all or nothing, which is not beneficial. And it's not the message that we should leave watching this, okay? So the show, even the episode, just reinforced again this message. If you're now in a couple, then this other life is not for you anymore. The reality is lying underneath, right? Finding a partner who is compatible with you or at least respects the other side of you. There is no fear of losing your own individuality and being okay with becoming something added to it. Or even if things change, that is okay. Carrie, Aiden, and Charlotte are having dinner. And as they're eating, there is a familiar voice calling out to Carrie. It is Sharon. It's been a while. She's so happy to see Carrie and she just wants to know what's been happening. How is she doing? Anything new? You know how it is with Carrie. Same old, writing, cruising around, and, eating.
The usual.
Charlotte is like, Carrie, what about the big news?
Carrie, what? Forgetting the most important thing.
The two of them.
Oh, jeez. I'm engaged.
She's
Just forgetful, I guess.
Sharon is so excited. She cannot believe it. The two of them are getting engaged and she wants to see that bling bling. She grabs Carrie's hand, but Carrie is like, Sharon, up. Don't be looking down. The ring is around my neck.
Why are you wearing it around your neck? Is that what the people are doing these days? I'm so out of it.
I mean, she knows that Carrie likes to do things in style. But no, it's not a thing other people do. It's just Carrie. You know, she's special like that.
It's closer to my heart this way.
Oh, and everyone sighs in gaslit. Romance. So, what's it gonna be? Is it gonna be a spring wedding, a fall wedding? Oh. Let's calm down, Miss Sharon. This is just an engagement. Wedding is... Do we need to think about that?
Where are you doing it?
God, we haven't even begun to think about that stuff.
Oh, well, you better chop, Missy.
These places are booked years and years ahead. Carrie is excited. What? She just didn't know that after the yes, also the wedding needs to be planned.
Just forgetful, I guess.
So clearly, Carrie is not excited about the wedding or the engagement itself as one might expect her to be. And there could be a couple of reasons for it. Now, the first most, let's say simple, is that she is just not about that life, okay? She's not someone who actually wants to get married. Now, I'm gonna be honest. It does make me feel a little bit, really, because we do know that when Big did not want to get married, when he said the famous, I will never get married again.
Which is why I'm never getting married again.
Suddenly, I had to concentrate on breathing.
Carrie was upset, right? Carrie was like, can I really be with a man that doesn't want to get married? Now, was she upset when it comes to Big because that was a sense of validation she needed? Or because she actually wants to get married? You know, that's something to discuss, right? Or that's a question. But what I would expect from someone who is maybe clear about not wanting to get married is that they would have relevant reasons why. If we would, let's say, even tap into the feminism of it all, maybe someone or a woman wouldn't want to get married because it's a representation of generational submissiveness women have experienced, and it's just not something that a woman wants to be a part of, right? Carrie could very well be like that. The problem is that she never really expresses it. She never really states it. So the question becomes, is it Aiden? Is she not sure about Aiden? And that's why she is being a little bit more hesitant. If we talk about last episode, what we went through or what we analyzed is this whole difference in lifestyles, and not just difference in lifestyle, but Aiden not really accepting Carrie's lifestyle and even mocking it, which obviously triggers the fear of losing herself. And that could also be a reason why she doesn't want to get married. Losing independence, losing who she is. But then it becomes even more confusing. If she is afraid of marriage, then why would she also get upset when there was a possibility that Aiden might not really propose? She found a ring. It made her vomit. Clearly, she doesn't want to get married. But then when there's this idea that he's pulling back, then she's like, oh my God, I want to be chosen. So one possibility could be that Carrie is not the marrying type. The other possibility could be that she is just afraid of commitment and what that means for her, what ideas she has around marriage, and what does it mean for her as an individual person. And the fact that maybe she doesn't actually believe that her and Aiden are compatible enough to really do this forever. And then there is the fourth reason. The reason that is a little bit more sneaky-ish, something that might have been put in her mind some time ago.
You're never going to be ready, baby. You're not the marrying kind.
If we remember, one of the reasons that I also mentioned why Carrie might have said yes to Aiden is that little encounter with Big, where he almost kind of insulted her by saying that she's not the marrying kind. And we said that maybe she's trying to prove to herself that she is the marrying type, but also to Big, who said that he doesn't want to get married, yet married another person. I mean, think about it. If Carrie actually wants to get married one day, and if she still believes that Big is the one, she needs to prove to him that she is the marrying type, I guess. I don't know. Nevertheless, it could be a little seed in her head because someone who she puts on a pedestal and someone whom she might even believe he knows the true me, right? I mean, she had an affair with him behind Aiden's back, so surely Big knows her better, is right about her not being the marrying type. Which one do you think is the reason? And answer that based on not knowing that she actually gets married with Big later on. Okay, let's pretend that that doesn't exist. Let's just try to analyze Carrie as she is right now and with her past experiences. Carrie is taking a shower and she's just, letting the water splash all over her. And boom, in comes Aiden.
Excuse me, have we met?
Can I get in there? We got a sheetrock guy coming. 10 minutes. You really come along over there.
Mister is in a hurry. He needs to take a quick shower. So he's just like, Carrie, sweetie, can you swooch a little bit? Swooch. He just needs to do a quickie and he's out. Carrie is a little bit surprised, but she's honestly taking it better than me. Carrie moves away and she is waiting while Aiden is now taking all the water. And yes, I am probably projecting. I do not understand where this idea of sharing a shower when the shower is you standing in a bathtub with a small shower head, pouring romantic and nice. Okay, please tell me, did you ever really enjoy it? Look, I'm not saying if the bathroom is big and there's, space and so on, but child, we've been lied that this is something that it's nice. Because the reality is that you're just standing there freezing, waiting until you can get that water a little bit on yourself. Aiden takes this opportunity to also share a couple of brilliant ideas when it comes to wedding. What about if they just went to Hawaii?
About Hawaii?
As what, the 50th state?
As in we get hitched.
They can invite a couple of friends and they can just easily do it there. Carrie is like, okay. Do I look like someone who wants to get married in sand? Don't you worry, Carrie. Aiden has another idea. What about Aspen?
Christmas time in Aspen. You, me, a polar bear, a judge. How's that sound?
Carrie just smiles nervously and she's trying to not feel all the pressure on her shoulders to decide where should they get married ASAP. So let's go into the symbolism of it all because, I love it. I don't know what that accent was. Shower is something private, I guess, right? It's that moment of solitude. And with the impact of social media and not being able to be alone with our thoughts, we might not really like that solitude moment and we are desperate to listen to something while we're taking a shower for 5 minutes. But let's take in consideration that 20 years ago, that was not the case. And you just went under the shower and you were with your thoughts. Right? The way Aiden barges in, to me, it looks like how he is barging into her space, into her time of thinking, mental clarity. Like the woman can't even be a little bit alone without him coming in and taking over, doing his thing quickly and running out while just sprinkling a little pressure all over her place. I was a little bit shook and to me, it reeked of invading privacy. Am I reaching? And Carrie needs to be the one who needs to move, adjust, let him do his thing and just, stand there in cold. I can see that you might say it's not a big deal, but I don't understand why is it such a big deal to just ask right before doing it. Hey, babe, I need a shower. Can I join? It just shows a sense of I'm letting you decide. I'm not just taking over. I don't know, maybe I'm reaching, but that's how I read it. Now, when it comes to all of his wedding suggestions, the man is excited. You might say that when it comes to Carrie and Aiden, he's the one who is very excited about the wedding. He cannot wait to do it. While Carrie is a bit more, let's just wait for it. So he's just kind of, throwing those ideas out and let's see what will stick. Now, as much as I could, like I said, see this as an exciting man for the wedding, it also feels a little bit impulsive. Okay, it feels like there's not much thought to it. It's just about the final act. Because how would you expect a wedding conversation to go? Hey, how many guests would you like to have? Hey, what do you think, where would be the destination? Like, it's an agreement between two people to, then organize and plan and blah, blah, blah. But the way Aiden is just like shooting, it does hint at a little bit anxiety and not really collaborative work, okay? Or sensing where your partner is at with this whole situation. Now, maybe there is another reason why Aiden feels so anxious about this whole thing. And it is a doubt that he might feel when it comes to Carrie and her actually going through with this. I mean, you can totally understand that the man has been hit with so many things when it comes to Carrie that make him, that can easily make you distrust the person, that, wearing a ring around your necklace is probably not helping you to feel like, this is really gonna happen. So he's maybe being so quick about it or wants to do it quickly because he's afraid that the longer they wait, the less likely it is that it will actually happen. Whatever it is, this scene to me is symbolic of Carrie being cornered. She is in her space. Aiden comes in, pushes her, a little bit out, then bombards her with all these ideas of tying the knot when she's not really there yet. And we can even look at it as the typical anxious versus avoidance dynamic, let's say, or attachment, where Carrie, because of certain fears, is creating the distance, like she's pulling back, she doesn't really want to address what she's feeling, or the fact that she's not feeling anything when it comes to the engagement and wedding, while Aiden might be sensing this distance on some level. So he's pushing even more, trying to get the reassurance because he's actually afraid what the distance means. But one thing is very consistent when it comes to Carrie and her dealing with her emotions or expressing it. Clearly, she isn't. She at least is not confronting it and talking about it together with Aiden. There is this typical avoiding, I'm gonna, maybe try to figure it on my own, while on the surface, I'm just gonna, pretend like everything is okay. And that hints at a certain guilt and shame that Carrie is feeling around the doubts that she is having. And again, what does it confirm? It confirms that there is no real emotional safety between Carrie and Aiden. That's the problem of it all. Because if you think about it, if they would be secure in one another, even if you have challenges now and then, even if you sometimes feel a little bit, closed off or reluctant to address certain things, if there is a sense of emotional safety, you do come to a point where you sit down with your partner and you have a conversation about, in this case, the doubts that she is having. Like, if you think about it, this is a normal conversation. Like, this is like to have a conversation about a wedding and maybe the doubts that you are having should be normal, right? Those conversations actually help you understand what does it mean marriage for you or wedding? What are the expectations? Why do you have fears or why do you need it, right? That should be normal. But the fact that Carrie doesn't feel like she wants to express this just shows that she is very used to playing the good girlfriend, this performance. And like I said, then in her own space or even with her girls where she feels safe, then there she is actually expressing how she's actually feeling about the situation. While with Aiden, it's all about just being the good girlfriend and performing. Now, just to be clear, when we talk about emotional safety, it doesn't just mean that Carrie doesn't feel emotionally safe to do it or that that's her problem. It is also a question of how Aiden is allowing for her to actually express. How Aiden is stepping up when she is honest with him or when she is vulnerable with him. There is a sense of fear that Carrie has if she shares that she is doubting how fast things are moving and how quickly everything is changing, that Aiden is just gonna feel like she betrayed him, let him down, or that she doesn't love him. And that is a problem. That is a crucial problem in their relationship. You should be able to express your doubts. And then the other person should be able to understand those and maybe also recognize if it means more than just certain small fears and it's pointing to something bigger. But the fact that they don't even have this conversation is, it's not gonna work. Now, as I said before, she is very comfortable of sharing how she's feeling about the whole wedding and the engagement thing with her friends, and especially with Miranda. You see, Miranda is going through her own pressures of society that expects her to be excited about her baby, and she's not really feeling it. And Carrie takes the opportunity to also express that she's kind of going through the same thing.
I get the same thing every time someone hears I'm engaged. I'm like, I'm supposed to get all excited about picking a date and a place and a theme, and I just want to lie down and take a big nap.
And to me, this all sounds stress. Stress. Like I'm telling you people, I don't know, I'm pretty sure that some of you also experience it in this way. When I get stressed, my default reaction is not to do anything. Like I can get stressed because of the amount of things that I have to do. And somehow my magical genius mind decides that the right thing to do in that moment is to just sit down on couch and disturb myself with scrolling or another TV show. Because that's for sure the right way to go. So I kind of get when Carrie says that she wants to just lay down and nap. All of this feels very overwhelming to her. She doesn't even know how to approach it, and she just wants to sleep it away. Now, this obviously also points at the society and the expectation. And how can that actually create a lot of pressure for someone? And not only pressure, but doubt in yourself. If you don't feel as excited as everyone is telling you that you should be, is something wrong with you? There must be something wrong with you. If you don't want to get married, then wow, there must be something really wrong with you. I mean, today I feel like we already did a couple of steps forward, but in the time of Carrie, let's say 20 years ago, that was we weren't so far ahead, I would say. Probably. I don't know. Maybe we were. Maybe we went back. Sometimes you feel like, oh my God, today are such different times than what it was in the past. But lately, and I don't know if I'm getting older and wiser, but lately I've been looking at times and periods and so on, and I'm like, it's all repeating all the time. It's just cycles. It's cycle and then a new generation thinks that they are doing something different. And yes, of course, things are changing in what's happening. But at the end of the day, it's still freaking the same, right? The same problems, the same behaviors, the same things we need to deal with. It's like the wheel is turning, just the hamsters are changing. Now, when it comes to Carrie, she understands that this has to be something bigger. It's not just about the pressure and so on, because people, she is not even excited about the dress.
Me, no dress. What's wrong here?
Something is off and she knows it. Now, Miranda has a wonderful idea. There is this bridal shop that she always passes by, and she's always disgusted at the wedding dresses that she sees.
We could run in, you could try on the worst dress they have, just face the dragon, get it over with.
It's like going to a dentist. Sometimes you're like putting it off because you're afraid what will happen. But then you go to the dentist, and I don't know to which dentist Miranda is going. I want to hear about it. But apparently you feel great. And it could be the same with this wedding dress. Maybe Carrie has the fear of making everything perfect or the fear that everything will go to shit. So what about if she just tries the worst dress ever? She looks like a complete disaster and she'll see that it's not that bad. Carrie is a little bit hesitant, but when Miranda slips in that she'll do it also, it is on.
Is this a lesbian wedding?
Oh, no. It's very straight-laced, conservative crowd. A lot of Wall Street types.
They get their dresses on and 1, 2...
Hold still, you need a veil.
Miranda makes sure she puts her veil on Carrie, and it is time to look herself in the mirror. Carrie steps on the thingy like a little small stage. She's looking at the mirror, and the laughter is disappearing. Not only that the laughter is disappearing, the laughter is being replaced with anxiety.
I'm not kidding. Get it off. I'm burning up. I can't breathe.
I'm sorry. Oh my God.
She's losing her breath. She tries to take the wedding dress off. She asks Miranda to help it. And in all the panic, the only thing Miranda can do is just rip the wedding dress off her.
Oh my God, your back is all red.
Just get it off. Just rip it off.
Carrie broke out in hives. She has red rash all over her back. And if Carrie ever needed a sign, this is a sign enough.
I can't do it. I can't get married.
She is back with her friends and she knows what this means. She cannot get married. Samantha and Charlotte know who to blame.
This is all your fault.
How could you take her to that dump?
It was an experiment. It went awry.
I mean, honestly, this could all just be a rash from the fabric. Now, Charlotte comes with the wisdom of the only woman that actually went through a wedding. And this is all just normal. It's just the wedding anxiety. Every bride gets a little bit anxious before the big day. Carrie, though, is past trying to be reasonable about this whole situation. Did they see the freaking rash on her body?
Look at this. Oh. My body is literally rejecting the idea of marriage. Do you look?
It is clear. It is clear. This is going too fast. She is not ready to get married and she is effed. She is effed because how the F is she gonna tell this to Aiden? Now, if we go into the whole, breaking out in hives when she's trying the dress, I mean, it is no secret that a lot of the times, if you're suppressing something, if you're under stress, your body will show it. Carrie seeing herself in a wedding dress because she has so many doubts about it and now she's put on the spot, her body reacted in almost having a panic attack and also then breaking out in rash. It could very well be a sign of the internal struggle that she's going through. And it's not a small thing. It's almost like your body telling you you can't keep ignoring what you're actually feeling. Now, as I said, there is also a very real tendency of Carrie to overthink things, to analyze things. And in reality, maybe the dress itself gave her a rash, like it was an allergic reaction. But because she's already dealing with some doubts, she's just pairing the two. This is the sign. Now, you can say that she's using this reaction and overthinking as an excuse to give herself the permission to say no to the wedding or no to the marriage because she's not really, confident in just saying it because she feels this way. So she's using this reaction as a reason that, look, this is real, right? I really need to acknowledge it. Or if it's actually her body reacting to that, doesn't matter. The outcome is the same. She recognizes that she doesn't want to get married, that she's not ready to get married. Now, she also starts kind of wondering what's even the point of marriage, right? Why do people even get married?
Why do we even have to get married? Why? Give me one good reason, aside from the not wanting to die alone thing. Which is something to think about, I admit.
But what's the point at the end of the day, especially if everything is right?
Things are great with us. And you know what they say, if it ain't broke.
Miranda is kind of confused. Like, what is Carrie afraid of? Like, what is she afraid will change? And what Carrie says next is very telling of the conflict she has.
I don't know. Nothing? Everything?
The everything will change versus nothing will change. Now, when it comes to everything will change, I think that this is pointing at her fear of losing her independency, of losing her true self. And it also points or hints at what are Carrie's beliefs when it comes to marriage. Now, we talked about it many times, and we also know that Carrie is someone who forms based on the partner that she has, right? She does approach relationships in this, I need to be a good girlfriend, right? I need to be the right partner for this person. They need to accept me, aka I need to be whatever they want me to be. And that's the relationship part, the performance part. But what is actual me, what is the authenticity of me, that's kind of hidden. That's something that I'm dealing with alone. Even if you think about the whole first relationship with Aiden, right? In front of Aiden, the best girlfriend, and she loves him. Behind her back, she's actually hooking up with Big, who she actually had feelings for. And also right now, in front of Aiden, chuckles and everything is good. Behind Aiden's back with her friends, she is very stressed about the whole wedding thing, and she doesn't really want to do it. Now, for Carrie, she might be looking at the situation and thinking that marriage, actually committing, like being everything to one another, means that she cannot continue performing in this way forever, right? That something will give. And because her tendencies of pleasing the other person in some way, right, being the good girlfriend because of the validation and the image, she might be afraid that she's gonna lose everything that made her her. Like her private life will be less and less private. Also because Aiden has this tendency of just, taking over her space, which we also talk in the previous episodes, how they are kind of clashing in that way. Now, when it comes to nothing changing, it's just the other side of the same coin. Because what if nothing changes? What if she needs to keep performing for the rest of her life, choosing to be with Aiden, choosing to be with someone who she does not feel emotionally safe to share things, share her life even, because he's, like we talked last time, like mocking her lifestyle, not really accepting, and because he is the type that kind of just comes in and takes over and doesn't leave any space for her to adjust to things, right? So the nothing changes is the fact that she will keep on having to do this performance with Aiden where they are kind of good together and everything, but underneath it all, they're not really compatible. And yet, if they get married, because clearly Carrie puts a lot of value on marriage, that would be even more set in stone. And again, we come to the core of it all. Carrie, at this point, doesn't really want to get into the marriage or getting married to Aiden because it was all based on the validation of being the good girlfriend. Her relationship with Aiden was all based on proving to herself and to him that she is a marriage material or that she is a good person, right? We talked about it, why she actually pursued him again. Because she had that sense of guilt, and the only way she can deal with guilt is if she can rewrite the story of the person she betrayed. But that's all that she actually wants. She just wants the validation that she's worthy and good enough. But when it comes to the next step, she's not ready. She's not there yet. And it could very well be because it's Aiden. Now, I want to add something here, because I don't want this to be like, oh my God, if you want to get married because there is a sense of validation, then that's toxic and wrong. It's not so black and white. Clearly, the whole point of marriage at the end of the day is, I choose you, you choose me, and there is a sense of validation and a sense of reassurance. The problem is if everything is based on that, if that is the driving factor, like it is with Carrie. Everything she does is based on the mark of being a good girlfriend rather than being her authentic self and then experiencing that someone actually accepts that and wants to spend his life with her and vice versa. So just to make that clear, right? It's not bow if someone feels that way, but it's more like, is that the main thing or is that just like a nice thing at the end of the day? Because as people, we all have this sense of belonging and need for belonging and acceptance and so on. Charlotte, though, is persistent. She tries to calm Carrie down and tell her that this is very normal.
Every bride feels that way at one point. Well, why aren't they speaking up?
Now, I'm going to say one thing here. To me personally, it is clear that Carrie is not someone who is interested in understanding if this is normal or not normal, because she wants to reach the I don't have to get married. So Charlotte coming at her and telling this is normal, this is, the anxiety that everyone feels before the wedding is not working for her, right? Because if she has to accept that, then she has to accept that maybe, I should continue with the wedding. And that's not what she actually wants. If you genuinely feel like you do want to get married and you're just like, why do I have these doubts? And someone tells you this is normal, you have a sense of relief. Right? You do feel like, okay, yeah, I'm not alone in this. Like maybe I feel like this is something wrong with me because everyone is saying that I should be excited and blah, blah, blah. And you start almost doubting yourself. But then someone else tells you, look, chill. People sometimes overhype the situation and it is normal what you're feeling. If Carrie would actually want to get married, then her doubts would be almost like calmed down with understanding that this is normal. So clearly, to me personally, Carrie does not want that. And she's just grabbing all the signs around her to confirm that she does not want to get married and that is okay. And the reason why she's struggling to just say, look, I don't feel ready and that's it, and she needs all these signs, right, is because, she does feel this guilt and shame about potentially playing Aiden in some way. Or she feels that this is how it's gonna look like, right? I just played him. Now, hearing Carrie being so defensive about it all, Miranda has a question that might sting Carrie a little bit.
Why did you ever say yes?
Because I love him. A man you love kneels in the street and offers you a ring. You say yes, that's what you do.
Now, I have to say here again, to me, this feels a very sneaky, because right now, in this moment, to me personally, Carrie is positioning herself as the good girlfriend that said yes to a marriage because, that's what you do. That's the right thing to do. That's what everyone tells you. If you love a man and he loves you, you say yes, right? But it's almost like she's conveniently forgetting that she first did not want Aiden to propose to her. She vomited at the idea of him proposing. And then she changed her mind once Aiden pulled back, or she thought he pulled back. Then she was like, oh my God, I want to get proposed. And then she was all excited to say yes. So in this very moment, to say that it's the right thing to do feels a little bit like, is it because it's the right thing to do, or is it because you were also seeking some kind of reassurance and validation, being the chosen one? Of course, looking from how Carrie is living this situation and her tendency to perform, there is also some reality to this, right? I mean, she does genuinely love Aiden, and she genuinely does not want to hurt him in that way, especially after the hurt she already did to him. Maybe the whole vomiting thing and not wanting Aiden to propose is because she knew that if he actually proposes and she's not ready, she'll have to or say no and lose him, or say yes and do the whole performance act. Because she does not trust that Aiden will be with her unless she gives full commitment. And the reason for that is, again, how they re-entered the relationship. Her promising him everything when she couldn't really promise that. So now she feels like, oh my God, I can't say no, I can't leave, and I don't know what to do with this situation. Now, out of all the girls, Samantha is the least dramatic one. Maybe she's just trying to calm Carrie down, but at the end of the day, you know what? You get married, you hope for the best. If it doesn't work out, you just get divorced.
Look, you get married, you hope for the best. It doesn't work out, you get divorced.
No, I can't take a vow of forever and ever if what I mean is for the foreseeable future. I can't do that to Aiden.
And that's where I say again, whoopsie, Miss Carrie, let's revise this again. What do you mean you cannot do that to Aiden? I mean, you could say yes to him even though you weren't sure about the proposal, right? As long as you felt like you're being chosen, like that was okay. And now you're saying, but you cannot do that to him to say forever. To me, it again sounds that Carrie is just kind of, in some sneaky way, knowingly or not knowingly, trying to make it about Aiden when it is actually about her. Again, she said that she said yes to Aiden because she cannot hurt him, because she loves him and he loves her. She doesn't want to lose him, right? And as much as there could be some truth to it, we know that at the end of the day, she did say yes because she needed to know that he would actually pick her. Okay? That's why she said yes, in my humble opinion. And now she's saying that she cannot say yes to being his wife, right? To actually share the vows because it would be a lie and she cannot do that to Aiden, when in reality, she cannot do that because she cannot commit to that. Because she does not want to go through with the wedding and the marriage because she's not ready for it. Does that make sense? That's how I see it. Carrie is like positioning in a certain way the situation, but the reality is that she is the one who has doubts. She is the one who needed the confirmation. And it has nothing really to do with Aiden and how she's treating him. Miranda does what Carrie should have done. But basically, she encourages her to talk to Aiden and to share with him what she is feeling.
Talk to him about it.
How? Why do you talk about this? You say, hey, Aiden, what's up? I've just been thinking, I'm having some doubts about the whole I do thing. It'll break his heart.
She knows that it would break his heart and she cannot do that. She feels like the worst person. And at this point, she is sorry that she even said yes.
I should never have said yes. I'm a bad person.
Now, again, to me, as much as she's focusing this on how Aiden would get hurt, right, which he would, I think it has more to do about how she will now be a bad person and she would fail at the mission that she has of being the good girlfriend, right? What she promised from the get-go. Not realizing that she cannot be the good girlfriend because she's not being authentic in this relationship as much as she should be. They don't have any emotional safety between the two of them. And it doesn't work because the two of them ultimately don't work together. And this is basically very unfair. This is very unfair to her, despite of her reasoning, this and that, left and right, up and down. It is very unfair to her that the only problem she is something with her, and she almost doesn't dare to even recognize that Aiden does play a role in how she feels in this relationship, in how she feels that she will lose herself, in how she feels that she doesn't have her own space and her own identity.
It's not him, it's me. I'm missing the bride gene.
It's almost like, oh my God, I can't even think like that. And I think it comes from, again, painting Aiden as this perfect guy, as this good guy, and she had to convince him to get back with her, and he forgave her all that she did, that now it's almost like he cannot do any wrong. And that is not beneficial at all. If she would approach this relationship with reality, I mean, she would say, look, I don't feel confident in marrying him because honestly, I don't feel confident that we are actually compatible, that he actually listens to me, that I'm listening to him, that we are doing things together. I feel like I'm just performing all the time and he's just pushing all the time. If she would have that approach, that would be actually healthy, and that would actually serve as, a way for the two of them to understand how to move forward. At the end of the day, what we see is Carrie dealing with her consequences, with the consequences of saying yes without actually fully being ready to say yes. Saying yes because of fear of losing Aiden and because the need for validation. And now she's faced with the reality of actually going through the wedding and the marriage. It's almost like she was trying to escape the question of, is she really ready to commit? And saying yes to the proposal also served as a pit stop. Okay, I can say yes to this, and then we still have time before the wedding. But Aiden is not on that track, right? Aiden is like, let's just do it now. And that kind of freaks her out because she's like, wait. I didn't want this also from the get-go. But what I'm going to say next will be probably shocking to hear. But it's the truth, bitches. Carrie is doing the right thing. Carrie is actually growing. And she is doing something that many of us didn't do when they had to do, when we had to do. And it is the fact that instead of just focusing on validation and ignoring all the other things that make her feel uncomfortable, she is acknowledging that something isn't right and she does not want to go through with it. How many times were you focused on getting a certain validation, on waiting for someone to show you that they love you, to the point when you reached that point, they told you, and you were the happiest person and you continued with them, totally neglecting that in reality, that was not the problem. The problem was not that person giving you that reassurance. The problem was that you weren't compatible in many other ways. The problem was that you weren't giving each other needs or fulfilling each other's needs in many aspects. But because you were so focused on just getting that validation, just getting that reassurance that you are good enough, you even stayed in things or got married or did things that you never really wanted to do. I mean, if you think about it, despite chasing validation, in this very moment, she is choosing the right path. She is choosing to ignore the sense of validation that it gives her and focuses on what it actually matters and what it will mean for her. Now, is she, one leg in, one way out? Yes, because she's not totally recognizing that they are not compatible, but at least it's something. I don't know, to me this seems that this is much better than what many people decide to do when they are focused on validation. At the end of the day, she is not willing to just jump in the marriage and have this wedding just because that's, the validation that she needs. One might say the way Charlotte did it, not even knowing the guy and getting married. We see Carrie walking on the street and she actually goes to buy some Marlboro. It was always difficult to pronounce this word.
In a crisis, people always tell you to listen to your gut. Mine was telling me to start smoking again.
The girl is under stress. And strangely, there's no big around, Someone pointed out that every time she starts smoking again, there's big in proximity, but this time, no. And as she's about to buy the cigarettes, she notices a bunch of magazines, like bridal magazines in the shop. And she makes a decision.
You know what? Actually, just these.
She doesn't buy the cigarettes. She takes the magazines and she is determined that maybe she's not feeling in the mood for the wedding. So a little inspiration might do her good. She'll force herself to get into the spirit of wedding. You know how Carrie does it. When there is a problem, she is going to fix it with, I guess, another performance. This time, it's going to be bridal mood. She's back at home and she's flipping through the magazine. She's trying to get in the mood. What will make her feel like, this is what I want?
Happy bride. Peekaboo bride.
But the more she's flipping, the more stress she's getting into. And the fact that Aiden is crashing through the wall on the other side, they're merging the two apartments, is not helping. The more she is trying to focus on getting into the bridal mood, the more she is disturbed by this banging and this reality of her wall coming down.
Stop! Stop! Aiden, stop it!
The banging pushes her to the limit and she storms to the other apartment to let Aiden know that he needs to stop.
I can't. I cannot.
He turns off the music and he is trying to understand Carrie. Carrie is going through it. She's flipping out and she's telling him that all of this is too much. All of this change is she is reacting very badly to all the changes that are happening.
I'm having a very strong reaction to all this change.
Okay,
I can't.
Don't freak out.
I am freaking out.
Aiden is a bit confused. Is it because of the wall? I mean, I told you I'm going to do it today.
It all just feels really fast.
The hole, I told you I was going to come through there today.
It's not just the hole.
Carrie is not talking just about the wall. Yeah, that's also the change that is happening. But she's talking about the wedding stuff. All of it is freaking her out.
It's the marriage stuff. I love you and I'm sorry if I'm not supposed to talk to you about this.
And pause. This is what I'm talking about. The problem is her thinking that she shouldn't talk to Aiden about this. If the two of them would actually be emotionally connected, they could talk about this. But, at least Carrie is doing the right thing. She's making moves. Now, Aiden is trying to calm her down. He tells her to sit down on a blanket and just explain to him what's happening.
What's happening?
don't think that I'm ready to get married yet. Do you hate me?
Oh, come on.
Aiden is very reassuring. He does not hate her. She just caught him off guard a little bit. So he's just trying to understand her better. Okay, she needs some time. They can slow down. They can take some time.
Okay, how much time do you need? 6 months? 9 months? End of the year?
Which year?
Now, this makes Aiden a little bit, shocked. Like, okay, we are at that point. But he almost dismisses it by saying, okay, you need some time.
So do you just need some time?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. We'll get there.
Carrie feels so relieved, and she is so grateful that Aiden listened to her and that he understands. Aiden changes a bit the subject. He mentions the washer and dryer that just came, something that Carrie was always dreaming about. And Carrie smiles. She's grateful that he can make a joke and kind of break this tension. And she really loves him. Now, if we go into symbolism and, what everything means, but then also how they're acting and also how Aiden is showing some signs of avoidance, clearly this wall, like I said before, is a representation of her walls being broken down, right? That this marriage, this merging means that she will have to totally open herself up or be vulnerable, or there will be no private life. And there is this sense with her trying to focus on this magazine, but then the banking happening, that she is missing mental clarity. She is missing her time to actually think things through or to decide things with a sense of clarity and not just being pushed or perform or whatever, right? She needs this, and Aiden banging is a representation of how she doesn't have this. Now, the way that Aiden first thinks that the problem is the wall does show that he is very clueless about where Carrie is in this whole journey. It feels like Aiden is walking on his path, right? And he's not even recognizing that Carrie is behind, running, stumbling, falling off, trying to catch up. And he's just like, she just needs a little bit more practice. That's how it feels to me. Like he's oblivious to who and where Carrie is while she's trying to somehow catch up, but honestly just wanting to step off the path. Now, of course, why would he know if Carrie never expresses it? But at the same time, you might even say that there is a certain level of expectation. Maybe, I don't know, this is a delicate topic, that you would notice if your person is being a little bit avoidant. I mean, not to be like picky right now, but the fact that she's wearing the ring around her necklace and they never really addressed it, there is a sense where Aiden himself wants to kind of ignore the reality that he is facing, ignore the reality of where Carrie actually is. And like I said before, right? The fact that when she mentions which year, implying that she doesn't even have an answer, when will she be ready to get married, if ever, and he's just like, okay, so you need time, shows again that he is not really ready to accept that Carrie is not where he wants her to be. And instead of addressing that and addressing what does this mean for me or what does this mean for us, he just ignores it, shows again the tendency that Aiden has of doing the right thing without actually expressing how he really feels, which is something we saw even in the first relationship they had. And the moment that it's the most, for me, I remember the most is this meeting the parents, how she needs time away from him. And he's like, yeah, it's cool, I have my own life. But, on his face, it's clear that he's not really happy about it, but he doesn't express it. The same thing is happening here. Instead of actually acknowledging that he is not really comfortable with this situation and maybe he needs time to digest it, he's just like the supportive boyfriend who understands Carrie, while dismissing what she is actually telling him. But maybe it won't be that long when Aiden himself is gonna explode. So a week later, they go to a charity fundraiser organized by Samantha's boo, which, side note, I'm already making a script. So if you have any thoughts, let me know in the comments below when it comes to Samantha and Richard. I can include it. But basically, they go to this fundraiser and the dress code is black and white. Now, Carrie is wearing a white dress, very similar to a wedding dress, and Aiden is wearing a black tuxedo, right? It's almost like this is their wedding night, honestly. Like she couldn't choose a different dress, but that's the point, right? They need to be pushed in the reality of the two of them maybe being married or the wedding, and what will that do to that. Now, Carrie is with her friends and she's sharing that she had a talk with Aiden. They're asking like, how is he doing? And according to her, it seems that it's fine. Like he listened, he understood, and they are good.
Still a little thrown by the change in plans, but good. I just hope I did the right thing.
And if nothing else, she did follow her feelings, and that's the right thing to do sometimes. The party is over and Aiden and Carrie are walking back home. But as they are walking, they are kind of complimenting each other on their looks.
That's a very good look for you.
I think we both look kind of sharp tonight.
I mean, Aiden is looking like a snack, according to Carrie. And for Aiden, well, Carrie never looked prettier. I mean, she looked so pretty that night when he was looking at her across the room that there was just one thought that ran through his mind.
Let's get married tonight.
Carrie smiles. She's like, stop being a jerk. But Aiden is not joking. Like, why not? She is wearing this perfect dress. It looks like a wedding dress. And he has the tux for another 13 hours. They could just hop into a cab and...
Airport, Vegas. Huh? No muss, no fuss.
It's just the two of them and no one needs to know. Now, Carrie is not feeling the vibe, okay? And honestly, she does not appreciate how Aiden is now saying this thing. When they had the talk, he said he understood and, you know, that they will take things slow.
Aiden.
Seriously.
Funny. What about what we discussed?
Ah, come on, you're just scared.
Yes, I'm scared. Come on, Aiden, we talked about this.
No, you talked and I listened.
And tonight, it was more clear than ever. He loves her, she loves him, so why wouldn't they just do it?
What are we waiting for?
Carrie repeats again, she needs more time. But Aiden doesn't understand. What will change? Why do you need the time? Like, this is him. This is all she gets. There are no tricks up his sleeve.
This is who I am.
This isn't about you. I'm not ready for marriage.
But Aiden is. And if that scares Carrie, that's her problem. I mean, that's what people do. People fall in love and then they get married. Carrie disagrees, not necessarily. I mean, who says that that's the path for everyone?
Why can't we just keep things the way they are? Just live together.
I don't want to live together.
Carrie doesn't understand that Aiden does not want that. He had girls for 20 years and right now he wants her to be his wife. Carrie is trying to reason with Aiden, but he is not there at all.
Aiden, you're pushing me.
Well, maybe you need to be pushed.
I mean, he doesn't even get it. What's the big deal? It's just a piece of paper. Now, Carrie calls out the hypocrisy. If it's just a piece of paper, why does it matter so much?
Because I need it. I want to make this official and lock this thing down. Carrie, I want the whole wide world to know that you're mine.
Who else would I be?
Now, Aiden is giving her a look that Carrie recognizes.
Oh my God, you still don't trust me.
He's doubting her. He's potentially doubting her and big. And she is shocked. She's surprised. She can't believe it. He still doesn't trust her? This is what all this is about? Of course, Aiden doesn't trust her. How could he trust her? She's not even wearing the freaking ring on her finger.
You don't even wear that ring on your fucking finger.
I am yours. There is nobody else.
Carrie now pleads with him. She's telling him that there is no one else, that she is with him, but she cannot marry him to show him that he can trust her. Aiden is not having it, and Carrie is now trying to stabilize the situation. She is asking him to look at her.
Look at me before we make a huge mistake.
Aiden finally looks at Carrie, and there is a sense of realization all over his face.
If you don't want to marry me right now, you'll never want to marry me.
Carrie says that that's not true, but Aiden has this sense of reassurance. He is very sure that that's the truth.
That's not true.
I think it is. Yeah.
He decides that he's going to sleep in the other apartment this night. And Carrie is desperate and pleading like, just for tonight.
Can't believe I'm back here again.
This scene, I mean, we can all agree that Aiden went off the rails. Like, this was not normal. This was bad on so many levels, but let's start with the first level. The fact that he totally neglects and dismisses and almost tells Carrie that her moment of vulnerability, when she finally felt safe enough to express how she is feeling, and he said that he understands what's all just an act, is bonkers to me. It is so damaging. It's so damaging to someone who is trying to be more open and vulnerable. And as much as Aiden thought that this was his moment of being a good boyfriend, like, it's bullshit, okay? Honestly, to me, this is a betrayal of trust, especially for the two of them. Because, of course, he also had the opportunity to express what he feels. He didn't do it. He waited a week and then he was just like, I just listened to you. Like, what the F is that? Though, if I'm being honest, it's also good that it happened that way because at least Carrie can see that Aiden is also a performer, okay? In my humble opinion. But that's also what happens when Aiden himself approached this relationship with Carrie with one goal and one goal in mind, to get married. I mean, getting back in the relationship was all about under the belief that if Carrie is so sorry, if she's willing to do all of this to get him back, I mean, this must be it, right? If he's going through all the hurt of accepting her back and rebuilding the trust, he is doing it because he believes that this is it. This is, or Carrie is, the end road. The moment he accepted big to be a part of Carrie's life, even though it made him feel uncomfortable, is the moment that he set in stone. He is gonna get married with Carrie. That's why he's doing all of this. And he just started to walk his path. And he was just pushing through, making sure that Carrie accepts him, that Carrie makes space for him, that Carrie, anytime she expresses doubts, he is very quick to say that, oh my gosh, she doesn't want to let him in. And I also talked about that, how that was all fishy, right? And it was happening till this very moment. Even merging the apartments, even investing in the apartments, right? I mean, did we ever see Carrie being invested in the other apartment, looking for decoration, trying to understand how to help him? Never. Did Aiden ever acknowledge that? Did Aiden ever sit with her and say, Carrie, are you really, like, how do you feel about all these things? No. When Carrie expressed that everything is moving fast and yada-da-da-da, Aiden was like, okay, I can understand, I can give you space. And then he just did his thing. He just bulldozed forward. While Carrie, like I said before, is trying to kind of run after him. Because in his mind, there was one goal and one goal only. So he could not accept that Carrie is not ready because that is not in the books. The experience and the journey the two of them had cannot end with them not getting married. And because Carrie felt the guilt and she felt the pressure that she needs to prove herself even more, she was running behind him on that path, not realizing that she cannot keep up and also doesn't want to keep up. Now, did Carrie play a role in him feeling like he can't really trust her? 100%. I mean, honestly, I'm even surprised about the Carrie shock of, oh my God, you don't trust me. Because I'm like, oh my God, how are you showing him that he can trust her? Because every time he wants that milestone or that big decision that will make him feel that she is invested, she does not do it. Again, the biggest one, still keeping big and even making them friends. And the second, not wearing her engagement ring. Like, hello. And now the third blow, which is I'm not ready to get married yet. I mean, all of this pushed Aiden to just be like, you know what, Missy, I am done. I am done waiting for you to commit to me. And I am done living in doubt. We are doing this now. And if you're not willing to do it now, then I am out. And again, you can understand it if you look at it from his perspective. He's putting all this work and investment and, preparing for the two of them to move forward. And Carrie is still not sure. And he's like, the fuck? So basically, you can see that from both sides, they have issues. They're both not approaching this situation, and they're both driven by their selfish things. And honestly, it's not so unusual in real life relationships. Now, if we say that the same way Aiden is allowed to be shocked because Carrie is never expressing anything, I mean, Carrie is privy to it also, no? We can say, it's weird that she's shocked about it, but if you dig deeper, I mean, Aiden never expressed that he's bothered by anything. He never said, look, I really want to talk about this ring thing. He never said, okay, I really want to talk about this time thing. No, he just said, okay, yeah, understand, and that's it. So clearly she's like, what? We didn't have a communication. We didn't agree on that. And this then shows again the importance of communication. But more than that, the importance of emotional safety to communicate. That's what these two are actually missing. Now, in the last moment, when he finally says to Carrie that he genuinely doesn't believe she will ever want to marry him, I do think that with everything in mind, that is the actual truth. As much as I can see Aiden's wrongdoings and Carrie's wrongdoings, and as much as I can see the reasoning behind that and understanding it, at the end of the day, I think that is the ultimate truth. That Carrie would not really marry Aiden because there was no opportunity for the two of them to even understand what would it be needed for her to be ready. Or why isn't she ready? There was never conversation around that. So clearly, from Aiden's perspective, he doesn't know what will actually change with Carrie. Neither does Carrie know. So most likely, nothing will change. And she just won't marry him. I've said it before. Just expressing something, just saying something, just being honest about something does not mean that that is all you need to do. Expressing is the first step, is the right step. But if you're not actually going to have conversation around it, if you're not actually going to try to understand for both perspectives why certain things are happening, how to build trust in one another and support, just expressing it will do shit. In best case scenario, Aiden would just have to wait until Carrie one day would wake up and say, you know what, now I'm ready, even if she's 70 years old. And in worst case scenario, he would spend all that time trying to prove himself. And what everything kind of brings together is Aiden feeling like he is right back where it all started, where he is hoping that Carrie will finally commit to him, but understanding or realizing that she will never do it. And him walking away from it is the right thing to do, and probably many of us were in Aiden's position when we are hoping that something will change, they will finally show us and reassure us, not realizing that we are driven by our selfish needs and we are not even stopping to think, but is this really the right person? And are we really okay for one another? It's in the middle of the night and we see Carrie not sleeping in her bed. She sneaks into the other apartment where Aiden is also not sleeping on the floor. She lays next to him and he spoons her. And this was the first and last night they spent together in that apartment. Now, honestly, they are shown as very mature in this moment. It's like, despite us not working together, we still have love for each other. I don't think this would happen in real world. In real world, Aiden would be like, this B, right? She did all of this to me and now I'm just left out. While Carrie on the other side would also be like, this M, because what the F? Like he never really trusted me and he just wanted to lock me down. And then later on, they will understand their own mistakes. But somehow, both of them are very mature in this moment and they just lay back together. Now, Aiden next day actually moved out, but overall, this also serves as another symbolism. You see, they never really merged the two apartments. Even when Aiden was breaking the wall a little bit, you might even say that he was breaking Carrie's wall, it never fully fell down. She wasn't really ready. And this moment when she goes there and kind of shares the bed with him, it's almost like a representation, or shares the floor with him. It's almost like a representation of that this new relationship or this new life that they were trying to build didn't really have any real solid foundation, because also they're not lying on a real bed, but just on the floor with a blanket, almost mimicking how everything was built on naked floor or shaky foundation. And so we come to an end of the relationship between Carrie and Aiden. It is finally done and we can move forward. But let me know in the comments below how you felt about all of this. Which side are you on? Do you have any, reasons why you're side-eyeing Aiden, or why you are side-eyeing Carrie? Or are you the mature one and you're looking at the situation and you say, every person has its journey. And on every journey you are, the one thing that it's the most important is to trust your individuality. Da-da-da-da-da.